to just being almost like figurehead.
Oh, he's got another. First ball. Atkinson's on a hat-trick. Oh, now then, hang on. He's got him.
And welcome to the Kia Oval in South London for the fourth and final day of this county championship clash between Surrey and Warwickshire. Only 21.1 overs were available on the third day due to persistent rain. In that space of time, Surrey advanced their score from 1 for 181 to 2 for 276 or 276 for 2, depending on where you went to school. Ben Folkes still there on 41, batting with Dan Lawrence on 29. So the leads up to 274. Only Ollie Pope, who was bowled for 78, was dismissed on that third day. And Dom Sibley, who retired hurt on 64 on the second evening. So Surrey 274 in the black. Here's how they got there yesterday. Then we'll return with live action from here on a lovely day in London. Bowling to Pope on 56. Day 3 begins. And Pope superb straight away in terms of the timing out to the deep mid-wicket rope. First ball of the day. That is magnificent batting. Ollie Pope across his stumps. So folks off the mark, nevertheless. And Pope again, superb. Second boundary in the first over of day 3. Terrific cover drive, bookending the over with boundary. Folkes through cover point, across the square. That'll reach the rope. His first boundary, short and wide from the Warwickshire opener. 196 for 1.
We're never playing at Lord's.
Turned down very fine. That's exactly what Pope was trying to do there. He knew that there was the space with Bamber. Shot. Pope's been in great nick this morning. Bisecting the two fielders on the offside. Not a lot of room to work with. Didn't need it.
That time. So it was around about the time that he came to us.
Shot.
So I'd say...
Folks into the teens. My apologies, Ali. With his second boundary of the morning in that direction. Enough space to cut Booth away.
Oh, he's got him. Advancing. Takes out middle stump. Pope looking to get on with it. And the breakthrough has come. Well, I suppose yesterday they had a pretty decent run of it at one point. But, yeah, I mean, these are challenging conditions.
I thought you'd like this.
Oh, I'm quite into it. 4 runs. Straight to the man at mid-off. Folkes advances to 20 with the first boundary of this session.
Oh, hello.
Now, this is the sign of intent that we were foreshadowing. It is the way that Lawrence plays. Short boundary all the way. That'll be more runs. 4 of them. Gets it very fine. So Bamber operates with more of a long leg because he's so accurate.
And see why they thought they were pretty much safe. Driven uppishly for 4. It's a brilliant shot from Dan Lawrence. He's so strong through and over cover. Driven down the ground brilliantly from Ben Folkes. Beats a diving mid-off. Picks up 4 more. A couple of delightful strokes from the 2 Surrey right-handers in the last few minutes.
The win is only going to get you 8 more, so...
Oh, it's an ambitious shot from Lawrence. Hannon Dalby delivers the ball well outside off stump.
Now we're playing in a one-day form, basically.
Inside edge, that'll be 4. Stroke of luck for Ben Folkes, but it's another profitable over for Surrey. 9 runs off the first 5 deliveries.
And anyway, it's a...
slower ball, and that's deposited not quite into the stands. 1 bounce 4 for Ben Folkes. Picked the slower ball early.
Which we were delighted about, because if Ramps turned up after 10, you know, he was never going to get rid of him. He was an absolute gun. So to which Steve, he said, if I'd known you're going to turn up at this time.
So the state of play as the players prepare to cross the rope. Surrey's second innings, which began on the second afternoon. They did quite nicely to reach 181 for 1 by stumps on day 2, but then rain got in the way, and yesterday it was largely a sodden affair, although they did add 95 runs, going at just on 5 runs and over in 2 shortened sessions. And now the job's an obvious one for the home side. Back quickly get out of there and take 10 wickets if the weather holds. Adam Collins with you, Yaz Rana with me to begin our coverage on the fourth morning. There is cloud cover, but there's more sun than yesterday. Let's hope for a full day of play. Hello.
Frustrating day yesterday, but I was very encouraged looking at the weather forecast first thing this morning, Colo. It's much, much better than it looked like yesterday. There's a chance that we get all 97 overs remaining in.
Yep.
And if we do, then all results are still very much on the table. Obviously, Surrey ahead in this game at the moment, but given their position in this game, how much time there is left in this game, and also Nottinghamshire likely getting a win at Worcestershire, it is likely that we see Surrey looking to advance their case as quickly as possible at the start of this day, and that opens up the possibility of all manner of things later on in the day.
Well, the fact that they were able to bat, I mean, it was only a brief session. It ran for 12.1 overs between lunch and tea yesterday, and they added 57 runs. They've nearly hit that bit where it's going to be nigh on impossible for Warwickshire to chase, unless something were to go calamitously wrong here in the first hour of play. They'll be in the position to declare and almost take winning out of the equation for Warwickshire. In conventional terms, in noting that Warwickshire need to win here as well, they'll have to bat in a spirited way to try and give themselves a chance to chase in the final session, and I suppose we'll come to that when the time is right. But it does mean here that Surrey can only really bat in one way. I suppose they'll give themselves a couple of overs to get themselves in, and then try and pile on the runs and get out of there at the time of their choosing.
Pretty much 97 overs to go. I suspect that Surrey will give themselves, if possible, 2 bites of the cherry with that new ball.
Totally.
Give themselves as much of a chance as possible to secure the win today.
Which would mean losing 2 overs with the changeover, right? So
Exactly.
if you consider 97, if we acknowledge it was 1 ball of that yesterday, Ed Barnard will start in a moment on this fourth day. Actually, Ben Folkes has pulled out, so he'll have to start again. So you'd be thinking, if you want 2 bites, the second bite probably needs to be of a sort of 7 or 8, half an hour, right, with the second new ball. So this may not last long. We'll see. An exciting final day starts at the Kia Oval. Folks squared up right away. So let's do some maths here. If you're pulling out at the end of an over, so to make sure it's only 2 overs and not 2 point something or another, and you want to give yourselves half an hour, if needs be, that's 87. Or 88, but let's call it 87. That would mean pulling out with 89 overs to go, which means that we're looking at a session of about 7.5 overs, possibly, if our maths and our assumptions are correct. Dancing here is Folkes, and pulling hard through the onside. Boundary right away. Surely Warwickshire are going to have to realise quickly here, Yaz, that they aren't bowling Surrey out. That's not the form here. They have to restrict the run flow. They have to protect the boundaries.
100%. And just after that shot, we have seen a field change. The man in at cover point has dropped to the boundary immediately. And we saw, to be fair to Warwickshire yesterday, they stuck pretty firmly to a plan of trying to contain Surrey. We saw their seamers really hang the ball wide outside off stump with the field to defend balls that wide. And credit to Surrey, they were still able to score briskly despite that containment ploy. But this is a very positive start to the day. 5 runs from the first 3 deliveries. You were throwing it forward and wondering what a declaration leaving 87 overs might look like. Let's say Surrey score pretty quickly. They get to a lead of about 320. That would leave Warwickshire needing 3.7 runs and over to win the game.
Yep. It's nearly dangling the carrot. I mean, I wouldn't quite describe it in those terms. Surrey will be playing their own game rather than thinking too much about the visitors. Very straight, just for one. Yeah, I think that's part of this for Warwickshire as well. How do they make sure that it's 40-odd runs and not sort of 80-odd runs? So that will feel different. If Surrey can go to town here and bat, let's call it an 8 or 9 and over, which is entirely possible with Dan Lawrence there and the established Ben Folkes and what they have to come. I'd imagine Jordan Clark might be earning himself a promotion here. If they can keep it to about sort of 3 or 4 and over, hard as it'll be, or even a run a ball, and just keep things broadly in check, ends the over here. 283 for 2, the lead's 281, and they can keep it at that sort of 320 mark. It's a fair point because there's so much time today. It would leave Warwickshire something that they could conceivably chase. It could lead to a fascinating ending here, given that remember, Warwickshire are third on the table. Warwickshire win here today, and they are right back in the title hunt.
100%. It's a fascinating added dynamic to all the carrot dangling chat that we're going to have, is that Warwickshire, not only they're playing Surrey here, they're playing Nottinghamshire in the final round. They will view it as if they can win all 3 games, they've got a very, very good chance of snatching the title away from the title favourites at the last moment. So I don't know if that makes it more or less likely for Surrey to dangle the carrot, because Warwickshire are super incentivised to go for it, because they're in a position in the table where relegation is an extreme improbability. So what else are you playing for this time of the season with 2 games and a bit to go?
Well, let's flip it around. So in over 1, we've given you the how do we set up the thrilling finish if you're Surrey and maximise your chance of bowling out Warwickshire. Michael Booth's going to operate from our Vauxhall end. The alternative approach would be, okay, they know that Notts are going to win today. Draw's still worth 8 points. I know you've argued against that through the season, Yaz, it being too generous. That by taking the 8 points that they could almost certainly manufacture here, bat till lunch or bat till after that, whatever it is, still give them a chance to bowl out Warwickshire, don't get me wrong, but to safeguard their position yet further, to take the win for Warwickshire completely off the table, barring a miracle. Might that be, Daniel was advancing that as an idea yesterday, they might be better placed going till lunch and make it more like 400 to win in 2 sessions to provide some insurance with the draw if they can't take the 10 wickets.
Well, that would guarantee the 8 points plus the bonus points they've accrued. But also, back to where Warwickshire are, Warwickshire still might have a go. As totally implausible a chase of 402 sessions might be, given where they are in the table and what they've got to play for, there's basically nothing to lose for them.
So maybe counterintuitively, the real, the most aggressive thing Surrey may do is that, because they know that Warwickshire have to have a data which inherently is risky, right?
100%.
So there are multiple ways of cracking the nut for Surrey. There's one of them, crunch. That'll be the first of many, you'd imagine, from Dan Lawrence, freeing that front leg, swinging over long on, shorter side of the ground. 288 becomes the lead.
Do you want a cautionary tale, Colo, of getting too creative at a point like this? I'll just go back 2 years ago to the 2023 County Championship, Surrey's second title win in their 3-peat. It was a very, very tight race. They were, if you remember, up against it. Essex for a lot of that season. And Essex hosted Hampshire in the penultimate round of games. And while that was going on, Surrey were at home to Northants. That was the round where Karen Nair scored 150, and Northants bowled Surrey out for 185, enforced to follow on. There's a bit of rain around that week, and Surrey basically took their medicine. Burns and Sibley secured the draw. We know we're not going to win this game, but let's absolutely make sure we don't lose. 30, 40 miles away in Chelmsford.
Cross the line, catch the call, but it won't make it to Zem Malik, who's patrolling the short rope in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School.
Maybe slightly more than that, but at Chelmsford, Essex were in a position where they could have forced a result. They looked to bat for the declaration. In the end, got themselves in a position with 153 for 8 after 28 overs, declared pushing for the win. Hampshire needed 267 from about 60 overs, and the Liam Dawson 100 got them over the line.
That's right. Pace off. Ends the over. A busy one for Surrey, who have taken their lead 291. So they've added, in the space of a couple of overs, 17 runs this morning.
But basically, Essex got their calculations wrong. Had they drawn that game, they would have taken the title race to the final week of the season. Surrey were going to the Utilita Bowl to play Hampshire again, actually.
Yeah, they got beaten there, didn't they?
Yeah, and Essex were already relegated Northants. And Essex ceded the opportunity to be in the title race, and given the fixture list, would have had a reasonable chance of overhauling that deficit. But they were too positive. They probably didn't quite realise just how valuable the draw was in their position, and that's where they lost the championship. So, from Surrey's point of view, they've done so much good in this game,
Yep.
I think their first thought will be, let's make absolute certainty that we're leaving this round top of the league.
With a minimum of a draw. So that
Exactly.
So that probably, well, that would rule out the bang, the second new ball option, which we were talking about in the first over. Nathan Gilchrist replaces Barnard here. Gets it very fine here. Resourceful Lawrence. This will get exciting. Into the 40s. Second boundary of the morning inside the line, and has all of those weapons at his disposal. 297 for 2. Yeah, the more we're talking about it, the more I probably agree, because the variable in all of this is that the need for Warwickshire to have a go at whatever they're set. So, as you said before, if it's 400, let's say they pull out at lunch, give themselves 2 sessions to take 10 wickets and be satisfied with that number of overs. Doesn't quite beat backward point. Then there's the imperative for Warwickshire to still have a crack. They'll need to go at what, 65 overs, 400 runs. Yeah, we're looking at run a ball anyway.
Well, the other variable is just how quickly Surrey score here. If we're sort of imagining that they go at 6s or 7s, if they go at 10s or 12s, then they're going to be up at 350 with the best part of 90 overs left in the game. And maybe they don't leave a whole lot of overs with that second new ball, but maybe they leave 2 or 3. It just gives them a little boost and a very short extra window to strike at the very, very end of this contest.
But it would bring Warwickshire back, even if they went at 10s. If they want to use the second new ball, that lead number wouldn't be far enough away to dissuade Warwickshire. It would just give them more overs. So if you're looking at first do no harm, if you're looking at managing it in those terms, maybe it's about runs and a lead of 400 plus, and accepting that that's bisected the 2 fielders out there. Folks to 50. Loves batting against Warwickshire. Got a great record in these contests over the years, and he's played his role here to perfection, taking the lead up to an even 300 as well. Surrey getting a lot right on this 4th morning, scoring at ease.
Yeah, Surrey have scored 26 runs from 2.5 overs here. So going at more than 10 runs and over. And actually, there's a world in which they get that lead up to 400 or near 400.
And they can still do it. Yeah. It would take a lot, but this is where Warwickshire, again, folks, goes in that direction. Great diving stop.
There's a catch.
Caught him out there.
Catch.
My apologies. I thought that was on the bounce. No, it's not. Terrific work out in the deep. Required a diving effort from Dan Mosley, and he's dragged it in. So Ben Folkes falls the ball after reaching 50, 452. Warwickshire get their first wicket of this final morning. Goes to Nathan Gilchrist, and, well, really it goes to Dan Mosley. Fine work. Leads 300. Folkes has got it up to there. He departs for 52.
That's a brilliant catch. He had a lot of ground to cover. The ball was going hard and flat. He dived to his right, dived low, got his fingers underneath the ball.
Wow.
Travelling at pace. It was almost behind him at the point at which he intercepts the ball.
You're right about it being flat. The way that Folkes hit down on the ball, that's what deceived me. He hit down on the ball, and he's taken that. He's taken that with one mitt as well. Over to his right. I reckon he's got that in one hand. So we're seeing Ryan Patel, not Jordan Clark, interestingly, but Patel was superb on day one. Crucial 72, long time ago in the game, but he at one stage added 58 with Matt Fisher for the 9th wicket when Surrey were 188 for 8. Well, the game's a long way advanced from there.
There's a lot of muscle left in this Surrey batting lineup. We saw how well he batted in the first innings. Ryan Patel, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, all of the bowlers can hold a bat too. We've seen real intent from Surrey this morning. I think we're not exactly sure when they will declare, but I think the intent shows that they have their sights on winning this game. It's not just about securing the draw. Obviously, that is the first step, but they are in hot pursuit of a total that they feel gives them the freedom to have that declaration.
mark first ball. So lead 301. Wonder how, with Lawrence, when he's back on strike at some stage, there were still 9 runs taken from the over. Whether Warwickshire just revert, I was going to say this before the ball before folks was dismissed, knowing that they're going to try and find the boundary from most deliveries. What's stopping Warwickshire from going 8 men back here? I don't really see any downside in permitting Surrey to milk 6, 7 and over if it means cutting off the 4 scoring opportunities and delaying this as far back as they can in order to reduce the number of runs they're set in the 4th innings, which we know they're having a dart at anyway.
I think to Lawrence that makes sense. We've seen already when Lawrence and Folks were batting in tandem yesterday, they had slightly different fields for Lawrence compared to what they had for Folks. To Lawrence, they were essentially offering up the single whilst protecting the boundary a little bit more, whereas for Folks, they cut off a few more single taking opportunities. I understand why you'd look to create a bit of pressure for the new man Patel, still getting his eye and just been at the crease for a couple of minutes. But to Lawrence, that makes complete sense to me. I suppose you want to make sure with that massive boundary to the gas holder side of the ground that you're cutting off the 2 as well.
That's true. It's no ball first delivery of the over, that helps for Surrey. So 3 runs from the first ball in turn, lead 304. Just going around the grounds to the game that matters most, and that's the one at New Road, where Knots have added 10 runs this morning. They're 46 for 1 in pursuit of a target of 136, with Freddie McCann 24, Ben Slater 20. So Knots, all things being equal, will have that wrapped up around lunchtime, which will send Knots to the top of the table pending what happens here.
Fascinating game at home between Hampshire and Sussex if they get back onto the park.
Wow, that contact is sweet, but it's gone straight to the fielder. Well, there you go. Twice in 2 overs, Surrey have had set men hole out. He nailed it, Lawrence, as well, but he just didn't get the elevation. Hit it flat. And he's gone for 43. So leads 304. We're in an interesting passage of play here where the wickets don't feel like they're overly important in the context of the game. However, the pace in which Lawrence can score at might be a factor. 306 for 4.
Yeah, I think it is important because we saw it in the England-South Africa T20 last night. It is difficult to go hard from ball 1, as the England batters certainly found in that 5-over chase. And Lawrence was in really fine form yesterday. He started well again today. So, yeah, I'm sure it will be slightly more difficult for the new men to score as freely as Lawrence was doing this morning.
So 43 from 44 balls, Lawrence, and hit 4 fours and a couple of sixes, one of them this morning. And he hit it straight down the throat of Sam Hain to give Booth a second wicket in this innings. And Jordan Clark will walk out at the fall of the 4th wicket, remembering that Dom Sibley is retired, not out, retired hurt from evening 2, so essentially in at number 7. There have been times when Clark's been able to come in at 8 or 9 for Surrey. They've had that kind of luxury. This week they've balanced it in such a way that they've got the 5 quicks, and Clark's central to that mission later today.
I think those 2 wickets might change a slight change in intent for Surrey, just because when we were speculating about the potential of Surrey leaving a target of 380 to 400 with 82 to 84 overs left, that required them to go at nearly 10 runs and over. That's going to be harder to do with 2 new men at the crease, but also they don't want to collapse totally in a heap and end up leaving Warwickshire with 325.
Sure, and also that the energy of the match as well, isn't it? You don't want the third innings of the game to end in a bit of a damp squib. We actually saw that with the first home game Surrey had this year, when Hampshire, from kind of nowhere, I wouldn't say they're not like-for-like situation, but there was rain about, they were trying to score quickly, and then it was Sonny Baker who picked up 5 wickets in a hurry and opened the game back up for Hampshire, who were chasing 300 plus, and they didn't get there. Bad light intervened, but it meant that when Hampshire started the 4th innings of the match, it felt a bit different. That's the job for Warwickshire here. Booth into the new man Clark. So men back at third man, fine leg, deep square leg, deep cover point. That's the long side of the boundary, but mid off up. Men at cover and mid wicket inside the fielding circle, so to speak, and a backward point. So there won't be much in Clark's half. They want him to ideally play square of the wicket. Takes on mid-on and through. Good assertive running to get off the mark.
You're right to bring up that Hampshire game early in the season. It was similar to this. We had more time left in the game at the end of that Surrey innings. But Surrey, looking to accelerate at the end of their second innings, went from 264 for 2 to 342 for 9 declared, to be fair, in the space of 14 overs. So they put on 80 or so runs in the final 14 overs, but did so losing a lot of wickets and gave them a little bit less flexibility in terms of their control of the game. Surrey started the Hampshire run chase brilliantly, had them down to 30 for 3, but it was a weird 30 for 3 because Hampshire used 2 night watchmen who were both out on that third evening. So Hampshire started the final day 35 for 3, needing 377. When the darkness and a bit of rain came, Hampshire was 300 for 5 in the end from 102 overs. So actually in a very, very decent position to go on and win the game. They still had Liam Dawson and Ben Brown to come.
So good over there for Warwickshire, getting rid of Lawrence and only 4 runs added, 307 for 4, leads 305, so 93 overs left on this final day.
The other thing to factor in is how the teams view the pitch playing, and we've seen a few times this season that actually it's just got better and better to bat on throughout the 4 days, and the early signs, I'd say, Colo, it looks pretty good again. It was pretty good yesterday from the 20 or so overs we got, and actually I think it's been pretty good since the first 2 sessions. I think the best time to bowl in this game were the first 2 sessions on day 1. Even towards the end of that second session, Ryan Patel was batting freely.
It's a misunderstood pitch in some respects, the Oval, because teams bring all the seamers in the world here, right? Understandably, every team fields first to make the most of the juice in it. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't turn into a place that's really good to bat. The characteristics have remained the same throughout the time that we've been doing the stream over the last 4 seasons, where in the 4th innings you are in the game, which is a factor for Surrey and how they choose to set this up, and the circumstances of Warwickshire season that we've already touched on. This could be an absolute belter of a finish. But bowled again, not letting Clark free the arms, which he's keen to do as a means of getting over mid-on or mid-off at some point.
Yeah, those 2 wickets have really applied the handbrake on this morning's action. I think they will, going back to what we said at the very start, Surrey will first of all look to ensure that the draw is secured at the very, very least. And those 2 wickets just make that ever so slightly less likely. So these 2 do need to consolidate a bit. They don't want to lose another 2 quick wickets, and as I said a few minutes ago, leave Warwickshire chasing 320.
Well, they're not going to go. First couple of overs of today, where Surrey took it from 276 to 302 in the space of 2.5 overs, whatever it was. If they're going at that tempo, swing and a miss, second time in the over. If they're going at that kind of tempo, then what you described around the get out, 2 cracks with a second new ball, which in that scenario would see them maybe declaring in a few overs from now. Had they been going at 10s, that could have been a viable option for them, whereas now that's off the table with so much time left in the game, and they'll lead at 305. And to this point, despite his efforts, Clark yet to really get going.
It's good, smart cricket. It's showing that there are dangers in being overly ambitious, as we saw with that Hampshire-Essex example from a couple of years ago. And you can see in here from the 4 Surrey players who've been in the middle so far, they've gone about their work differently depending on the match scenario. It's real intent from Folks and Lawrence first up, but because of those 2 quick wickets, Clark and Patel just taking their time a little bit, just making sure they get in.
ends the over. Just 1 run from it. So 306 the lead, 308 for 4, 92 overs left.
And this is where Warwickshire as well have to be bang on the money, and they were and have been for the last 10 minutes or so. Just don't give Surrey anything loose. Don't give them a freebie. Keep your foot behind the line.
Can I say one other game that's of interest to me today? Didn't look like it down at Taunton, but I've just got a bit of a feeling about that pitch and the way it might speed things up at some point. If Somerset can get it right. They made 441 for 6, remembering that Somerset are the only other team that could, realistically, if with a fair wind and everything went right, could snatch it. They've taken 3 quick wickets this morning, which means that for all the rain, they've got Yorkshire 33 for 3. Yorkshire still trail by 407. If they can get them following on late today, if they can give themselves half a day to bowl at Yorkshire a second time. So Yorkshire closed at 17 for none last night. So these 3 wickets have happened this morning. They've got a bit of momentum here. The wickets falling to Lewis Gregory and to Josh Davey. This is happening with the new ball initially. Finds the gap, hits that so well. Clark's been looking to swing through to leg side and he clears the picket fence in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. Needed that just to get the ball out the middle of the bat. 314 for 4.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot, but I do wonder, is going short with that very short leg side boundary the way to go against someone like Jordan Clark? Warwickshire in the last 10 minutes had a fair bit of success by just keeping it tight. They had 5 men effectively on the single from square and in front of square. Strike rotation was difficult for Surrey.
Yeah, top edge can go that way. Oh, strikes him on the back pad, and it's given. So 6 and out for Clark. 3rd wicket of the morning. Booth's 3rd of the innings. 314 for 5. There's still a bit going on in this game. The lead's 3-1-2.
Well, it's cliched, but I don't think the Surrey Seamers will mind watching that. That ball's kept low, hasn't it? Clark, back of a length delivery, goes back in his crease, and that's hit him on the knee roll.
The only thing that I thought it might have been sliding because it was doing quite a bit, but not the assessment of umpire Goff. Clark gone for 8 from 11 balls. So the ball after clearing the ropes, as you foreshadowed, Yaz, going a little bit fuller and rewarded for it. Booth, 3 for 52, his figures.
Yeah, it's fuller than the ball that went for 6, but by no means a full delivery. Yet that, fair to wonder exactly what the line was for that delivery, but it certainly wasn't going over the stumps. We have seen signs of inconsistent bounce throughout the game, particularly when the bowler's been bowling from this end, the Vauxhall end. The odd ball leaping off a length, the odd ball scuttling through to the keeper. Dom Sibley on the second evening was struck on the glove from a no shorter than a length delivery from Oliver Hannon-Dolby. So signs of inconsistent bounce. The new man, Gus Atkinson, Test 100 to his name, of course.
That'll be what's said of him every single time he walks out for the rest of his cricketing life.
Well, until he scores his second Test.
Until he scores his second one, that's right. It's that great quirk with Jason Gillespie, who's one of the finest fast bowlers I've ever seen, who invariably these days at events and so on introduces the animated Test 100. And he plays that up, of course.
Well, Adil Rashid, another one, of course.
Adil Rashid. Did you know he's got 10 first classes? Booth to Atkinson, new man here. Just going to quickly return to Somerset for my own curiosity. So Bairstow's batting with Lybe, their experienced man. But yeah, so 3 early wickets with the new ball. And they've got Jack Leach to deploy at some point, who you'd imagine will bowl practically half the day down there. I know it's a long way to go with 17 wickets needed, but an extended final day and yes, and a lot to play for Somerset. If they can. Where would that, if they, I mean, they must be 4th at the moment. 3rd, sorry, they've jumped above Warwickshire on bonus points in the game so far. Oh, struck on the pad as well. Booth turned down, high on Patel. Extra yard of pace that Booth possesses as well.
I think this shows what I think Surrey are going to do themselves when they bowl. They're going to bowl straight, a lot of stump-to-stump stuff. Try and use any inconsistent bounce that might be there in the surface to their advantage.
Only just going over, watching that back a second time, I thought more flap. It was probably top of the knee roll. And he was caught on the crease. So already 1 wicket in that form in this over. Booth finishes here. Patel plays watchfully. 3:15 for 5. 3 wickets this morning. Folks for 52. Lawrence for 43. And Clark for 8. Surrey's leads 3:13.
Just on that Yorkshire-Somerset game, if Somerset were to win, that would be an absolute killer for Yorkshire. Yorkshire done really well in the last few weeks. 2 wins and 2 draws in their last 4 games to get themselves outside the relegation zone. Durham 9 points beneath them. Then there's that cluster of teams just above the relegation zone: Yorkshire, Sussex, Essex and Hampshire. 5 points separate those 4 teams. A draw keeps them in that cluster. A defeat would have them just a couple of points above Durham. And to think to start today knowing that you just need to not lose 20 wickets to get the draw, that would be an absolute killer for them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be clear about this. Gilchrist goes again from the pavilion end. The probability of Somerset taking 20 in a day is very, very small. However, 3 in a hurry and them having so much scoreboard pressure, having made 400 plus, and so much incentive. They can have men round the bat all day, and they can get Leach on soon and leave him on all day. A man of his talent, experience at his home ground. I just have a feeling. I've just a feeling it might be the type of game we return to a few times today.
Sussex, Hampshire, that could be extremely spicy. I mentioned that Hampshire are in that cluster of teams about 10 points, 10 to 15 points clear of Durham in 9th place. Well, there's an added dynamic that Hampshire have received an 8-point deduction today.
Doesn't quite beat fine leg, gets 1 for it off the mark.
That was because of the pitch that they produced for the game at home to Sussex earlier in the season. Low scoring game that Sussex actually won. Hampshire in their 2 innings didn't reach 190, I think.
When was that game? Which month was it?
It's June.
So we've only now found out about a sanction for an offence committed in June?
Correct, yeah. The game
Shouldn't
was...
that, I mean, surely the information that was gathered for such a thing, it can't take 3 months.
But apparently the decision was made 9 days ago.
And we've only just found out about it. Okay. Well, still, point stands that it's a long time for that to have been outstanding.
100%, especially when it has such an impact on the remainder of the season. So Hampshire in that game, so the reason why I think it's particularly spicy is Hampshire 226 in their first innings, Sussex 122 in their first innings, so more than a 100-run lead in a game that is also very low scoring. Hampshire are then bowled out for 173, leaving Sussex 278. They've started well, they're 37 for 1.
Oh, that's cut him in half. Beautifully bowled.
They are not going to get on to the park until at least lunchtime today, so it may be that there's not enough time in that game to get a result. But if Sussex were to win that game, that would be some week for Hampshire, incurring that 8-point deduction and a defeat in a game where they were at least at one point well ahead. That would bring them right into the relegation battle.
Yeah, sure would. And just last bit of news before I jump off in a moment. There have been wickets at New Road. While we've been talking in the last half an hour, Notts have lost a couple in a hurry. They're 53 for 3, chasing 136. So there's some work to be done there as well for Nottinghamshire. They require 83 runs. Slater's still there on 22. However, this morning, having lost Hasiba Mead for a duck yesterday, bagged a pair. They've lost both Freddie McCann and Joe Clark for a duck. Ends the over here, 3:17 for 5. Daniel Norcross in for me. The lead's 3:15, 3 wickets here this morning. Folks, Lawrence and Clark for 52, 43 and 8. And I'm certain that Daniel Norcross will have strong opinions about the way in which Surrey might play it from here.
Well, our colleague and friend Ali Brown yesterday was in correspondence with a man at the ground at New Road who told him it's not going to be a walk in the park, that chase of 136.
And let's hope not. Let's hope it's I don't know what a walk in the park, the opposite of that is. Let's hope it's a trek through a jungle. Let's hope it's
But one
a
that
forced
ultimately,
march across the Saudi Arabian peninsula.
but one that ultimately ends with the person not getting out of the jungle.
Ideally, yeah. I mean, it's a sad story that, but one that I'm right behind.
How do you view how Surrey are going to play it from here? Initially, there was that intent from Folkes and Lawrence that going at tens,
That was acceptable.
and now they've lost 3 wickets in a hurry. The scoring rate is really dropped. I think at the start of the day, I think there was a genuine shot of Surrey getting up to 380 to 400 very quickly, perhaps even at a rate that gave them 2 bites of the cherry. Just about.
5 or 6 overs with a new ball, perhaps. The second new ball should be required.
Which could be incredibly useful. That looks like it's not going to happen at the moment, that the scoring rate's plummeted, and you don't want to be in a position, surely, where in search of quick runs you end up leaving Warwickshire something like 330 with pretty much a whole day of cricket ahead of you.
330 would be right out. But I'm spooked still by the Hampshire game and the way the pitch responded on the last day. And my assumption of the way Surrey will play it, and currently are playing it, is that they know that, not that they can't afford to lose, because they play Nottinghamshire next week, but the weather forecast is a trifle iffy, and if Nottinghamshire arrived here with an 8-point lead or 7-point lead, something of that sort, it would be a 7-point lead, wouldn't it? Then they have no incentive to chase the game at all. They would look to try and draw that game and rely on their last match at home against Warwickshire to get them over the line. So to stay in control, I think Surrey would prioritise not losing. But that is not to say that they would then also just bat time and bat through till lunch. So it's finding that balance. And I kind of tend to think that the balance is somewhere around setting between 4 3/4 and 5 and over, because there's just a tiny amount still in it then for Warwickshire to want to pursue their own championship ambitions.
But there's no reason for Warwickshire not to go for whatever Surrey leave them.
That's right. But at the same time, you need to be able to, well, if there's no rain at all today,
which is what the forecasts are now suggesting.
Which, well, we saw how Hampshire approached their target. They nearly got there, and then suddenly timorously sort of pulled out towards the back end. Now, I can't see Warwickshire doing that if they got themselves into a strong position. And I don't know, has the pitch shown any signs of awkwardness today? The occasional ones kept a little bit low.
The LBW to Jordan Clark kept low.
Kept low, yeah.
The one thing I would say about the Hampshire game,
It's a softer ball, though, don't forget.
True, and if the pitch does end up playing exactly like it did on the 4th day there, sure, it was difficult for Surrey to take wickets. They only took 2 wickets on that 4th day.
That's nicely guided away. Might get 2 here. Patel's pretty rapid between the wickets on this occasion.
Hampshire weren't able to score quickly on that day. It was one of those days where the pitch lost pace. It was hard to take wickets, but it was also quite hard to score runs.
Yes. I think it's a horribly difficult balancing act, and sort of look back at yesterday and you just wonder, might they have been able to sneak another half an hour in at various points, the way the tea break was arranged so that tea was taken at 3:20 in that nice little window when there was actually decent weather and the ground had been tidied up, and you wondered, could they have delayed the tea break and played for half an hour then? It's those little things. I think it's just a very difficult equation for Surrey, and at the moment, having lost those 3 quick wickets and with Dom Sibley unlikely to bat, you would think, they need to tick over and bat here. If it's only 4 and over for the next 5 or 6 overs, then I think that's probably right, and then reassess. That is beautifully played. He's only going to get the single for it. Well, Atkinson, my goodness, he's timed that well. What's your reading?
Well, this might sound absurd, but I actually think Surrey have played it really well this morning, despite losing 3 wickets in the last 38 minutes. Because they came out, I think, with real clear intent of trying to set up a chase that would have left Warwickshire needing pretty much 4 runs and over for the whole day, that would have given them a 20 to half an hour spell with the second new ball. But as soon as they lost Lawrence in particular,
Yeah.
the game plan has completely changed. Yeah, well fielded at short cover. The game plan has completely changed. They're making sure they get to minimum 350, 60, 70 as a lead.
Which is your minimum there? You're giving me 3.
Well, I guess if I said 350 first, that would be the minimum. Absolute minimum.
Yeah, that is the bare minimum, I would think.
But also obviously changes a little bit depending on how quickly you get there.
Well, a key fielding position here has been third slip. Ali Brown talked about it a lot in the first few days. And you can't really keep a third slip in if you don't set a significantly vigorous target. So there are all these little aspects to think about. Rory Burns is going to be able to keep attacking. He does have a 5-man pace attack, and bad light can also feature. Don't forget, the over rate has slowed down a bit today, so in order to get through the 96 overs, we're going to go through quite late, you would think. Single to finish the over, 5 off it, and that's the kind of scoring rate that I think for the next 25 minutes, half an hour, Surrey will be looking to go at. 325 for 5, the lead 323 with 88 overs remaining. Don't forget when Surrey are either bowled out or declare, you've got to take off 2 overs from what you see. So now there's a maximum of 65, a minimum I should say, of 85 overs remaining for Warwickshire. So if, which they won't do, Surrey were to declare immediately, they're required to be, well, getting close to 4, not quite 4 and over. Phil Walker's come to join us. It's a rather fascinating setup, isn't it? We're kind of just waiting for the phony war to be over, but it's quite an interesting phony war, this one.
62 for 3 at New Road. Still need 76.
Yes, that's a recovery from 53 for 3.
Yeah, okay, you've already been doing that, have you?
Yeah.
Fine.
What do you think? How are Essex getting on, by the way, in the
2 down, Durham. 20 for 2.
Right. I thought there was a spring in your step.
I've been talking to Vic Marks.
Oh, that's lovely. On the phone.
On the phone, yeah.
Yes, it's always a pleasurable experience.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
It's lovely. Talking about England captains of
His
yore.
new book. Yeah.
Indeed. So talking about his book, talking about Ben Stokes as well in the context of
He's a
England
big
skippers. He is indeed. He and argues that there's been few cricketers in the last few decades who have done more to protect and save and allow Test cricket to flourish.
Atkinson's got hold of that. And, well, has that just been brilliantly called? I believe it has. That's an incredible effort down at deep backward square, because that was flicked off the hip.
It's Bamber down there.
Ethan Bamber has charged forward, dived forward, and taken a really good catch two-handed, and that will probably even further slow Surrey's progress. It was a perfectly reasonable shot selection.
He just got it off the toe, I think, Dan. Certainly didn't get too much of it. It's a fabulous catch. Yeah, Warwickshire sticking in here. It's a funny situation for them as well, because in a way, the better they play, the more it extends the day. Surrey have to get to a point where they're comfortable with pulling out, assuming that they get there and they're not bowled out themselves.
6 down now, though, Phil. What about
potentially 7 as well, of course.
Well, indeed. What about the new ball?
Yeah.
What about change of tack?
Yeah.
What about if you go bang, 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 as Colo would say, then you might end up with a chase of 335, 340 in 80 overs.
Well, they'd have to go for it. From Surrey's point of view, as Yaz was saying rightly, there's no surprise that they came out and that they looked to play their shots initially, that Lawrence would have been the key man initially, and obviously he holed out, and so you have to slightly recalibrate, but they don't want to get to a situation here, Surrey, where they get Warwickshire 7 or 8 down and then then the clouds roll in and the light meters come out and all of that. That would be a great disappointment, considering what a propulsive cricket team they are.
Well, it would be, but at the same time, that would guarantee that they still go into the match against Nottinghamshire with a 1-point lead.
True.
And they'll back themselves in that game to win.
Yeah.
But the weather may prove a factor. And so what you don't want to be doing is giving Nottinghamshire a 7-point lead going into that game. And to a degree, they can control that. If I was Warwickshire, though, I would just be slightly tempted here to go on the attack.
87 still to bowl today, so you'd be looking, if they were to take 3 quick ones, and we assume that Dom's not going to be batting.
Yeah, they have 83, 82, 83 overs.
Yeah, and so you're looking at
4
and over?
Yeah, which feels eminently doable.
It does. All I would add is that how many times in recent years have we seen teams try and play front foot cricket against Surrey here in South London, and they get blown away because this seam attack is so not just attacking, but it's relentless in its lines as well, and they can rely on each and every
5 of them.
yeah, each and every component. Sibley in the pads, interesting. Okay, so that shows perhaps where Burns' mind is.
Well, I would say that that's a kind of insurance policy, wouldn't you? If necessary, to try to take 4 or 5 overs out of the game. It's such a narrow equation we're dealing with here, and it can be as little as a few overs here, a few overs there. 326 for 6, so 87 remaining.
I'm also mindful as well, Dan, that people who sit in these kinds of boxes, as we're privileged enough to do, we often say, pull them out, get going.
Well, you do. I don't. I'm way more cautious.
Right, okay. I guess you have a particularly vested interest here.
Well, I'm also a timorous man.
Yeah, I guess so. Behind the bluster. But looking at, from a professional, gnarly point of view, Burns' decisions here make perfect sense, of course.
They do.
You have to marry up the attacking urge with pragmatism, and this is what he's doing. 3-2-4 is the lead.
Oh, what a catch that is. Another one goes down, the 5th of the morning. Warwickshire's fielding has been exceptional today. That was carved away, nicely timed, and just taken a couple of inches off the ground. That is quite the grab. Surrey lose their 7th. And I wonder, will it be Dom Sibley coming out to bat now?
It is Sibley coming out, Daniel. See him ambling down the steps. What a catch.
Will Young with the catch. And, well, did he turn to Ryan Patel and say, I think you're going to have to leave right now?
Oh, dear, oh, Lord. It's an evergreen joke.
It really is. Have you been dancing, crying on the dance floor of late?
I've been in Trinidad, haven't I? I might have mentioned that yesterday or the day before, yeah.
Oh, now then, we've got a runner as well.
Right.
So the
and it's the skipper.
2 openers coming out together. This isn't a bad move, is it, by Rory Burns here? He's sort of able to control the narrative here. He's coming out so he can sort of actually tactically mastermind what happens with these 3 remaining wickets. But Surrey have lost all their big guns today in double quick time. 326 for 7, a slender lead, 324, but it feels somehow slender when what they would have been aiming for was 400. And I wonder how Surrey play this now. I think there's a little bit of digging in to be done for a few overs yet.
You're really not going anywhere, are you?
I'm not. We've got the farcical sight of runners, which can cause utter chaos. Don't forget, this could be great fun. For those of you who need a reminder, when the batter is on strike, the runner goes and stands pretty much next to the square leg umpire. And then the batter then goes to the square leg umpire if he gets a single. And the runner goes and stands at the striker's end. It can cause magnificent mix-ups.
So not least among the fieldsmen, because they had a man in at second slip on the leg side, and I think he thought perhaps Burns was coming out to bat, and now he's shifted more to leg gully. So they are crowding him here. 2 straightish mid-wickets, well, a wide mid-on and a short mid-wicket. That man around the corner.
My new ball, though. What do you think?
Go for it. Why not? Why not?
If I was Warwickshire, I would be sorely tempted here to change tack.
I hear you. And yet it's worked quite nicely as things stand for the last few overs.
Yeah, I suppose you see for the next 2 or 3 what Surrey's approach is going to be, and if it's insufficiently attacking for you, then you can try and...
It really was a wonderful catch, wasn't it?
It was brilliant.
By Will Young. Kind of quite nonchalant as well.
Now then, Sibley's got to remember not to run.
Yeah.
Burns has got to run. He's going to come back for a couple. So he's not standing by the square leg umpire. What's happening here is the square leg umpire is now at point. Because, of course, we don't have an umpire referral system here. So the umpire's got to be able to see. Burns is a long, long way away. I don't know if it can be there. We can see Rory Burns there. And he is, well, what, 10 pitch widths away from where the action is taking place. And similarly, the umpire is about 10 further pitch widths way on the other side, or 7 or 8 maybe. So we might just be able to see it as we pan round. Still haven't found the umpire yet. I promise you, he's there to your right. Now then, this could be tight. It's very hard for me to tell because Burns is so far away from where the ball is being thrown. But
it's a tough gig for the umpire as well.
It's a tough gig for the cameraman because the cameraman, we need to be able to have a side-on view from so far away in order to be able to see where Burns is. It's tough for the umpires. It's tough for the batters. It's tough for the runners.
It's a good laugh for us, though.
It is. It's a novelty as well because you don't see it very often, do you? And now the umpire's moving across the square leg when the runner is at the non-striker's end. So the umpire's got a fair bit of exercise to do here. It's just as well Michael Goff's as fit as he is. Another bouncer. And presumably Rory Burns would have spoken to Tom Laws, told him what the plan is.
Hannon Dalby's warming up down at deep third, so perhaps your request for the new ball may yet transpire. That would be another interesting element to this.
By the way, dear watcher, don't trust the minimum remaining today on your screen. Now they're going to just take the single, which means that Laws will keep strike, and Dom Sibley can now go and, well, where's he going to go? He's got to do quite a lot of walking himself here, because now he's got to make his way towards square leg with the lead 328. The minimum overs remaining today is actually 86, not 64. So should Surrey either declare or lose 3 wickets in this over, for example, you're then down to 83 overs remaining, which is not quite 4 and over. That's what you've got to keep your eye on here. And Surrey are going to want to set, I'd say, a fair bit more than 4 and over. Andrew?
Must have told you the John Cummins story with runners.
No.
Haven't I?
I don't think you have. You must tell me that after this ball.
Yep.
Booth hunting a 5th.
Good player, John Cummins. Good enough to play 3 test matches for South Africa. His test career ended his last innings at the Wanderers against New Zealand, I think it was. He went out to bat with a runner. He had a hamstring injury or whatever it was. Scored a few runs, and then he hit one through the covers and set off running himself.
Not a good move, that.
As his runner obviously went at the same time as well. And he went... He was run out going for a 3rd run.
Oh my goodness!
Diving in at the at the bowler's end.
It's a heck of a hamstring injury.
That was the end of his Test career. And the worst part, well, I don't know if it's the worst part, but of course, if you're a runner and you get run out if you're batting and you've got a runner and you get run out yourself, whatever runs you've run don't count.
Oh,
so he
is that
didn't even
right?
get the 2 runs that he'd completed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Oh, every day's a school day. This is brilliant.
It is when the maestro's around.
Right.
There was that, I think it was at Sydney, when Mark Waugh was running for Steve Waugh.
Yes.
And he was on 98 or 99, I think. And Mark Waugh either ran him out or ran out his partner to leave his own brother 99 in a test match. I'm pretty sure. Does that ring a bell?
It does ring a bell. Yeah.
Mid-90s, the Ashes test. 95.
Have you ever batted with a runner?
No, don't think so. Can't remember. No. I mean, I'm suitably pretentious to have done so.
I did it 7 matches running in 1989 when I was captain.
Of course you did.
Opened the batting.
Yeah, sure.
Hit a couple of 4s. Pretended I'd done a hammy. And each of those 7 occasions, it was a purple patch for me. I got out between 40 and 49 7 times running.
That's beautiful, that.
With a runner.
Because it would be vulgar to get up to 60, 70 odd, wouldn't it, really?
I didn't want to pay for the jug.
Yeah, sure.
But yes.
Yeah, those school fees don't last, do they, Dan?
No. Well, they didn't get paid to me, unfortunately, in school fees.
Maestro, is there anything in it?
Yeah, I'm just getting the details. It looks like he was running for Craig McDermott, actually.
Yeah, right,
Steve was there,
okay.
and
Okay.
he got run out with Steve on 99. Oh.
Excellent.
The difficult thing is that you do automatically, when you play the shot, you sort of start to run, even when you're a bit injured. It can sort of happen because it's just it's a muscle memory, really. Oh, it's chipped in the air. It's just landed in front of mid-on.
That looked like a rather awkward shot there for Dom Sibley. Obviously, he's much inconvenienced by this injury.
Well, yeah, clearly hampered.
Yeah. The snag for Surrey is that they're not really taking this innings on.
They're not advancing the game.
So this is it. So they're a little bit stuck in the mud at the moment.
Just a reminder, those minimum overs remaining are not 63.1.
Yeah. Can we get that addressed, Daniel?
Well, I don't know. By saying it, one sometimes hopes that one might. That's the end of the over. There are 85 to be bowled. The moment a ball is bowled, there'll be absolute minimum of 82, which will take the requirement over 4 and over. So we have reached an inflection point here.
Yeah, so 1995 at Perth, Ashes Test. Craig McDermott at number 11 with a runner. Steve Waugh on 99, not out. And Mark Waugh got run out as Craig McDermott's runner. And apparently he said, I never dive even for my own runs.
Of course he doesn't. Too good. Too stylish.
Might
Steve Waugh being a less gifted player, he's always had junk up his front, didn't he? Covered in mud and all that. Famously that 100 he made here, 150 on one leg and so on, whereas Mark Waugh an altogether more finessed kind of player.
He did, but also upturned collar, of course, as well.
Yeah.
But one has to wonder what possessed us to think that he might have been the right man to be a runner.
Yeah,
you know?
especially with the family psychodrama as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sure that, talked a good game, but deep down he'd have been hugely resentful.
Yeah, for sure.
Steve was the captain after all.
Yeah, yeah.
And probably the older by about 10 minutes, and the way of twins is that they don't half bang on about things like
indeed. I mean, carries the nickname Junior around with him, doesn't he? Yeah. That classic kind of Aussie style. Chopping you down. Shot.
That's nicely played. Now then, the runner's going to have to run these possibly, or is it just going to trickle? It does, just trickle over the rope down at deep mid-wicket. Well, a relieving boundary for Surrey. Takes the lead up to 335.
A lovely shot. Another gentle reminder that Tom Laws can bat. He's not just a wicket taker. Excellent young cricketer.
We're coming up to the end of the first hour. What did Surrey start on? 4 down Nottinghamshire. What's the score?
71 for 4, 65 needed.
That's nicely driven. They should take the single. Good bit of fielding it. Short extra cover.
Jack Haynes goes for 10. Ben Slater's still there. And he's joined by Kyle Verane. But that's going to go all the way to the wire.
Do you think?
I do. Look at the scores in the game. I watched a chunk of it yesterday in amongst the bad light calls and all the rest of it. It's
spicy deck.
It's not easy to score on that, Dan. Even you'd struggle back in your
Even
pomp.
I. Yeah.
Even in your pomp.
Yes, well, I played on a road. That's nicely driven. Won't make the boundary, though. We'll have to come back for 2. So keeping my eye on Rory Burns, who's running away a long way away to our left.
And Tom Laws had to locate him because you normally do it with just a look.
Yeah.
But he had to try and find him out there in the ether.
It's slightly obscured as well by a fielder just in front of square on the leg side.
So this is more fruitful over. 7 from the first 4. Sibley on to 70.
Oh, I say, a bit of improvisation, and he's going to get away with it. And Hannon Dolby was running in from the deep third boundary, and he nearly got there. And instead he's exposed this rather magnificent long black sock. And just the one leg. Like it's an intriguing look to Hannon Dolby. He does sort of have the limbs of a newborn giraffe, and it's sort of come even more into sharp focus as we see the replay of that little improvised ramp from Sibley.
I thought that was going to carry to him, Daniel. He's maybe slightly sluggish off the mark.
Oh, he's pulled that away nicely. It'll just be the single, though. So, 10 off the over has propelled Surrey up to 343 for 7. The lead 341. The requirement 342. There's going to be, well, another over is going to start. So, 81 overs remain if they were to pull out at the end of this over. And the requirement, therefore, goes up to sort of round about 3 1/4. I'm going to get out of the way. Adam Collins is going to have to try to navigate the Byzantine maths after some more from you, Phil.
Intriguing seeing this play out up at New Road. Cast a shadow over proceedings here as well. 65 runs still needed for Notts.
How many down are they? Sorry, Phil.
They're 4 down.
4 down now. They'd lost 2 in a hurry to start the day.
Yeah, and they've just lost Jack Haynes as well. So
McCann's still there.
Ben Slater's still there.
Oh, sorry, Slater's still there.
McCann went early.
Okay. And Clark for a duck, wasn't it?
Clark for a duck.
Okay. Ethan Bamber. This game is poised very interestingly. More by the minute, it feels. Rana out there and all that jazz. Sibley 73. To his happy place out to deep mid wicket. Single first ball of the over. So you can ignore that 61.5 on your screens. That's not how many overs are remaining today. There's 83.5 overs left in this match. We've nearly hit the point where the second new ball's a moot point, which Jazz and I was setting up earlier in the day. If Surrey got off to an absolute stonking flyer, and they kind of did, you know. 26 runs in 2.5 overs before the wicket started falling. There would have been a world where they could have conceivably had a crack at sort of 5 or 6 overs with a second new ball. But that's gone out the window due to the wickets. There have been 5 of them this morning. Folks, Lawrence, Clark, Atkinson, Patel. That collapse, if you want to call it that, because obviously we're trying to score quickly, but 5 for 24. And this pair have since put on 19. What's your gut say? They're batting till the end, and
I think 3 overs.
Oh, you think they will pull out?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Because Yaz and I were sort of in a roundabout way. We got to a different landing point. I'll give you the cliff notes. We started there. We're like, yeah, we think they'll pull out. Then we're like, well, hang on a minute. Warwickshire are going to have a dart anyway. Let's try. That is to say, they are heavily incentivised to chase whatever they're set, even if it seems wild. Why not leave them loads and let them get themselves out deeper into the day when still hunting maximum points? So
and I hear that, but I think 3-4-4 in 80 odd overs is already loads with Surrey's pace attack.
Look, probably, yeah.
And
almost certainly.
But of course he wants the insurance.
Yeah.
It would be a disaster to not pick up those points, those 8 points for the draw. So, but I think 3 or 4 fruitful overs from here at 7 or 8 and over, as was the previous over, then you're 370 from 78 overs against that attack. You know, it's a 1 in 20 chance for Warwickshire.
Yeah, no, I certainly share that view. But if you were looking at the, more conservative position, it would be bat till you're all out, or you know, or nearer to lunch.
Sure.
At the very least. try and get that lead towards 400, if not 400, if you can eke it out to that point.
Yeah.
And you really put Warwickshire into a tough spot where they've got to go for it anyway. And you might get...
Yeah.
You might be the beneficiary of a couple of early wickets there, and then that's a different kind of scoreboard pressure where they've got to go at 7s and they've only got 6 wickets in the shed, and they're duty bound to keep cracking on, because if they don't, that eliminates the chance of Warwickshire winning the championship.
The other factor as well is that Surrey will back themselves to get a result next week.
Yep.
In the decider. Because
good seed to finish. Only 3 runs from Bamba's set. 344 is the lead.
Because they do always here get a result year after year after year.
Ooh. By the way.
So they will rationalise it that the only problem is a defeat here today. A draw by no means a disaster, because it means that they are still at parity with Notts if Notts get over the line at New Road, and then they face them down at home next week on their own tracks at this place where they're basically impregnable. I tell you what, though, from a neutral's point of view, it really would set things up beautifully. Yeah, I've just seen it.
So wickets tumbling.
Wow.
I'm gonna. First things first, we'll deal with what's going on at New Road. Raina's been dismissed. It's 73 for 5, which means that Notts still require 63 runs.
That's a lot of runs.
83 runs. Sorry, I misread that. 83 runs for their target of 136.
No, you're right. 63. So 63
no,
runs.
Right, you are. Sorry, I've looked at the wrong number on my screen. 63 runs to go, and it'll be with Raina gone, bowled by Allison. Hannah Dolby operating from the pavilion end. So Lyndon James will carded at 7, very, very useful player. Likewise, Liam Patterson-White. The updated overs remaining numbers been fixed on the screen as well, by the way. 82.5 to go. Now we're better. And also, I don't know if you've been following this, Phil. I got quite interested overnight in what would happen if Somerset got busy this morning. Well, have they ever? They've just taken a 5th wicket, and they haven't even needed to turn to Jack Leach yet. So to set this up, that's steered nice and fine, deep third. They'll probably come back for 2 with the runner, and they do. Equal to it comfortably. He's
really developed that particular shot,
yes,
as Dom Sibley. Saw it in the first innings, seen it a lot across this summer. Kane Williamson running it off the face, but so late. Essentially, you middle it down to fine third. It's a lovely shot if you've got it. Fruitful one for him. 77 now.
So the 5th Yorkshire wicket to fall is Matt Revis, who's leading the country this year in the championship for runs. I'm pretty sure he's still ahead on that benchmark. So Revis gone, leaving them 52 for 5. So in summary, Somerset need 15 more wickets. They'll need to enforce the follow-on. They're still 389 ahead, having made 441 for 6. But they're yet to even turn to Leach, who at some point will get on with Archie Vaughan, and they will bowl till the bitter end. I reckon if you're looking at that game, there's heaps more life in it, and they're currently in 3rd spot. So Somerset can do the utterly remarkable and bowl out Yorkshire twice in a day. That's another element to consider in the wider picture. What a season it's been.
It has.
It's been an absolutely brilliant, competitive season. I know there have been fewer wins, but that has meant that when teams have gotten over the line and claimed full points, that it's had an enormous effect on the standing of the teams.
We were just talking about runners, notorious moments, and I brought up the Mark and Steve from Perth, 95.
Horrible. Horrible business. Well, 97 Steve was.
Classic.
Yeah.
Absolute classic.
And Steve Waugh never made 100 at Perth. The only ground he missed out on in Australia. Crunch hard to backward point. Of course, Steve Waugh made at least 150 in every test country or something absurd. But Perth is the quirky one on the stats chart, and it was when Mark was running for him. I think Samo's got something to contribute here.
No, we were mentioning it earlier when Mark was running for Craig McDermott.
Oh, sorry, Craig McDermott, my apologies.
Well, I was just going to mention Revis. So he's not leading run scorer, but he is leading the averages.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
79.77 going into this round of matches, 718 runs.
Made 300s in a row. He's a very good cricketer. He didn't have a good game here when Yorkshire really struggled. But
Sibley
he's
retains a strike, 348 the lead.
Yeah, but he's a very good cricketer. Kind of cricketer that England will inevitably look at. Bowls muscular pace, right side of 80,
Yep.
gives it a whack at number 6-7. Youngish, strong, dynamic kind of player.
We're going to have to resolve one thing with him before we get too deep into his career, though. I was told by Yorkshire last year to call him Matt Revis, not Revis. And I said it on commentary this year, and I had a number of people say, no, it's Revis. I'm like, that's one of those names like Labuschagne, like Moses Henriquez. If you don't get it right early, you end up in a world of pain for their whole career.
Well, for me, it has to be Revis. But I've gone with the prevailing wind as well. That
Yeah.
Revis just doesn't quite fit right to me. But anyway.
So Ethan Bamber, we know how to say his name. He's bowled really nicely through the match, although his numbers won't strictly show it. 3 wickets. Can he get a fourth here? So that takes Sibley into the 80s. He's hit 16 of them on one leg with a runner in a partnership that's now worth 25, and just settling things down after Surrey lost 5 for 24 this morning. Samo?
Oh, whatever Matt's, how you pronounce Matt's surname, he does have an exceptional record batting against the Kookaburra ball. 676 runs at an average of 225.
Kookaburra specialist.
Kookaburra special.
We might have to get into that at some stage. You know, we specialise more and more in the game. Who are guys that are brought in only for the Kookaburra rounds? Who are your flat track bullies?
Nice.
Pace off from Bamber. Could be 2 there. Pretty comfortable. Moves the lead to 352. So much time left in the day. Wonder what sort of conversations are being had in the Surrey dressing room right now. Rory Burns and the Brains Trust, are they mirroring the chats that we're having about what might be different scenarios, or have they come here this morning with a very clear plan?
Well, it's interesting that Burns himself is running, so he can orchestrate things from the middle.
Didn't consider that. He is the runner, isn't he? At least what's going through his head.
But there's not been anything rash. There's not been anything especially funky. They've played these two straightforward cricket. They can be quite comfortable with life if this game ends up as a draw.
Mm-hmm.
The odds are hugely stacked in their favour for next week, even against a very good side in Notts. And this is with the big caveat that Notts may yet not get over the line. What a dream that would be for Surrey.
Where it's tough is that Surrey, on paper, if you looked at this scorecard right now and said, right, 81 overs left in the game, of course you lose a couple for the... But final day, 353 ahead with Surrey's bowling lineup, you could make the case that they're duty-bound to throw everything they can at the wind, get out as soon as possible, and run that risk of Warwickshire running over the top of them. In the hugely improbable event they got to run on. That's clever batting.
Beautiful.
Sibley gets it over the keeper. Short boundary, lifts it for 4, moves to 84. 100 in the frame for the injured Surrey opener here as well.
And that's the first bit of improv that either of these two have shown in this sprightly partnership.
And I only say that if you flip it round, if they were to fall a point short or 2 points short, they'd be gutted if they didn't get the job done today.
This is it.
Given how far ahead in the game they've found themselves, even allowing for the collapse this morning. Sibley won't keep the strike, but he has collected 10 runs from the over, or Surrey have anyway. 359 for 7, so maybe Sibley century could be an appropriate time to pull out as well, as far as having a nice note to leave on. I don't think that'll be too much of a conversation. These battle-hardened pros won't be thinking about a milestone that he's reached many times before, but still.
There's been one or two moments where he's looked inconvenienced on the full one, trying to punch it through the covers, and you can see that he's battling the pain. But aside from that, anything short, climbed into the pool, a couple of uppercuts, and that scoop just now. This game's in very good order, as it has been all year.
So gets the strike back after one ball here.
So just in this final few deliveries, we've seen a change in emphasis. Law's running down the track, Sibley opening up the scoop shot. Lead now 3-5-8. 78 overs to come back if this is the last. Surely that's beyond the reach.
Goes it again. And this time it goes all the way. Tom Sibley living the Vida Loca. Up to 90. 366 for 7. 10 away from a ton.
Well, it's been a joy to see how his game has evolved since his second coming here at the Oval. Identified where he wanted to improve, watched the white ball guys in the other net clearing the front leg and thought, I'll have a bit of that, thanks very much. I basically got to the top of my talent as a defensive-minded accumulator in county cricket. Let's add another layer or two to my story, and that's what he's done so brilliantly here. You see it now in white ball cricket. He opens in T20, does it very well. And you see him in red ball, and he has basically the complete game for this level now.
Ball going through the rings, or at least it will in a minute. The second year ball did have an effect. In saying that, did they even take it? Looking at that ball now, I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure that was.
There was no indication that I caught.
Yeah, they were entitled to take it. Some 3.5 overs into today.
So we move on. Sibley into the 90s. As you say, Adam, it shouldn't really be a factor, but it might be a happy consequence anyway. If they're maybe saying 2 more overs,
yeah.
So we can scavenge from that.
Passing thought, you wouldn't want to see 60 or 90 seconds taken out of the game too often if you're Surrey.
No, for sure.
Noting that bad light
For sure.
this time of year, they're not going to be using a spinner. It'll be tough to maintain an over rate of 16 overs an hour anyway.
Yep.
They just want the game to continue here, and they've lost at least 60 to 90 seconds. Not blaming anyone for that, but 10 away from 100. Sibley goes again, finds the gap, goes big. Terrific batting. Back-to-back sixes, Dom Sibley. And moves to 96 in the process.
Well, how about that? What a shot. That is a screamer. Flat and hard. Normally you can pick up the line, the trajectory, but that had sped past our eye. Clatters into the steps there. 3 men out on the leg side. None of them moved. 96. Should retire her a bit more. What a joy.
Tell me about it.
Sees off the new ball, has a bit of a rest, comes back, 4 away.
Pace off. Well handled to 97 with a single. How will Laws play this? 2 balls left in the over, Phil.
I think he'll run down the track, try and pop him over long on. Or just bunts it straight down the ground instead.
Works as well. It all works for Surrey right here.
Yeah.
They've now taken it to a 50-run partnership. 51 these two have put on in double time as well. 377 for 7. And after that collapse, this was exactly what the home side needed, just to make sure that they'll enter the 4th innings of this match with their tails up. And indeed, it could be with a Sibley ton as well. Andrew Sampson.
I reckon it's the first time Sibley's hit consecutive 6s in his first-class career.
Oh, beautiful.
Consecutive balls. He's never. I mean, he's only got he had 1 innings where he's got 3 in total, and a couple others with 2, 3 or 4 others with 2 in total in an innings. But first time he's hit off consecutive balls.
So just a single.
Yes, we'll keep the strike. Or indeed, they might want 2 here, and no. Just for a moment, it looks like Laws was thinking, well, if I get 2 here, the strike goes back to Sibley. It'll mean that they'll play 1 more over. There's no way they're declaring with Sibley on 97, I suppose. But
Yeah.
it'll be Laws on strike initially.
Lovely by Burns, saying, don't worry, you just stay there. We'll have another over at least, thank you very much. I love it when the maestro says, I reckon, or I think. And you know he's just being modest.
He knows.
As far as I recall.
Well, it does rely on the computer database to be correct and the queries to work properly and things. But yeah, I couldn't find any other cases in the rest of his career, so I would assume it's right.
I'm off, Adam.
Oh, you're done.
Cameron Ponsonby is going to join us.
Okay, that's fun. Thanks, Phil. We'll catch you later on. It's going to be a great day here on the Surrey stream. Follow every single ball. Lead 376. Ethan Bamber to Laws on 19. Partnership 52. Oh, swing and a miss. It didn't get up. It was pace off from Bamber as well. Cameron, good morning to you.
Good morning, Adam. Morning, Samo.
Good morning. All
Lovely.
right.
I'm very well. I'm in a very good mood this morning. Excited for a day of cricket ahead.
Oh, raining at Somerset. That's disappointing. I was all over that result. Well, 15 wickets to go, but I was all over the story arc of that. And still 5 down at New Road. Notts need 59 runs. They're 5 down. Skews it to cover. That'll be a wicket. So Bamber gets a second. Easy as it comes. An excellent partnership, though. It was worth 52. That 5 for 24 passage of play, it felt like there was a chance that Surrey would get, if not knocked over, at least kept in check. But now with the lead at 376, it's in no small part due to Tom Laws, who added 19 in 23 balls.
No, did his job, Tom Laws. He was out there to force the issue along. Sorry, doing their best. Just up this run rate as much as possible. Sure they'll let Sibley get to 3 figures. I haven't quite worked out what the magic number for Surrey is when they'll want to call it quits and have a bowl, but...
Welcome to the conversation we've been having for the last hour or so, Kat.
I imagine it has been, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it skewed off a bit when they were losing wickets into one of, well, let's just see where they're at in half an hour. They need to consolidate here. But instead of, they didn't truly need to consolidate because the field was still spread. And Sibley, despite being injured, looks good to go from the outset. Then a couple of 6s and so on. And a couple of scoops from Sibley as well. Got that run rate back above 4 and over.
I heard Phil explaining just how Sibley basically maximised his red ball abilities and kind of decided to pursue his talents in another direction. I've been also interested in just how far away from the middle Rory Burns has been standing when he has been acting as a runner. He's currently at the non-striker's end, but he's several hundred yards away.
Well, yeah, I wonder what...
I think it's quite a good tactic, 'cause if you do get run out, there's no way the umpire can see.
Well, yeah, it's a good point. I wonder what celebrity groundsman Lee thinks of Burns being on that part of the square. Maybe he's directed traffic. So Matt Fisher batted terrifically well in the first innings on day one. Different job here. It's to give the strike to Sibley, and he does so first ball. It was Fisher who walked in when Surrey on day one were 188 for 8. That was an opportunity that Warwickshire did not seize. Partnership of 58 with Ryan Patel. down the list. Unlucky not to get more of a crack with the ball.
Andrew had a wonderful statistic about the average partnership that Matt Fisher has been involved in this year, kind of showing his value down the order. I think it was around about 40 or so.
Yeah, 44 I think it was, yeah.
Further contributing with the bat in the first innings here.
So Sibley 97. Tries to attack that short boundary where there are 3 fielders positioned, a long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. There's a fine leg, a third man, a deep point. So 4 men up, a mid off, a cover. Man just behind point. No, sorry, 3 men inside the circle. I picked out Rory Burns at square leg as the runner. I thought he was fielding there. Not quite. There's that deep point. There's a muscle memory as well when you're batting with a runner. I haven't done it too often, but I had a couple of times when you hit the ball and you instinctively start running, which can often make it worse. I thought runners were no longer. I'm not sure. We've gone through periods of time where they've been fine and not fine. What's the
international cricket?
Not at all in
cricket,
internationals.
yeah, but they're still in the laws. So
It is. It's always a recipe for chaos, and it probably is quite advantageous to Surrey at the moment to have their captain out there.
Oh yeah.
Directing proceedings. It must be also a really strange, from a mental perspective, for Dom Sibley, a century that's started on day 2 and is going to conclude on day 4. He came to the crease on 64, so he only had to make 36 more runs this morning.
Keeps the strike again. It's Fisher this time. There was a wicket in the over, that of Laws, so Bamber's picked up 4 for the match. 381 for 8, the lead's 379. 79 overs left, of course 2 deducted for the change of innings as and when. A day that began with Surrey in the lead by 274, so they've added 105 runs in 96 minutes since the resumption. And you can see there a flurry of wickets. Folkes and Lawrence, who were the set men, falling after a brisk start. Then Patel, Clark and Atkinson in a hurry. But from there it was Laws and Sibley, who came back after being retired hurt. Put on 52. Rob Yates developed some spin here to change up the flow. See if they could pick up these last couple Warwickshire and get chasing, which is what we expect they will do. They have to do, given where they're positioned in the championship. Plenty more cricket in this match to play out. The probability of a sleepy draw, very, very limited here at the Oval.
The weather forecast is playing ball as well. We've got kind of the sunny and cloudy and rainy graphic from the Met Office at about 3 o'clock when it's 80% chance of rain. And that's the worst it gets, and I think we'll be okay for getting a full day's play in.
I downloaded the Daniel Norcross app last night that he's obsessed with.
Wait, which one's this?
Couldn't quite work it out. I'm going to need a tutorial from Daniel on how to use AccuWeather properly. There's a couple of bits sort of, hang on, can't be that complicated. Impatient me spent 2 minutes with it. I'm like, hang on, no. We'll get Daniel to talk me through the best way of using it. He always seems to know exactly when it's going to stop where we are and the probability of when it's going to start again. So more from Daniel in a few minutes when he'll take over from me. May well be to call the Sibley 100 if he doesn't get it this over. He's placed that so well, Fisher. So there is a man at square leg. There's also an umpire. There's also a runner. And he's had to navigate past all of them to get it out to the rope. Lead 383.
We also have news from New Road. Nottinghamshire 6 down.
6 down. Who's the 6 to go?
6 to go is Ben Slater.
Ben Slater, okay.
So the set batter.
Set man gone. How many runs to go?
53.
Who's doing the damage? Allison got a couple, didn't he? Waits the call, no single. So game within a game. They want to keep Fisher on strike, I suppose, because it means that Sibley won't get the chance to advance to 3 figures if the declaration has been set for that. May well be. does get the one round the corner this time.
Well, it was Tom Taylor.
Tom
Got
Taylor.
the wicket,
There you go.
caught behind by Gareth Roderick. That's a proper game, that.
Yeah.
Very a run chase that I think the whole country can relate to. A nervy 130 odd to get yourself over the line.
I enjoyed your piece that you wrote for, I'm not sure who you wrote it for actually, it was on your Substack I think, about the relatability of how horrible cricket is sometimes. And
Appreciate
you
that,
cited,
thank you.
You cited run chases and how it's just an awful thing to be involved in, really, aren't they?
It's a recipe for nausea
Yeah.
more than anything.
Especially when they're modest chases, 100 and something, there's nothing good about it unless you get it 2 down. So Sibley a couple away. Goes the reverse. If he's got bat on that, and I reckon he has, that'll be a century. We'll wait for the signal from umpire Chantry. It's all good. It's runs. It's a ton for Dominic Sibley. The 26th of his first-class career. He's done it on one leg out here this morning. 36 of those runs after returning. He was retired, hurt a couple of days ago. Had a job to do. Done it superbly. His 4th century this season. 6 at the Kia Oval. What a season he's having, averaging in the 70s. He's been the standard bearer for Surrey in their quest for 4 in a row. And he's not out the ball after his 100. I was going to end it there, but no, he's managed to just miss out on being caught by... Sorry, Andrew Sampson, hand up. I thought you were saying he was out there. He wasn't.
No.
Samo, please get to me. So Sam Hain back there. Let's go through what happened here.
Yep.
Hain had it that he didn't. One of those that would have required some sort of T20 magic, which Hain has at his disposal, but not quite there. Again in that direction. Sent back by the runner, Rory Burns. We'll regroup here, Samo.
Yes, also Sibley's first century against Warwickshire.
Yes.
His 11 innings before this, his highest was only 65.
Is that going to be the declaration at the end of the over? It looks like it has been the moment for Rory Burns to say that's enough. With a lead of 389, which means that Surrey added 115 runs this morning in a little over 19 overs. So they've done what they needed to do. A little bit sketchy in the middle, but when Sibley walked back out, sea of calm. Resourceful too. Getting there with the reverse sweep was a symptom, was a sign of the way he tried to play. A couple of those scoop shots, Cam, and shots that weren't necessarily those that you would think of in Dominic Sibley version 1.0. But this year, in excess of 1,400 first-class runs, he's been terrific.
Well, it's an extraordinary innings to continue an extraordinary season and a bizarre way to go to century. That'll be clipped up and many people will be wondering what on earth is going on when he plays the reverse sweep, stays stock still, and about 20 seconds later just gently lifts his bat to the change room. He didn't go helmet off.
I reckon he was waiting to watch for umpire Chantry as well. Just, you want to be sure of these things, right?
He gave a little nod to Chantry as well, just to go to point it to his bat and go, that was bat. It was bat umps, I promise. You can see there the story of Surrey's innings. Sibley there, both retired hurt earlier on in the innings. He finishes not out, top scoring, surrounded by half centuries from 1 through to number 4. And Surrey, well, they've done their part, and they might have a bonus in waiting with Worcestershire trying their best to do a favour over at New Road. Nottinghamshire 83 for 6 away from the Kia Oval. And Warwickshire will have now 25 minutes, or 20 minutes to bat before the lunch break. It will be a spectacular victory if Surrey are able to complete it. The pitch has been pretty friendly over the last day or so. You can see those bowling figures. 7 bowlers having a go for Warwickshire. Michael Booth, the pick of the bunch, with 4 for 58 from his 16 overs. They should be pretty confident of seeing out the remainder of the day.
Yeah, defined by the partnerships up top there. 92 between Burns and Sibley. 89 between Sibley and Pope, which was broken by Sibley retiring hurt stumps on day 2, but he came back on the 4th day to add 52 down the list with Tom Laws, which is more important than the scorecard might necessarily suggest. And between times, the 83 that Ben Folkes and Dan Lawrence added before they were both dismissed this morning. Seeing here match summary, Surrey had a 2-run deficit going into the second half of it, but they've corrected that and some. 391 for 8 declared. Dom Sibley, his 26th first-class 100, 4th of 2025, 103 not out after returning from retired hurt a couple of days ago. And England's vice-captain, Ollie Pope, adding 78 and a couple of other half-centuries in the mix as well. So we'll take a beat here on the Surrey live stream with Warwickshire set 390. And we'll do the maths on that, the required run rate, and how they might go about it when Daniel Norcross picks up commentary in a few moments from now as we work towards the conclusion of this county championship match at the Kia Oval between Surrey and Warwickshire.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, we are at, as Adam Collins would say, the final stanza of this match. We know what is required, 390 for Warwickshire to pull off a victory that keeps them in the title hunt. For Surrey, 10 wickets to take, and 76 overs remaining. 76 overs. It's not going to be easy. The heavy roller is out there, flattening any of those dints and dents that may have come up over the course of the match. And we have seen taking 10 wickets on the last day at the Oval is no mean feat. But they've given themselves a chance. Cameron Ponsonby, how are Warwickshire going to play this? Will it be the usual, well, we'll just bat and see where we are when they get to tea? You can't really do that if you're hunting 390. You have to show a little bit of proactivity, don't you?
Well, how realistic is their chances of victory? They're going to need to be going about 5.5 and over.
Well, just over 5 and over, yeah. It's just over 5 and over.
390?
Divided by 76, yes, he's just over 5.
Oh, there's 6. I did it by 70. I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I'm with the easy one. Andrew Sampson's got his hand raised.
5.13.
5.13. Yeah. That sounds, round that up a couple of decimal places.
Sounds doable, doesn't it, suddenly?
But you do. It's the this is the catch-22, and why we love this funny old game of ours is because if Warwickshire want to go after it, they have to take more risks at this top part of the innings, and thereby risk their own wickets, which will give Surrey a sniff. And you could argue, well, Warwickshire, why should they care about Nottinghamshire or Somerset? They've got to go for bust if they want any chance of winning this game. So from that perspective, go for it. Why not? A draw does nothing for you. If you draw the game, you're not going to win the title.
You wouldn't have thought so.
I'm talking myself into a remarkable Warwickshire run chase.
You are, aren't you? Yes. Yes, you've had a remarkable few days. How was Beckenham yesterday?
Beckenham was rainy, but it was very. We saw.
You got more play than we had here.
We saw a phenomenal innings from Emma Jones, who was in place, replaced Alice Capsey at number 3. And in just her second 50-over game of the season, cracked 140.
Not bad.
About 110, 115 balls. And do you know what I really liked about her innings? There was no sixes. So she just kept
all along the
carpet,
carpet,
along the floors. Classy.
Meanwhile, fan favourite Alice Davidson-Richards also shone as Worrell starts up into Yates. He defends first ball.
She did indeed. Well, she was kind of playing second fiddle to Jones for much of the afternoon. Then when Jones did eventually depart, I had her down for a double century. I was getting very excited.
You were, yes.
Davidson-Richards, it was an innings of calm. I think there aren't going to be many centuries you forget, but I reckon she might forget that one.
Really?
I don't recall her playing a shot, but she did score 100 runs.
You must have seen the thick end of 3,000 runs or so at Beckenham this season.
I have indeed. Well, there's some amazing statistics going around about how dominant Surrey have been in that competition with bat in hand, which, given they've had 5 wins and 5 losses, is quite spectacular.
So what is their situation now? Can they still qualify for the
Well, if you are neutral, yesterday's rain was very well timed, because Surrey, had they completed a bonus point victory, they would have already qualified for the semi-finals. If they had just won their final match against Durham, they would have only needed to avoid a very heavy defeat, and they would have made it to the semi-finals. But because rain intervened,
nice carry through to Folkes there. Good signs first up from Worrell.
Surrey's final fixture of the group stage up at Chesterley Street against Durham on Saturday is an effective quarter-final.
It's an effective quarter-final. Well, we do love an effective quarter-final, don't we?
Well, it's exciting.
I mean, England didn't like an effective quarter-final against the West Indies in Dubai.
I remember that very well. We were there together, of course.
We were there together, yes. Yes.
Will you be off to India and Sri Lanka for another Women's World Cup?
Yes, on the 26th of September we head off to Guwahati. Beats the bat. So Worrell's prevailing mode of travel here is going to be to bring the ball back into the left-handed Yates. And that one's just held its line. Yates searching for it. Misses it. It was not very far away from getting a little tickle through to Folkes. Very close indeed.
This is where Worrell is at his most dangerous. He's able to get the ball to hold its line and travel across the left-hander, as well as threatening that inside edge and that front pad. He's a wonderfully aesthetic bowler.
Looking to leave that. It's rather fortunate on this occasion. Guwahati. It's a place
Oh,
that
yes.
I often find quite difficult to say without channeling either a Geordie accent or an Australian accent.
Naturally, I think that was the first thing that came to both me and Andrew Sampson's mind.
Don't you think? Have you ever been to
Come on then,
Guwahati?
come on then, let's do it.
Guwahati.
Which is that the Aussie one?
Yes.
Okay. Can we hear the Geordie one?
Guwahati.
Yeah, that's good. I like that one. That one's better.
How's it pronounced in India? More importantly,
I don't know.
you should probably try that.
I might save that for off-air. End of the first over, a maiden over.
Right, highest fourth innings targets, as we always
Yes.
talk about at this stage of a game.
Yes.
This one's quite amusing because
Uh,
if Warwickshire were to win this game, it would be the highest fourth innings target chased in a championship match at the Oval. But they could do it without making the highest score in the fourth innings to win.
I see where this is
Yeah,
going.
yeah,
Someone got a
because
4 or 6 off the last ball,
Yes,
did
so
they?
Middlesex beat Surrey here in 1994 by 2 wickets. The target was 389 and they made 392.
Yeah.
So that's the highest fourth innings total to win.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's also the highest fourth innings target chased to win.
But now
it
this
might
is...
not be after today.
Oh, my goodness me. What a
But it
time
might
to be
remain the
alive.
highest total, but not the highest total achieved,
So-
not the highest total target chased.
You can work this out.
Okay, I'm
Cam.
I've
working
broken
out.
Cam's brain, sorry.
You have. It doesn't take a great deal. When he's not opining about Aristotle, he can get ever so slightly in the
Socrates,
weeds
please.
here. It was Aristotle last time. You shifted. You started with Socrates until it's pointed
Oh,
out
yeah,
that
no,
had
you're
certain-
correct.
Yeah,
It was Aristotle.
yeah. So the target was 389.
Yep.
But
So
they
this
managed to
would be
get
the
to 392.
highest-
It's the highest target achieved if they get there.
But it's not the highest fourth innings score. But has there
It
been...
might not be, but it could be as well.
It could be as well. 'cause
Well,
they-
this is why it's so fascinating. I understand this bit. Everyone understands why this is such a fascinating situation.
Yes. Yes. So we all got it.
Have we had
now.
a 400 scored in the fourth innings when perhaps the target was 500?
We've also had a high target chased in the fourth innings in a first class game here.
Cambridge University or something.
Cambridge University.
They often come to mess up stats, don't they?
Or enhance them.
I think didn't they actually? Was it Cambridge that got it?
I think so, yeah. I'm just
Yeah.
getting the details, yeah. There's another thing is the highest that Warwickshire have ever chased against Surrey is 285 for 6 in 1985. So they'll obliterate that in the unlikely event that they get there.
Good use of the word obliterate there, Andrew. I enjoyed that.
Occasionally love a good obliterate.
Again, good carry through around about shoulder height to Ben Folks. Now, at lunchtime, we will be playing you an interview I did with the Surrey chair, Ollie Slipper, in which he gives his views and the club's views on the proposed restructurings of the county championship. As I understand it, there's quite a labyrinthine proposal that involves 3 groups of 6 for next year. I will explain more in a moment. Still they're hunting for their first run here, Warwickshire. 3 groups of 6, which will be determined by the final placings this year. So the top 12 sides in the county championship, so the 10 sides in the first division and the top 2 sides in the second division, would then be placed in 2 6-team groups that are seeded. So, for example, team number 1 would play team number 12. I don't know how you decide whether finishing 10th is worse than finishing first in the second division, but that's for another day.
I think you're being facetious here, Daniel.
Am I? I would have said that if you finished 9th and 10th, you should be deemed to be finishing 11th and 12th, because you would otherwise have gone down, and teams 1 and 2 would then take slots.
Correct. I
9
understand
and
the
10.
kind of potential for confusion. Whether you just go, those who finish first and second Division 2 come up, and then you just leave Division 1 untouched, and there you have your 12. But then they would split. I understand like the initial potential problems of how you seed it initially.
Now, there is the first run. Just have him hopping around a little bit. Single off the last ball of the over. Means there is no maiden there for Atkinson. One without loss to target 390. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I wouldn't know. Let's say Glamorgan finish second in the county championship. Would they be in the group with, let's say, Surrey were to win the championship?
Yep.
Would that be 1 and 12 there, for example? And then 2 and 11, that might say Notts against Leicester. Tasty. And then 3 and 10, they would also be in the group, you'd imagine, with 2 and 11. So working like tennis rankings. And then 4 and 8 would be in the group with 1 and 12. It isn't that complicated, but it's complicated enough.
Yes.
And the idea would then be that you would play home and away in those 2 groups. That would give you 10 games. And then my understanding is, I think there's a couple of different ways of doing it, but one of the ways of doing it is that the top 3 teams at that point, so let's say you'll end up like we have now with 3 rounds of county championship in September, those last 3 matches, the top 3 teams in Group 1 will play against the top 3 teams in Group 2, with the teams that finish first in each group guaranteed 2 home games out of 3. And then you just add up those points, and only those 6 teams are able to then win the county championship at that point, and the ones with the most points out of those 6 would then win, and that gives you 13 games as opposed to 14 games. Well, I'm not going to give you any spoilers, but Ollie Slipper explains what the Surrey view is and what Surrey would like to have happen. So if you would like to hear that, and that's after taking many soundings from the 20,000 plus members here at Surrey County Cricket Club. It's an intriguing chat. So stay tuned for that. That'll be coming up at the lunch break in about 10 or 15 minutes or so.
Highest 4th innings total ever made in a first-class game here at the Oval is 467.
Well, I never.
Surrey made against Hampshire in 2007.
Was it a draw?
They were chasing 503 and they were all out.
Oh, agony.
Ian Salisbury got 121. Sorry, 103.
Batting at
Jonathan
what?
Batty
At number
made
9?
batting at number 9. Yeah, they were 467. Lost the last 3 wickets for 7.
Oh, don't. So how much did the 8th wicket partnership put on? Must have been a fair bit.
Yeah, fair bit, 177 with Azam Wood.
Yes.
But Cambridge, 1925, 427 for 4 is the highest to win.
427 for 4. Who was in that Cambridge University
I'll have to
team?
check that actually, yeah. Probably 1 or 2 decent players. They still have decent players in those days. And there's been 3 other totals over 400, including 2 in Test cricket.
Oh,
You'll remember at least one of those.
1979.
Yep.
When India got 429,
For 8.
chasing 438.
429 for 8, chasing 438, having been 366 for 1.
Chetan Chauhan and Sunil Gavaskar opening the batting, put on over 200, didn't they?
Yep.
That was a good one.
South Africa in 1947, we're chasing 451, ended on 423 for 7.
Another thriller.
They happen occasionally, thrillers.
Yeah. And what was the third?
And the third was when Surrey set Lancashire 489, also in 2007, and bowled Lancashire out for 464.
Well, what a time to be alive that would have been. Well, I was alive, but but I wasn't here.
I'm surprised you don't remember it.
I wasn't here. I think I had a proper job in those days, unfortunately. That's been nicely guided away. It's quite deliberate. It looked like a leave, but he's just allowed the ball to come to him there as Davis picked up the boundary, the first boundary of the innings. And as Worrell is shaping that ball away from the right-hander. We've got another 8 minutes to go till lunch. These 2 Warwickshire openers, I think, just looking to survive till then, this awkward little mini session. And then we'll get an idea of their approach, I would say, after lunch.
Dilip Singhji got 98 and Cambridge's chaser 427 for 4. And I'm not sure many people would have heard of the other players in that innings. E.W. Dawson 125 opening the batting. T.E.S. Francis 66, L.G. Crawley 50. Harry Enthoven, he was quite famous. Was he the guy who... I think he was the guy who advocated for the centenary test.
Oh,
I'm
really?
pretty sure he was. I'm actually going to check that again. And then Rolly Mayer, who also quite a famous captain of Somerset, was it? 47 not out.
He advocated for the 1977
I think he was.
centenary test, but we need to find an advocate, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm talking to all of you who are watching the live stream now. An advocate for the sesquicentenary match. There's one that's going to take place in Australia in 2027, which would be kind of weird, won't it? And there needs to be one that takes place in England. Now, there was an equivalent back in 1980 to commemorate the first Test match played in England, but it was played at the wrong venue. Instead of playing it at the venue where the first Test match in England took place, the Oval, they inexplicably played at a completely random other ground. On this occasion, Lord's, which has as much right to hold the centenary Test match as Trent Bridge or Old Trafford or anywhere else. So I think depositions need to be made to get the sesquicentenary England-Australia-England match to take place here at the Oval.
So you're suggesting that we...
Have we done your brain again?
Well, we've been jumping around a lot this morning. I drive full of such joy and hope.
Have we broken you already?
So basically, England are going to Australia in March 27.
Yes.
To play a one-off Test match at the MCG.
Yes, a celebration of all things Test cricket.
And there is the mirrored fixture, as it were.
There should be.
There should be, and we want
as
to
there was 45 years ago. Oh, now that's close to the outside edge. I think he's just trying to convince us, Rob Yates, that he's pulled his bat inside the line here. But he was definitely drawn to that ball.
And at risk of asking a silly question, what year would the sesquicentenary Test match in England be?
2030.
2030.
150 years on from 1880.
So in 5 years' time, you would like to insist that Australia come for a one-off Test match here?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sure that can be arranged.
Well, presumably there will be a match in England. Now, they're not a million miles from dragging that back onto his stumps there, Yates, because the precedent has been set that there was one in 1980. Bit of a damp squib of a game from, well, I recall. Was it John Arlett's last commentary?
It was. Yeah, a lot of rain around.
A lot of rain.
Kim Hughes betted on all 5 days.
Did he?
Yeah, 117 and 84 or something. I think I've got Harry Intoven wrong, because for apart from anything else, his name, he was known as Tom H.J. Intoven. But I'm trying to find the guy who it was. Anyway, what about... Sorry. What about... this should be 3 other centenary tests coming up soon. West Indies.
Oh, yes.
New Zealand.
Ah.
And India. 1928 West Indies, 1930 was New Zealand, and 1932 were India's first test.
I think we should have centenary tests.
Just roll them all out.
All over the place.
Absolutely.
In fact, we could probably make an impromptu Test match World Championship out of centenary tests.
There you go.
The saviour of Test cricket being the celebration of when it started and its imminent demise. I don't believe that. I think it's always bizarre when people say that.
Yes, so do I. I'm glad you've qualified that particular wittering. End of the over, 4 gone. There'll be 1 more to go before lunch.
It's definitely not as dead as it's supposed to be by now, according to a lot of people, but anyway.
No.
I think we've had this conversation before of growing up, and obviously, well, I'm the kind of 2005 Ashes generation, and then you see footage, when you get into cricket and you hear about kind of Botham's Ashes and this extraordinary 1981 Test match, and you see footage of it, no one's there.
No one was there. No. By the way, we haven't updated you on Worcester against Notts because very little has happened. I mean, balls have been bowled, but runs have not been scored. Khurram Shahzad has bowled 10 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 9. It's obviously pretty tricky out there. Liam Patterson-White has got 4 off 21 balls, and that all came in 1 scoring shot. And Lyndon James, normally quite a hard-hitting all-rounder, is 4 off 32. Notts still require 48 runs. You'd expect them to get there, but they only have the 4 wickets in hand on what is clearly an awkward deck at New Road. We'll keep an eye on that. They'll be coming up to lunch there, you'd imagine, as Worrell starts the last over before lunch. Nearly gets through Alex Davis's defences. They just amble the single. Seen any signs of any sort of playfulness in the pitch? Not seen a great deal. The odd ball's kept a little bit low. We've had some quite good carry with this new ball to start with, but no real signs of demons.
I wonder if this little period of play has actually been quite helpful for Warwickshire. You have 5 overs to be sensible, take the initial kind of swing and newness out of the ball. And you come back after lunch and make your decision of how you want to go about your innings.
Yes, Andrew.
Hans Eberling, he was the man.
Yes.
I confused Eindhoven with Hans Eberling. Played one test for Australia in 1934, and he was the club vice president of the Melbourne Cricket Club in 1973, having a quiet drink with a fellow committee man, Tom Trumbull. They decided it would be a good idea to have a centenary test. That's where it came from.
Tom Trumbull, any relation of...
I'll have to check that as well now. But it was Eberling. My apologies to both Mr. Eindhoven and Mr. Eberling.
You see, it was that easy in those days. Just had to have a chat over a glass of wine in a club, and presto, one of the most celebrated cricket matches of all time was up and running. Of course, spookily, you know what's spooky about it, don't you?
What's spooky?
The result was exactly the same as the first Test match.
That is spooky.
Australia won by 45 runs. That is quite spooky.
Yeah, I'll give you
There was
that.
a great celebration of the game, though. Loads of living players were there. Presumably also Mr. Eberling, who's, despite only playing one test for Australia, got his moment in the sun again.
Oh, isn't the Sequi Centenary Test going to be a pink ball game?
Is it? Oh dear.
That's the theory. We need to stop that, don't we?
Yes. No, I think they should be playing in white flannels with ties for belts.
Well, I think I do vaguely agree with you there. I think it was a...
Vaguely agree. That's quite qualified.
There's a... Well, it seems quite bizarre if you're celebrating the history of something to play the newest fangled version of it with a pink ball under floodlights.
Or maybe that's what they're celebrating. Look how far we've come.
The growth.
Yeah.
The bicentenary test will be a 5-5, won't it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's 5 innings each with a bit of luck.
No, it won't be. It'll be 5 overs each with a bit of luck.
Oh, that's beaten the bat. That has flown through. With just, well, 2 balls to go before lunch. Now just the one. Surrey nearly got their breakthrough here. And that was rapid, and it's done plenty. Davis lucky not to get a little tickle on that. So last ball before lunch coming up. 4 slips. Now we're in place, and I think a 5th might be joining. Maybe more accurately described as a gully. 4 slips and a gully for the last ball before lunch. Alex Davis on strike, just looking to keep this out. And he lets it go. And that is the end of an eventful session. Surrey began it looking to get quick runs. It's had quite a few wobbles. They've ended up setting a target of 390. They've had 5 overs before lunch. They've not quite been able to make the breakthrough that they've been searching for. Warwickshire 7 without loss. Still need another 383 from 71 overs. So it's a very tall order. Remember that for Warwickshire, though, there'd be no point in not going for it. The only chance, realistically, of challenging for the title is to win here. They don't want Surrey getting away with the draw, or even worse, winning. There you see the match summary. Tightly fought first innings, 246 played 248, and then Surrey, well, Dom Sibley with an unbeaten 103 came out with a little bit of an injury. We saw a runner, saw Rory Burns. It was all great fun. Sibley played some amazing shots, some ramps, some reverse scoops, and some murderous shots to end up unbeaten on 103. Then Rory Burns pulled them out. Little awkward 5-over spell that Warwickshire had to negotiate, which they did, not without alarm. Ball beating bat a few times. 7 without loss. They'll go into lunch. Cameron Ponsonby, what's your prognosis for the rest of the day? 71 overs to be bowled, so fair bit of time left for Surrey to hunt those 10 wickets, and an outside chance maybe Warwickshire hunting down those remaining 383 runs.
Well, after 3 days and a session, the game almost starts now. We have 71 overs for Surrey to do their best to take 10 wickets, and this afternoon session will be where the bulk of the action happens. 1 assumed, you'd imagine that if Warwickshire want to go after it, that's when the wickets will fall as well. And if the wickets do fall, that gives us the opportunity to go late into the day. Both sides have motivation to go for the win, rather than it being a case that both teams will be pretty content with the draw. We'll keep one eye at New Road. That could change if Worcestershire managed to do Surrey a favour and knock over Nottinghamshire. But it's all well set for an entertaining afternoon's play.
Oh, there have been 2 more scoring shots down at New Road. Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White both unbeaten on 5. They're 91 for 6 knots. They need another 45 to win. We will, of course, be keeping a very beady eye on that. But for us, it's time for lunch. However, don't you go away, unless you really want to, because coming up right now is a conversation I had this morning with the Surrey chair, Ollie Slipper, on matters County Championship, the structure of next year, what we might be looking at for the 2026 season. Hi, I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me is the chair of Surrey County Cricket Club, Ollie Slipper, and we're going to discuss the proposed changes or not to the County Championship from next season. I want to have a little chat with you about the proposed restructuring of the County Championship. It's been in the news a lot lately. There's a lot of uncertainty for members and some concerns as well about what the system's going to be next year and going forward. Can you just describe for us the options that are on the table?
Well, I think that the options on the table are either a vote for 13 matches in a new system where there will be 12 teams split into 2 pools of 6 in the top division, and then a 6-team bottom division, where you will play the teams in your pool, and then right at the end of the season there will be some form of playoff proposition where best plays best in a sort of a 13th game to decide who is the county championships, or effectively a no vote for that and continuation of 14 matches.
So just to understand, what's driving this? Because we've had a system in place that's worked pretty well now for quite a few years. Why are people pushing for a reduction from 14 to 13 games?
I think probably the biggest driving force has been the PCA, who did some form of vote over the winter where they had a majority of their members think that there is too much cricket generally, and that isn't just around county championship, that is around the entire domestic summer. So I think they've probably been the driving force, and then obviously there are certain counties that probably see the county championship as a loss leader, who believe there should be less of that form of cricket because it effectively costs them money. But that's certainly not, our case.
And so the drive for a 6-6 and another 6, I suppose, is attractive for some counties because that allows 12 sides to start each year with an opportunity to win the county championship. We currently only have 8, 10, in the top division and 8 in the second division. So I suppose that's another attractive prospect, but it then means that you've got 12 teams competing in what is in effect a split first division. And so you're not necessarily going to get best v best throughout that, are you?
No, and that's our major concern with this 13 game proposition. We're strong believers in best v best. If you look at cricket as a whole, or the revenues generated from cricket, Test match cricket still generates, I think, something like 70% of the game's revenue. And we just feel this will be a dilution of quality. Our preference was to move to an 8-team top division where each side plays each other twice. So there's more symmetry in the season. You don't have situations like this year where we might play the team that will ultimately finish bottom probably only once in the season rather than twice. So, and actually, if you want to develop test cricketers, we feel that you should be playing best v best. And so going from 10 to 8 was our preference, but if it ends up sticking at 10, so be it. But going from 10 to 12, we feel will be a further dilution of, quality in the county championship.
So where are we at the moment with this? Because just so as our viewers understand, there needs to be a 2/3 majority for change. So in this case, that means 12 counties out of the 18.
Yeah.
Where are we at the moment with the negotiations?
I think it's probably in the balance, to be honest. I think, we certainly understand there's probably at least 6 counties that share our view that we should continue with a 14-game county championship season. We didn't get any real traction around an 8-team top tier amongst the other counties, but certainly we feel that there's at least 6, maybe 7 other counties that believe that we should continue with a 14-game county championship.
Well, if that's the case, then does that look to you as your feeling, therefore, that we're going to end up with the status quo effectively for next year?
I mean, who knows what's going on in the background, but that would certainly be our preference, the status quo.
The only concern then might be that this issue might rise up again, might it? Because presumably any change that does take place would then be locked in for a period of time. Are we able to sort of draw a line under these if the status quo continues next year, or is this going to be a debate that we're going to be revisiting?
We're very hopeful that, I mean, I think the game definitely doesn't want this sort of disruption every year. So I think whatever decisions are made now will probably be set in stone until 2031, which is where the current future tour programme with the ICC sits, so that there's sort of continuity until then at least.
Just to be clear, the views that you're expressing on behalf of Surrey, are those views that are reflected in membership as well as your own personal views?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I guess I've got 3 real stakeholders. I've got the players, the staff and the members, and there's a unanimous sort of majority that believe that the 14-game season is the right way to go. Certainly, we've had no members come to us saying, please reduce it. The only feedback we've had from our members and from the General Committee is, please try to keep this as a 14-game season. For us at Surrey, the County Championship is the blue-ribboned event of the season. It's the thing we care more about winning than anything else. Obviously, we've had some success over the last 3 years, and we've got an exciting month ahead as we play here today against Warwickshire, have what looks like a top of the table championship potential decider next week against Nottinghamshire. So, and it's not just us, it's the players. If you speak to any of the players, the thing they feel most proud about in their careers is winning a county championship. And for our membership, they love it as well, and we're seeing record crowds. I think we've already had over 70,000 people come through the gates this year. We're going to beat all of our records yet again. We're more than double we were 5 years ago. We've got behind it from a commercial perspective. We now have things like our Red Bull Festival, where we had 7,000 people come in. We have our Schools Day. Similarly, I think we had 6,000 school kids come and watch the county championship. So we're very proud of that product here. It's the thing that we care most deeply about, and that's why we want to keep it as a 14-game season.
So the counties that want change, they're presumably also being advised by their members, because most clubs are member clubs. Is it your sense that actually there are members out there from other counties who want a reduction? Because the obvious sort of feeling that I would get is that a member wants as much cricket as possible. They don't want to see their membership not devalued, but reducing the number of opportunities they've got. There's already issues that members have across the country for August, for example, where a lot of counties have very little cricket. It almost seems counterintuitive to think that there are members around the country who want a reduction.
Yeah, I mean, I can't talk for other membership groups. Certainly we know that our members are very favourable for a 14-game season. There are certainly some of the other counties that have had a degree of pressure from their members to continue at a 14-game season. But I guess if we look at our own membership and our audiences, we've doubled the size of our county championship audience in the last 5 years. I think this year will be more than double where we were in 2019. So I guess our members are voting with their feet. They enjoy coming here. We put on an amazing proposition. Our membership, we feel, is extremely good value, and what we don't want to have to do is reduce the amount of content that our members are getting.
And lastly, I guess the players themselves. You've canvassed their opinions as well, I guess. I know the PCA are interested in a reduction of matches across the season, but there's already 2 T20 Blast games that have gone.
Yeah.
And I know that only sounds like 2 days, but it isn't in effect, is it? It's the day of travel, it's the moving around, and that's part of the issue the PCA have got, is the fixtures coming thick and fast.
Yeah.
How do the players feel about a reduction? It wouldn't be surprising for people to want to have fewer work days. That would be an entirely natural thing for people to want to do. But is that the vibe you're getting from the players here as well?
No, I mean, we did a WhatsApp poll on our players' WhatsApp group, and we had a unanimous 31-0 to continue at 14 games. And that's even some of the white ball cricketers voting on behalf of their red ball colleagues. So, our view is we don't want to reduce content. They certainly don't want to reduce content. I mean, there is a huge amount of money that is about to come into the game of cricket from the 100 proceeds. And I think certain PCA sort of membership groups, probably with smaller playing staff than us, might think that there is a huge amount of cricket for them because they're playing in every single game, all formats. But actually, the money that comes into the game will be allowed, well, the counties will be allowed to reinvest that into revenue generative sort of infrastructure stuff, which I think will improve the balance sheets, improve the P&Ls of all of the counties, the smaller ones in particular. And I think over time that will allow them to increase the size of their playing squads, have more potential sort of specialist red ball and white ball cricketers. So I think it's a sort of a moment in time where the game hasn't seen the sort of commercial benefits of the 100 proceeds, where people are taking a vote now. And what I don't want to do is, that vote shouldn't determine the future. So I'm hopeful that, we've got enough counties that share the same views as us and we can continue with a 14-game season.
Richard Thompson of the ECB, and formerly of this parish, of course, felt that it wasn't so much a number of fixtures issue as a scheduling issue. I think he's been quoted as talking about the schedule, and I think that is an issue for members as well, is it not? Are you hopeful that there might be a way of altering the fixture list so that it becomes a little less chaotic? For a lot of people, it's quite tricky to move from one competition into another, then back round to another one. Do you see that as an issue that could be resolved?
I think there will be an improvement in the schedule next year. I mean, the situation we have currently, where you have sort of the blast in 2 early windows and then that big break and then the quarters and the finals day in September, that is going to be fixed as part of this. So I think that's the biggest issue with the schedule. So we have a situation where the last couple of years where we just haven't had the same squad of players in our quarter-final or finals day that we've had during the group stages. So that will be a huge improvement. I mean, the biggest issue of all was the blast, and we've seen declining numbers across the game. So I think 20% down here at Surrey from the heights of the blast, and this sort of I guess a smaller, improved, better blast. We think we can recover that and probably surpass the levels we were at the height. So I think that will be a really big benefit. I think there's a general consensus we're going to try and stop the amount of very long overnight travel for the players around the blast, which I know the PCA had major concerns with, as do we. So I think those improvements will certainly help fix the schedule.
And lastly, when do we think that a decision will be made? Because, as we get to the end of the season now, fans get a little bit lachrymose at the prospect of the 6-7 months off. And the thing that keeps it going is what's going to happen next year.
It will be within the next week, yeah. I think there is a PGC, which is the Professional Game Committee meeting next week, and I think the decision will be made then.
Ollie, thanks ever so much.
Great, cheers, nice to see you.
do it now. Yeah, just get the effects up. Okay, cool. Oh, well. All right, welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London, where it was a lovely lunch break for 37 minutes of it, as you might have seen on the wide shot. But it's now, as you can see, with Lee Fortis, the chief groundsman here at the Oval, having the Hessian layer put down. As I was making my way back up, it did start to rain, to be fair. It's not a precautionary measure, this. It is raining at the moment, if very lightly. So that drizzle will delay the start of play, which was scheduled in just a couple of moments from now at 10 past 1 or 11 past 1, as you can see there on the screen. Warwickshire went to the break at 7 without loss. They had 5 overs to face before lunch. Alex Davies and Rob Yates reaching 6 and 1 respectively. So it means that in the 2 remaining sessions, Surrey need all 10 wickets and Warwickshire require a target of 390, but 283 further runs. You can see their umpires, Chantry and Goff, about to walk through the gates, just as the Hessian cover has been rolled back up. That's a good sign. It is very dark here, though, I must say, here at the Oval. So manage your expectations in the short term. With some luck, we'll get some cricket before any rain, and hopefully the cloud cover clears in turn. To recap what happened this morning, Surrey resumed at 276 for 2, which was a lead of 274 after they only got 21.1 overs in yesterday. And in that space of time, they added 115 runs in just over 19 overs. So it was a productive session for Surrey. They did lose 6 wickets, Folkes for 52, Lawrence for 43, Clark for 8, Atkinson 2, Patel 10, and Laws 19. But it was Dom Sibley who came back out at the fall of the 7th wicket and went from 64 retired hurt from a couple of days ago, retired not out, to 103 not out, reaching triple figures with a reverse sweep after a couple of scoops that went for 6. He was joined by Tom Laws for a partnership of 52 for the 8th wicket, which recovered the situation a little bit after Surrey did lose 5 for 24 at one stage in the first hour of play. So at 391 for 8, Rory Burns, who was the runner to Sibley, called them in. 4 wickets for Warwickshire for Michael Booth out of all of that. A couple for Ethan Bamber, and a couple for Nathan Gilchrist. And they were left 390 for an unlikely victory, but one that is within the realms of possibility with a required rate of just under 5.5 and over from here. Thankfully, since we've come on air, the cover's been on, the cover's been off, the stumps are now in, the bails are being put on by umpire Goff. Gus Atkinson will resume from the pavilion end, and then we'll be good to go. So we might have lost a couple of minutes, but we're all good for the time being. Adam Collins with you, and joined now by a man who's wearing his jacket, his rain jacket. It's Daniel Norcross with me for the first time today. Daniel,
it's cold.
It is chilly. I was out there at lunch, and I've under clubs while wearing a tracksuit jacket today.
I had to wear Ollie Slipper's jumper earlier today.
That was our lunchtime interview, wasn't it?
Yes.
How'd that go? I didn't see it yet.
Well, he was very articulate about all matters county championship and Surrey's desire to stick to 14 matches. I think they would prefer a first division of 8, but it's quite difficult to get turkeys to vote for Christmas, isn't it, I suppose?
All right, here we go. Atkinson, penultimate session of the match, finds the inside edge first ball. Yates has it going down the fine leg for a single.
But they've reached a little bit of an impasse in those negotiations, haven't they, over whether or not they can squeeze a reduction of 13 matches. Ollie Slipper's view and the view of Surrey and the Surrey members. As you see, Dan Worrell there is just like asking for a towel, I think. I think he's aware there's a little bit of greasiness out there on the pitch, so I want a towel to keep that ball as dry as possible.
Well, it'll be a factor. It wasn't, I'm not going to pretend it was heavy rain, but it was noticeable rain for about 5 minutes when I was making my way back from the ground. I feared that might happen, but it's already brighter. Atkinson to the captain. 3 slips behind him, plus a backward point. That's Dan Worrell, who nearly took a screamer in the first innings in that position. Dan Lawrence, something of a catch and cover. Straightish mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg. And Surrey with the resources to rotate through their quicks all the way through to the end. I saw Matt Fisher having a bowl at lunch, only sent down 5 overs in the first innings. That was on day 1.
Bowled well.
It's a long time, and didn't get a trundle at all on the second day when Surrey eventually bowled out Warwickshire for 248. Feels an eternity ago. got big on him. Well negotiated by Davies. Now let's go through from Warwickshire's perspective, Daniel. They have to have a go at this. There's no upside in them taking the 8 points plus the 3 away. They take 11 points from here, and the probability of them winning the county championship is diminished. It's not completely out of the frame, especially if Notts lose, but still.
Well, the problem for them is that Notts play Surrey.
Notts play Surrey, that's right. So
those sides are going to make at least 8 points each from draws, or one of them is going to make 16.
Yeah, so it sort of feels like Warwickshire have to find a way to get into the chase. Huge as it is, improbable as it is, it sort of feels to me like they have to give themselves a chance to live a little later on. And to do that, what's the course they would chart? How do you see Warwickshire setting up with this pair, who have both got excellent records, and then followed by, at least on paper, Will Young, who's more a conservative player, Sam Hain, who can bomb it, of course, Dan Mosley from the modern mould, and Zem Malik, who hit a couple of hundreds earlier in the year.
They've got the firepower to do it. They don't want that rate to get above 7.5 for any great length of time.
Now the sun's out. That's what we want.
But they also know that in order to be able to make an assault on a target like 390, you've got to get a platform. So I wouldn't expect to see much in the way of fireworks early on. There will be gaps because Rory Burns is going to be attacking here, as he is at the moment, with 3 slips and a deep gully in place. There is a man out deep backward square, but there's plenty of gaps, plenty of boundaries to be had on this very fast outfield. So I think Warwickshire need to stay positive. It's also their best chance of saving the game if that's what they really feel is the bare minimum they want to get out of this game.
I suppose that's the other way of flipping it around. There might be a point where in that over's complete 8 for none, where they go, well, look, if we don't win, the chances of winning the championship plummet, but to stay vaguely in the hunt, at a minimum, they need to take 11 points from this.
Yeah, and then hope for sort of weather,
things to break
things like
away.
that. Yeah. Well, we'll see pretty soon. I mean, I think, as I say, there'll be a period of reconnaissance for 25 minutes, half an hour or so. But they'll probably get attacking fields for quite a while, so that'll give them gaps. Worrell's got his leg slip in for the left-handed Yates here. We've seen this a bit.
Yeah, it's a place where he's had wickets, his column before, Worrell. Oh, and straight away it's in that direction, albeit off a pad, possibly an inside edge. We'll see in a moment what umpire Goff thinks, given his run. So catch was the call, and fair enough, but it was never in the frame for a dismissal. Seeing it again, yeah, at least 4 or 5 metres short, 9 for none.
Yeah, it's a position we see quite a bit when Surrey play. Sort of Rory Burns' favoured positions. And third slip is there as well, an area where the ball has gone pretty frequently in this match. Gully's coming up a little tighter.
It was this time of year last year, wasn't it, when it was Conor McCurr took a screamer at leg slip, wasn't it? Might have been the last home game that Surrey played, if I recall correctly, against Durham, when Cameron Ponsonby, who was on commentary at the time with us, said something to the effect of, Burns has made the move, there he is, and he set it up like he was Ricky Ponting on commentary there.
Well, a stop clock and all that.
Sometimes it just works.
Yeah.
Not often, but...
Well, that's also the monkeys and typewriters thing as well,
It
isn't
is.
it? You do it often enough. My favourite one for that, I remember us being absolutely shameless once on BBC comms. Our feed had gone down from the IPL, so we were forced, actually forced at one point to commentate off a combination of Crick Info and a
off the ball-by-ball commentary.
2.5 minute behind feed.
Yes.
So you got to see on Crick Info that, you know, someone was caught at deep backward square, and you'd say, you know, I fancy a short one here. He's got a guy down at deep backward square. I think he could be in play. And as I say that...
I think you're fully entitled, if you're working to no feed, to at least have some fun with it. There are perils of working off tube, as is the jargon in the industry.
I think it was in this actual room, you know, because it was around the sort of COVID times, and we were using the oval for a little bit.
I remember doing some off-tube stuff at during the COVID times in the Oval as well. It was great to use these facilities. It was very kind of Surrey to lend them to us for various different series. But one of them that, I don't know whether you did it, Daniel, I don't think you did. It was the test matches that England played in Sri Lanka in early 2021.
I did do those, yes.
Some of them?
Yes, I did it with Phil Tufnell at stupid o'clock in the morning.
Stupid o'clock in the morning. It was where people had...
Well, I visited...
We learnt a lot about the art of the possible, didn't we? We learnt a lot about what you could do if you needed to. I think Bumble had a studio in his house at one point, didn't he?
I discovered Deliveroo because we used to get our food from the Scottish restaurant every morning.
It's funny you mentioned Deliveroo. The guy bowling right now, Dan Worrell, said that the reason... This is a nice little segue. The reason he left Sheffield Shield cricket and left Australian cricket was because in the pandemic of Deliveroo and other apps like that, because nobody was going out for dinner and having a few beers after play anymore. They were going back to their rooms and ordering delivered food. He goes, that's enough for me. I want to play county cricket instead. It's one of the primary drivers of him moving back here full time, which I appreciated when interviewing him last year for Wisdom. Oh, that's come back off the seam in that way that Worrell has used that angle across his 4 seasons at the Oval. The number of times that Worrell has done a version of just that, and shouldering arms, it would have been dramatic had it clipped the top of off, missed by about a stump's width.
Yep, we've seen him get people out leaving the ball quite a lot because he's so metronomic with the away swinger, isn't he? That one comes as a real surprise, and it's obviously disguised. Yes, we had Phil Tufnell, a very, very tired Phil Tufnell, Henry Moran and I here. We had 4 different commentary teams in different parts of the world. And it was amazing to discover what technology could do. We were all watching the same pictures at the same time, which was quite a feat. Take it a bit for granted now.
The ones I didn't like doing, but if you were doing the ball by ball, if it was your job to be doing what we're doing here, ball by ball off the and with radio it's a bit more involved, of course, you need to explain what's happening and paint the picture entirely. But if your colour person was in a different remote spot and you were relying on another screen, it was linking you two up to talk through it.
Yeah.
Got a little bit trying.
We
did. Got there. What I remember from that. Oh, is that edged? Atkinson thinks it is. Umpire Chantry thinks it isn't. It was good work from folks to move as the ball was swinging in front of first slip. So it stays 9 for none, but quite a lot of movement from Atkinson, but it was all kind of after it passed the stumps or thereabouts. To exaggerate what looked like an edge, but wasn't. Atkinson bowled some superb deliveries in the first innings, not least the one that picked up Ed Barnard early on day 2, which was the ball of the match so far for mine. Yes, there was a moment when Jonathan Agnew was commentating. There you are, Daniel, with a...
That was at the Oval.
At the Oval.
In 2021 in January. Snow in the background.
Who are you?
Well, on my left is a famous picture of John Motson, who was commentating in snow, and it was put next to me wearing the same, basically the same.
Did you find that jacket in an op shop, or you had a jacket?
No, it's my late father's. It was a bequest. Why he died, and his coat was there. Yeah. Yeah, but do you remember you had to have a letter with you at all times? During COVID, of course, we weren't supposed to be on the streets, so I had a letter from the BBC to show to the police in the event of being stopped. I did have cause to use it once. I felt incredibly fraudulent. What are you doing out here? I've got a protected job.
I've got to talk about the cricket.
Got to.
We're key workers, you see.
Exactly. Nonsensical, really.
I think Aggers ended up falling foul of the feed.
He did.
Cutting to a replay, the ball after a wicket, but it, for all money, looking like it was live footage and live pictures, and thus getting right into the swing of things about 2 wickets in 2 balls and that type of thing.
And also, what was he doing playing that shot? I mean, he'd just seen the previous ball. What a terrible shot. And he played it all the way through in his head. I forgot the major dictum, which is if you can't see the score bar on the bottom of the screen, then it's a replay.
Yeah.
That's a tip for any of you out there who wanted to practice your off-tube commentary. If you can't see the score, then it's not live. Or at least it shouldn't be.
We did a test match for radio
Oh.
That's gone over the cordon. So it got big on him. Second time that Davies was cramped up in the over. Moves to double figures with the boundary. But a little win for Surrey there. No adventurous batting to this point. 14 for none. Still a long way from that target of 390. The required rate's already gone up above 5.5 in the brief session so far. But that's a win for Atkinson. The fact that he's been able to extract what's left of the juice in this track so early into the middle stanza. Yeah, we did a test. We were doing the Border-Gavaskar test. Some of them were at the ground and some of them we had it off TV. It was a hell of a series. The 2020-21 series where India won on the final day. And we were taking risks on which cities we would visit. So I took a punt and said, I'll go to Brisbane. If I get stuck in Queensland for a month, well, life will go on. We're all new over. And that was absolutely the right call because it was a thrilling finish and commentating on that and whatever else. But the week before, we'd made the opposite decision to stay in Melbourne to do the Sydney Test match. It was just a dart at the dartboard, which one you might not get locked up in, right?
Mm.
And we set it up with a screen for the game that we were calling, the feed being sent through, and we had a second big screen where someone in the commentary box got an iPad and turned it the other way and put it on wide so we could see the field.
Clever.
It was clever, wasn't it?
Yes.
So we could tell when someone, it was difficult, but you could tell when there was a tweak made.
That's very clever.
So you at least had that tool at your disposal, knowing where the fielders were being shuffled.
Because that is the problem with, well, there are many problems with off-tube commentary, and really it should be avoided at all costs where possible. But when we were forced into it, one of the issues you do have is just not knowing where the field is, and so you're relying on the producer to give you a good, accurate summation of where everything is, and it doesn't always go quite like that because they're kind of assuming their commentators are in the ground.
Well, that's right. It's not the director's job to make it as easy as possible. It's for them to tell a story through the pictures, and you see it often in short-form cricket when commentary's been done off tube and a ball gets hit in the air, and the lead commentator will say something like, "And the ball's in the air," and it could either be one of two things: straight up in the air, down the throat of the fielder at long on, or 20 rows back.
That's
if you're
right.
at the ground, you're calling the 20 rows back because you see it off the bat.
Well, no, you have a very specific little technique for that, don't you?
Yeah.
Ball's in the air. Will the fielder get underneath it? No chance. It's gone sailing.
Yeah, it's
over,
gone miles over.
Yeah.
But it does embarrass.
Ask the question.
It can lend itself to embarrassment for
It can.
for lead callers.
But I mean,
if it,
one would hope that would be a thing of the past. It's very hard to imagine, for example, an Ashes series or anything like that. Anybody?
Oh, you couldn't possibly justify doing an Ashes series off the television.
You would like to think that.
And you and I made the documentary about the 100 years of TV and radio commentary during the pandemic, and you'd like to think if an organisation was in a position to broadcast the most
most keenly anticipated.
Most keenly anticipated Ashes series in Australia in, gosh, how long since the last?
Decades.
At least 06-07, for keenly anticipated in Australia.
Yeah.
You'd have to be in the venue, wouldn't you?
You would think.
Right on the crease.
Oh, now folks have absolutely believed in that, but the three slips didn't really. Folks did it. He has a wonderful mannerism when he thinks somebody's out. He takes it, he looks down, and then he leaps forward. And on this occasion, he was rather left hanging, like a sort of high five that never happened. Yeah, I mean, it is why often you will hear certain commentators ask certain questions, because just logistically it's very hard to get people around the world to do all the different tournaments that there are. But apparently there's a little bit of rain out there, according to Jake.
Sun shower. The way to tell if it's raining here. So another tidy over from Warwickshire. There's two singles from it, and the effect of that is it means the run rate required is going to keep going up, and it'll make it harder and harder for Warwickshire to mount a meaningful assault on their target of 390. Helmets coming out as Surrey presumably turn the screws with some more close-in catches. If you look over at the Kia sign underneath the Bedser stand, there's the Kia sign, take the lead, drive electric. There's the blue car next to it.
So I should look at the blue car.
The blue car tells you whether it's raining or not.
I never.
I've been using that through the season.
That's a handy tip.
I can see the rain on it, or not, as it were, and I can see just a sprinkle. So the helmet's come out for a short leg. Dan Lawrence is going to pop in under the lid. sliding. So 3 slips, we call it a catching backward point for a flay to the short boundary side. Short leg. 2 out for the short ball as well. Deep backward square and a fine leg. Atkinson didn't really believe that was out, did he?
No,
His heart
he
wasn't in it.
No.
What have you pulled out there? A little yellow book.
Yeah, I'm just checking to see. I've got
Vaccination book. Old school.
vaccinations. Yeah.
Ooh. Shape away. So 1 back in, 1 away from Atkinson. Up at pace 2, 85 mile an hour.
Well, I've got to nip out after this commentary stint and head to and head over the road, so to speak, up to Vincent Square to have whatever jabs I need for India. So I'm just checking to see which ones I've got.
I feel like I haven't, when I've gone to India before, I feel like I sort of haven't needed inoculations. What are you padding up for, Daniel?
I don't
gets
know.
Another one to take off from the surface where in the end he's left it pretty well, Davies, but he watched it all the way over the shoulder of his blade.
Well, I appear to have had a fair few of late. By the looks of this booklet. I mean, I've got one here which I really like, which is tet dip pertussis. Is that whooping cough? Tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. Is that whooping cough?
You're looking at Andrew Sampson, a statistician, like he would just know that.
Well, you know, he lives in South Africa. It is whooping cough. Huzzah!
I'm off to Brazil in a few weeks. So
Brazil?
I haven't really considered whether I'll need injections for that.
Yellow fever, I think.
Yellow fever.
What are you doing in Brazil? Holiday?
I'm doing a cricket trip. I'm doing a. Well, I'm working. It's not a tour for me necessarily. There's a MCC trip to Brazil. Both the men and the women are going out there for the South American Championships, and there's a wider tour that's been arranged around the magnificent story that is Brazilian cricket.
Yes. Will Roberta be there? Roberta
will be there. The new president of Cricket Brazil, Roberta Moretti Avery, former women's captain. But the men and the women are both playing, and there is a big festival taking place where I'm told 700 people are playing in the same tournament in the same day at the same complex, which is going to be mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And that follows the South American Championships in Rio the
Is that like
weekend before.
a sort of Maidan?
Must be like that. Well, we were told about in Birmingham, where there's something of that, isn't there, where there's like 15 grounds back to back to back.
Right.
I'm expecting that's what it's going to be.
Is that what the rainforest is taking a battering for?
Yes, Surrey have
the
been...
arrival of a Brazilian Maidan.
I should say Surrey have been very involved in this as well with their investments with Brazil over the last couple of years. And helps contribute to that great story in associate cricket. So, yeah, it's going to be a trip that runs for about a week in, I think from memory, it's the first week of November. So I best get my little yellow book out as well and work out what's required. 17 for none after 10. So they're not trying to attack the new ball, that much is certain. Interesting. This I formed the view earlier today with Yaz that Warwickshire would have to live a little early on and see what was possible, but it seems like they've gone the other way here, and they're playing the long game, perhaps.
Well, maybe they just think those runs will become easier to come by in about 20 overs' time. But
we're seeing a bit of a consolidation at New Road as well.
Still 6 down.
Yeah, 19 runs added for the 7th wicket so far. So Liam Patterson-White's 15. And Lyndon James, good player, Lyndon James, is 6. And they've got Josh Tongue, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas to come. Abbas is at 11. I'm not sure that, Tongue can whack it. Haven't seen much of Pennington bat. But they should have enough there with the 34 runs they require. And to my point of fascination, what's going on down at Taunton? Oh, it's not raining again, is it?
I believe
that's annoying. Because that's the game that had the chance for the most ridiculous finish today. Somerset needing 20 wickets in a day and getting 6 of them in a session. It was rain reduced that session as well. Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan to operate all day, eventually. Dan Worrell, what a bowler he's been. Picked up his 400th first-class wicket earlier in the week. Had an average of 25, and you throw in what he's done in T20s and one-day cricket, over 550 professional wickets now for a guy who decided to make the move over here full time. Picked up 100 wickets at 19 across the last 2 seasons. He was the cherry on top in that three-peat. Surrey already enjoyed such a strong team, but adding Worrell to lead the attack. You look at his record.
He's been kind of ever-present, isn't he, from the Vauxhall end?
Yeah. Well, some bowlers become synonymous with the ends they bowl at, right?
Yeah.
Over time, and that's most certainly the case with Worrell, who before this week, well, now he's taken 168 wickets at 21 or thereabouts for Surrey, which are a beautiful set of numbers. The lesser spotted.
Has our producer just worked out the numbers for the rota?
Yep, we've see the thing about the championship is that you get a 2-hour first session, and then from there. Although I do wonder this, John. I think on the final day. We've been collectively too smart by half here.
Yeah.
Because the last
just
day is
fixed.
times.
Yeah.
Other days, T's 32 overs to go, and
That's
we have to adjust the rotor accordingly. Bit of inside baseball for those of you who are into these things. Full face of the bat. So just the 2 openers used so far for Surrey. It won't be long before they go into their change rotations. I'm looking forward to seeing Matt Fisher.
Well, and Tom Laws, I think the pace that Tom Laws was getting in that first innings was quite startling, wasn't it? I mean, when the speed gun had him up at 88, 89 miles an hour, he's brisk. He seemed to have added an extra yard. You'll have to cajole a different umpire into his LBW decisions this time round.
Catches the call, but it's going to be 4. Slapped away, better than that. Creamed away through extra cover. The captain advances to 16. It's 22 for none.
That's a little show of aggression, isn't it? He's got a great big wide open space. I don't think Rory Burns would be too displeased to see him going after the ball there, because that wasn't a half volley. He's hit it on the up. If he doesn't get that right, there's 3 slips and a gully waiting, and Burns has got quite a few runs to play with here, so I think, strangely, both sides will be happy with the outcome there.
Well, that's gone the other way. So this is Worrell, 2 overs in a row with the same setup. The natural arc of his outswinger and leaving the last ball for the variation, the off cutter, and ever so close to beating the thrusted bat. Long way from the target of 390.
Yeah, it's become something of a repeating pattern at the Oval now, that we have those relatively closely contested first innings with slightly suppressed scores. Be interested to know that actually outside the Kookaburra ball games, how many batting points have been scored at the Oval?
Good question for Andrew Sampson. And a great shot from Alex Davis, the captain, crunching that through point. So in the space of 4 balls, he's hit 2 well-timed boundaries, one to the leg side and one out to the short boundary at deep point.
If anything, that's an even lovelier shot, wasn't it? Just getting up on his toes, hitting it square of the wicket. Vertical bat. Absolutely everything right about that. And they're just getting a bit of momentum into their batting here now, Warwickshire.
Had a middling season, Davey. 6 half centuries, averaging 30. High score of 78. Oh, wicket alert on the phone of John Surtz. He throws it in front of me. I better read it properly. It's a 7th wicket to fall at New Road. 114 for 7. Liam Patterson-White caught Roderick Bold-Allison, who's been a menace on the final day for the pairs. Ooh, squeaky bum stuff. I'm not saying put the other stream on. What I am saying is consider a second tab. Watch both at the same time.
Well, it's Liam Patterson-White that's out, you say?
Yes.
He's been the one who's been the more aggressive of the two. Lyndon James is 10 off 59. LPW 23 off 39.
Just straight of short leg. There'll be no single to Wider Schmidt on.
Still just 22 runs needed, so not very much favourites, but Josh Tongue will come in, I would imagine, at 9.
Yeah, betting points at the Oval outside of the Kookaburra game. Singular, which there were 7. I'm sorry, getting 5 and Durham 2. There've been a grand total of 10.
Is that all?
In the 6 games, of which Surrey have got 8 themselves.
So they've conceded 2 batting points in 5 games.
Well, they only conceded 2 against Durham as well.
Yeah. I love it when a question comes together.
Sound like, what was it, Hannibal Smith? What was his name? The A-team, Hannibal Smith?
Yes.
George Peppard.
Yes, George
Is that right?
Peppard,
I love
yeah.
it when a plan comes together. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think so. I do remember some things.
Colo's a bit young for the A-team. Well, I say that. He's from Australia, so presumably it came on Australian screens.
It would have, but
about 10 years after it was on in England.
Any international cricket, Daniel, between now and when you return here for Monday? Are you doing any of the England?
Yes, I am. Well, I've got finals day.
Finals day.
On Saturday. Disappointing not getting to see the brown caps, but it's always a fun day, finals day. And then...
It's a long day for radio broadcasts, isn't it?
It's the longest day. It's incredibly long. You start with such enthusiasm, and by the end of it, you're a broken man.
7 runs from it, so 30 for none, 360 away, 23 runs added in 30 minutes since the long interval.
And then I get the last home men's international of the summer on Sunday, which is Trent Bridge.
Which is next week.
Now then, here we go. We've got to change of bowling.
Here we go indeed. It's going to be Tom Laws, and we're going to have a change of bowling for SSE Energy Solutions. Powered by them. A game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. SSE Energy Solutions. Tom Laws on. Daniel Norcross stays. Yaz Rana in for me.
Yep, Tom Laws, who broke the Warwickshire innings first time round with 3 quick wickets, all 3 LBWs, prized out of the hand of Jack Chantry. He's got a different umpire he needs to impress here now, Michael Goff. Let's see how he gets on.
It's full from Laws. He does bowl, I reckon, a high percentage of really full deliveries.
Yeah, he does,
than most
doesn't he?
bowlers.
Yep. Well, he targets those pads as well, doesn't he? To good effect. Let's take a look at that. Oh, and that's left at the last minute. That is a beautiful ball. Yes, I think Alex Davis felt that ball was coming in on the angle.
Just keep an eye on those speeds as well. In that wicket-taking burst, he was touching 88 miles per hour.
Well, I heard you. I could hear you from next door. You were so thrilled. You were excited. You were whooping.
It was really exciting.
It was exciting.
Exciting, not just because what he was doing, but it's exciting to see an exciting young player go up a level, and that's what we saw on day one.
Extra yard, wasn't it?
I'm normally quite sceptical when someone says, that bowler, he'll be England level if he puts on an extra yard, as if that's just an easy, simple thing to do. Played nicely by Davies, keeps it on the ground, played late. Pick up a couple. Nottinghamshire 18 runs away now, Dan.
I've given up on that.
They're 7 down.
Yes.
Mohammed Abbas is their number 11.
It's a hope. It's a hope. I won't allow myself to get drawn in. If only Worcestershire had got another 30 runs, I would have felt differently, but there appears to be a wasp in our room.
Quick single this time.
But we're seeing this pattern again, aren't we? 4th day, how difficult it is to take wickets. I thought it might change a little bit as we got into September, but we've had a fair bit of moisture on the pitch with all the rain we've had over the last day. But the ground staff are very good at getting those covers on. And mind you, I'm seeing quite dark patches where the bowlers' footmarks are, and sometimes earlier on this season those have kind of ebbed away, haven't they? Been replaced by a sort of more uniform straw colour.
What do you think it is? This game different because of just how much time we've lost. We lost more than, or pretty much 2 and a bit sessions of play yesterday. The complexion of the game looks very different if we don't lose that much time. So it's not quite what it was at the first half
Yes,
of the
it might have
season.
been a target of sort of 460, mightn't it, in 110 or something like that. But yeah, we lost that opportunity.
Down the leg side. Taken nicely by Ben Folks. 3 runs from the over. Warwickshire 33 without loss.
Did you hear Andrew Sampson going through the number of batting bonus points that have been scored here at the Oval this season? We've had 6. This is the 6th match. In the Kookaburra ball game, Durham managed to get 2 batting points. And in the other 5 games, only 2 bonus points have been taken by teams that aren't Surrey. Oh, it is the end of the over. Right.
We have a change of bowler at the pavilion end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. From the first ball to the final over. Let's power change together.
Well, let's. Easier to do that way, isn't it?
By doing it together.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm going to get out of the way because I'm about to be manhandled by someone with a needle.
Good start from Jordan Clark. We saw Booth have a lot of success for Warwickshire this morning, operating with a stump-to-stump line. You think that if any Surrey bowler is going to have success in the same manner, it's going to be Clark. Tends to bowl very straight, attacks the stumps, bowls from often wide of the crease, angling into the stumps. Hello, Phil.
Afternoon, Yazine. How are you doing?
I'm good.
17 needed at New Road. 3 wickets in hand.
Lyndon James 11 off 60.
That's a proper knock. Not played a shot in anger. So, Yaz, do we have a game on here? You're looking at me with that sardonic face that you sometimes pull in response to questions of mine. Alex Davis has to play the innings of his life, I would say, if Warwickshire are going to get anything out of this game. 357 from 60, so that's 5.7. Right, yeah, there you go. Good maths, Phil. Pat myself on the back for that. 5.7. But I wasn't reading it, yes. I was reading the scoreboard over there.
Okay, well, from Surrey's point of view, there's still 62 overs left. That's a lot of time. And we know that the Duke's ball often moves the most between overs 15 and 30, so you've still got that window to come. We've seen signs of uneven bounce today. Jordan Clark himself, he was out LBW2 Booth in the first half an hour. But at the same time, these two Warwickshire openers have started well. They've looked compact. Balls haven't flown through and zipped off the pitch in the same way as they did in the first day and a half. Dan has been worrying about that Hampshire game early in the season where Hampshire weren't that far from chasing 377, and sure, the pitch died down on the last day. Surrey only took 2 wickets on day 4.
But that was also over 3 and a bit sessions.
Exactly, they scored at 2.7 runs and over across more than 100 overs. And it feels like conditions aren't actually hugely dissimilar here to what we saw then. So you might on paper look at it and think, hang on, look at where Warwickshire are on the table. They win this, they win the next two, they could win the title. Left alone, not too far away from his off stump. Made it over for Jordan Clark, Warwickshire 33 without loss. Let's have a look at this replay. Good lead from Davies. So you might look at it and think, why aren't they having a go? They've got nothing to lose, but I think we might be underestimating just how difficult it is to score at nearly a runner ball against an attack this good, who are also actually reasonably fresh as well. 5 seamers didn't have to do loads of bowling in the first innings. It's been a long time since that Warwickshire first innings as well because of the rain delays.
If Warwickshire play, if these two openers try and play unconventional cricket, then they're not going to last very long because the attack is too good. There's no weak link in it. They are, and we've seen it year after year, basically an impossible attack to really counter-punch against. So all you can do as the Warwickshire top order is sit in, ensure that you're not going to lose.
That's kept low. There have been signs of inconsistent bounce from the Vauxhall end over the last couple of days, but not enough, really.
No. And the thing is, however you diced it up, even if they have the afternoon of their lives with the bat, you still feel like there's 30 or 40 too many for them to have to get. You could look at it arguably at tea, 32 overs for 180 to 200, but you've got to get 160 to get there. So, and that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen between now and tea. So it was a declaration as much to demoralise the spirits of Warwickshire, more so that than to try and dangle something for them to try and chase, I think. And it's been shown in how they've gone about this. They're going at 2 and a bit and over, and yet it's still hard enough because you're facing a top quality new ball attack. It's a shame we didn't have another half a day to this cricket match. So for my money, there's only one team that can win it. Even if Warwickshire play out of their boots, there's only one team that can win it. And they have time seeping away from them. All I would say, I suppose, from Surrey's point of view, is that we've seen this movie before. It can look relatively quiet and becalmed, and suddenly Tom Laws slips in, a couple of LBs, and it's 60 for 3 with 50 overs left in the day. Different story, different picture. So Surrey will still believe, not least because they have a body of work behind them, a body of evidence to prove it.
I think Surrey were laudably pragmatic this morning. You might look at it on paper and think, well, hang on, that's quite a late declaration if they're chasing the win. But that doesn't tell the story of the morning itself. Folkes and Lawrence came out with real intent. You could see that they were hoping to get to somewhere like a lead of 400, but leaving Warwickshire closer to 85 overs rather than the 75 or so they got in the end. That would have given them 2 cracks with the new ball. So they then adapted their approach when they lost those wickets and ensured first and foremost that Warwickshire didn't have a sniff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's been a feature of Surrey's three-peat and their pursuit of a 4th title that they manage situations well and they don't get too far ahead of themselves. They realise when they need to take their medicine a bit and ensure they get the points. 8 points for a draw. Do not let yourselves not be in a position to get them first and foremost.
Yep, I think that's a very fair summary, really. You need to know when to throw a few flurries, and you need to know when to just sit back on the ropes. And having lost all of that play yesterday, Surrey were obviously in command of this game. They had to then adjust their ambitions accordingly. I wonder if perhaps they could have given themselves an extra 7 or 8 overs. But in the fullness of time, we'll see whether that makes any difference or not. Bottom line, you can understand a little inside edge onto the foot, rather indeterminate forward block. It's not his natural game, is it, Alex Davis? He's a middle order keeper bat, really, who's reshaped himself as an opening bat. You can understand why in the modern game. But that's not a natural shot for him, dropping onto the front foot with soft hands. But yeah, from Surrey's point of view, they ultimately look at the game next week and back themselves. So you get out of this one with at worst a few points plus a draw, and at best you never know, you might still nick it at the last. But next week is the game.
Speaking of
Indeed.
Surrey's opponents next week, Nottinghamshire are less than a hit away, 5 runs away from victory at New Road. They're 7 down. Lyndon James, 17 off 67. He's finally hit a boundary. Alongside him, Josh Tongue at number 9. They've put on 17 for the 8th wicket so far. It's another delivery played with the outside half of the bat. It's run away for 4. It's a moral victory for the bowler. But 4 runs, and actually well played again by Davies, doing well to keep a ball that perhaps bounced a little bit more than he expected, keeping it along the ground.
Yeah, his method to try and withstand good deliveries, and that was one of them, is to take the bottom hand off the bat. And as I said earlier, he's not a natural soft-handed player, he's a puncher. But he's adapted his game over the years to make it as an opener. So you see it a lot, that bottom hand comes off just to try and take the energy out of the shot.
There's an error on your screen at the moment. I assure you it is Davies, not Yates on strike, and I assure you that was a 4, not a 1 earlier in the over.
Once again, for those at the back, we do not control that ticker tape. Knots just need 4. It all bubbles up for next week, doesn't it?
Well dug out by Davies. 4 runs from the over, Warwickshire 37 without loss. Yeah, I guess the frustrating thing, Phil, just looking at the scores around the country really, is how weather has, at the moment at least, really intervened in games that looked like they could have been really spicy at the end. Look at Sussex, Hampshire. Sussex chasing 278 against a Hampshire side who've just been docked 8 points today.
Have they? I missed that.
Which drags them right into the relegation battle. They were in it already, but a defeat there could have been really interesting. Short ball from Laws, and that's pulled nicely by Yates, well in front of square on the leg side. 4 runs to the left-hander. But yeah, so they've been docked 8 points for a pitch that was produced in the reverse fixture between Hampshire and Sussex for the Utilita all the way back in June. Announcement only on the September the 11th. The press release stated that the decision was made on September the 2nd, so I'm not entirely sure why the process is so slow, especially when the decision is relevant to how the end of the season pans out.
It feels a little bit like one of those emails that you forget that you meant to respond to, and you need a nudge. Someone in the admin department. Yeah, I'm not sure that's a 3-month process, and I'm not sure it's particularly good for the integrity of the competition either, but anyway.
But also Durham, Essex. Durham starting the week in 9th. They're 96 for 7 in their second innings, still trailing Essex by 28.
Yeah.
So that could be huge for the relegation battle too.
Yeah, indeed. And fair play to Tom Wesley's Essex there, because Durham were 189 for 1 on the first day, and it's a real dogfight game. Those two basically on parity when they came into it. And they did well to restrict them to 3-3-3. Dean Elgar, Matt Critchley both made hundreds. And then Simon Harmer et al. Have got to work this afternoon, and you look at that scorecard and you assume Durham will fall away. That's a huge win for Essex if it does transpire.
Full and straight, well dug out by Yates. It's turned into a bit of a disaster of a season for Durham. News from Samo, Nottinghamshire have won. Their 5th win of the season.
Huge.
That is huge. It means that if Surrey draw this, I think I'm right in saying, Samo, that they will go into next week's fixture 1 point clear of Nottinghamshire. But yeah, on Durham, if they lose this, as it looks like they very well might, they will go into the penultimate round of fixtures possibly 14 points below Hampshire in 8th. It's a lot of points to overhaul this late in the season. And for a side that many fancied, maybe not for the title, but certainly to be in the title race, they recruited well over the winter.
They've been really harshly dealt with injuries to their quicks and England call-ups. But yeah, I certainly didn't foresee this. Don't discount Yorkshire either being dragged into that. They've had the wrong end of a tough game at Taunton, and with a bit of rain around and still 14 wickets in the hutch for Yorkshire, they'll get away with that one, but that's been a tough one for them as well, and they're not going to pick up many batting points, if any.
Yeah, but they if you look at the trajectories of the two teams, Yorkshire rallied quite well. I know this week it's not gone well for them, but as you say, the rain looks like it will save them. Yorkshire went on a run of 2 wins and 2 draws at a time when other teams weren't picking up many points in the midsummer.
Yeah, but they played Durham in the final game.
Yes.
So, Durham are within reach. You never know.
Where is that game?
I will tell you right now, it's going to be at Leeds in the final week.
They're actually on the park at Hove, so Sussex have resumed 37 for 1, chasing 278. If the weather doesn't intervene, there are 50 overs remaining, so not a total write-off. Kept low again, and well defended late again by Davies. Division 2, Leicestershire concealed promotion to Division 1, well, assuming that the structure for next season remains as it is. Obviously, a lot is up in the air at the moment. I'm looking forward to seeing how that is marked, by the way, by
a continuation of the status quo.
Well, not just by Leicestershire on their own social media accounts and the players' own celebrations, but big appeal for LBW. Clark loves it.
Oh.
Umpire doesn't, though.
To see that again.
Jordan Clark's gone full teapot after that not out decision. He was off running towards the cordon, not quite in celebration, but anticipation of a raised finger. Possibly a bit of bat, hard to tell from the first replay.
It's on the rise, hitting above the knee roll, but then they are rather small pads. Clark convinced.
Yeah, on Leicestershire, it's how will the official county championship handles mark the moment? If we don't know what the structure for next season is, can they definitively say that Leicestershire are promoted?
Promoted into something. Getting up ahead of steam here, Jordan Clark, into his 3rd over. And he is your difference maker. Him and Gus Atkinson on this track. Surrey are going to get anything from this game towards its back end, then you feel like he and Atkinson will be the change makers.
Here's another look at that LBW shout a couple of balls ago. Also questions about where exactly it strikes Davies.
It's fair to say Jack Chantry's developing a reputation as a pretty old-fashioned, miserly kind of umps. Didn't give much.
Is that regarded as old-fashioned?
I think so. I think in the age of DRS, I think umpires generally put their finger up more than they used to. Ray Julian, who was famously an outer back in the 70s and 80s, has said many, many times, well, look, I told you so. I did tell you.
I think nicely clipped into leg side by Davies. Picked up at least 2. At the end of the over, just the 2 runs from it. Warwickshire 43 without loss. Was it Ali who was telling us a story earlier in the season of an umpire in the 90s who won the Umpire of the Year award as voted for by the players?
It shouldn't happen.
Who wasn't necessarily the most accurate decision giver, but had a good feel of when the players wanted to leave, let's put it that way.
Nice. I wasn't present for that one, but I can well imagine that story, no doubt, echoes through the past, but probably resonates now as well. Dare I say it. A lot of cricket in a long season.
Laws in again from the Vauxhall end.
Feels a little bit flat, doesn't it? Yes. Just see Dan Lawrence warming up at cover. Change of pace, perhaps. See if he can get a little purchase.
Also seen Ollie Sykes at mid-wicket going through his offies. Hope he knows he's not actually allowed to bowl. Substitute on the field for Dom Sibley.
So Law's going deliberately as full as possible here. He doesn't mind getting driven, because that means those 3 slips are in the game. He's also getting just a bit of curve and arc into the left-hander, now going round the wicket. He was over in the previous. Quite a strong breeze coming as well from right to left as you look at it, which will help the in-swing to the lefty.
Bit of width and punished from Yates. Cut in front of square on the offside. Laws dragged his length back, and Yates leant into it nicely.
Yeah, delightful shot. He missed out in the first innings, did Yates, but he's a fine player. I guess come the shakedown, that's where Warwickshire will feel like they had a real chance in that final hour and a half on day one. If they'd got through 1 or 2 down, they could have dictated this game. A lead of 100 or so would have been a very different cricket match. 86 MPH. Slipped it, hasn't he, this week?
Yeah, sometimes there is some hesitation around how much we should trust the speed gun on the county streams, but there's more than one way in which the data is recorded. The umpires have the iHawk data, and I believe that there's been some cross-referencing done to confirm. Oh, very nearly pad first, and if it was pad first, I think Yates would have been in trouble. Yeah, I believe that the iHawk data confirms that the speeds that we saw on the first evening were legit, and that he was hitting 88 mph in that spell where he took 3 in 2 overs.
He looks a stronger, sturdier version of himself this year. He's only 22. It's nicely played.
5 off the over. Warwickshire 48 without loss. Yeah, I think we can be guilty of forgetting how young he is. He's already been on a Lions tour, been a part of multiple title-winning campaigns. I think he took 60 wickets at 20 across the 2022 and 2023 title wins. But he's only 22, but he's also played a lot of cricket. So in terms of first-class experience, he's only played, I I think 3 or 4 games fewer than Gus Atkinson, who's 5 years his senior, and at times England attack leader. He's done a lot in a short amount of time, Tom Laws.
If you are interested in the carve-up of English county cricket ahead of next year, as Yaz says, lots of conversations taking place, lots of debates among the 18. You need a 2/3 majority in order to effect change in the schedules for next year. We've already had confirmed a reduction in the T20 blast, and it remains to be seen what happens with the 4-day game next year. But if you are interested in it, and it certainly gets us going here, Yaz, then do listen to that interview from this lunchtime, which I believe will be on KiaOval.com website, between Daniel Norcross and Ollie Slipper, chair here at Surrey. Fascinating stuff. Surrey's position is very clear. They like things just as they are.
Well, if you're watching this and you're thinking the cricket here is petering out and you want to see it, you can just scroll back on this very live stream.
14 games is where the club is squarely positioned. 14 Red Bull games next year, and Mr. Slipper makes it quite clear that they are entirely unified across players, members and staff, that is where they want to be. That the club, regarding the first team squad, they did a WhatsApp poll and it was universally supported that the 14 game structure should be preserved. So that's Surrey's position, but it's interesting from a number of different angles as well, and I do suggest you check that out. Norcross on his best behaviour.
Oh, bit of a prod from Yates. It's the angle that Clark loves to operate from, around the wicket to the left-hander, angling the ball initially into the stumps and then getting it to hold its line, forcing the left-hander to play a ball that ultimately they don't have to. Very, very nearly does for Yates on that occasion. Left alone this time, well taken by Ben Folkes.
I think Adam Collins will be coming in here to take over from you, Yaz, in a moment, and he is the king of creating a narrative whereby we get a humdinger of a finish, so I'm intrigued to see how he reads this one. Just before you go, is this one of these examples where you wonder if the frontline spinner for Surrey may have changed the scenario a touch, perhaps changed when Rory Burns chooses to pull them out?
Left
Obviously
alone
we're
by
splitting
Yates.
hairs. That goes without saying with the results having played out over the years.
I think, before I hand over to Adam Collins, we've just lost so much time in this game. In a 4-day game, to lose the best part of 70 overs as we did yesterday, 75 overs, on a good pitch, you need something between two good teams as well towards the top of the Division 1 table. You need a lot to happen for a result to take place. So I think that's where we're at.
It does rain though, doesn't it, in England?
It does rain. And on that note, I'm off. Adam Collins is going to join Phil Walker for the next half an hour.
All over by tea then, Adam?
Yeah, even me, even by my trying to keep the dream alive standards, with that enormous cloud that's behind us, which you can actually see a shot there. I was at the back a moment ago and detected that we've got problems coming on that front. So that's going to be a challenge, and that I've no doubt will be playing into the thinking of Warwickshire, who have allowed the required rate to go above a runner ball. So that's game over for them as far as chasing, unless we're missing something. We hear about 200 in the final session being something that teams increasingly don't mind, but they're not going to get to 190 odd by tea. That's fairly clear. So Warwickshire playing the longer game, as is their prerogative. It'll mean that a lot will need to go right for them, but
Yep.
That's presuming they get an opening, and the best opening for them would be, I suppose it would be for Surrey and to Notts to play out a draw next week, and for the following week. Oh, shout! Laws appeals gone. Caught on the back leg, didn't get up as much as Davis thought. And as it was in the first innings when Laws picked up 4 leg befores, there's his 5th for the match. The first wicket to fall in the 4th innings of it here, 48 for 1, target 390, a long way away. Surrey have the breakthrough they needed to get going.
Yeah, not a moment's hesitation. The fingers shot up as well it might. Back leg, stuck on the crease. It's what Tom Laws does. So, just as we were writing the end notes for this one, Surrey opened that window. Couple of quick ones.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the game's
different story.
Most certainly open to Surrey if they can get a roll on here. We've seen the way they can apply so much pressure with the ball when a team is seemingly out of the game, for winning the game, that is, and steamroll through middle orders. And that's what they'll be wanting to do here. The challenge they've got, Will Young's a player of real class and experience around the world, but not least here in England. And he will be hard to dislodge unless they bowl extremely well to him.
Animated response by the fieldsmen, though. They know this game isn't fully dead by any means.
Yeah, it'll be the want of Warwickshire to reach the finish line, but very different plan for Surrey here. They want all the points. They want to get greedy. They've got plenty of bowlers to rotate through as well.
You feel he's the key man, as you say, Adam, a class player and a crease occupier is Will Young.
Has a lot of time, Young.
So 3 slips in a gully as Maestro hoves into view.
Hoves into view.
Hello, Samo.
We're not at Sussex, but anyway. It's 5 LBWs for Laws in this match, and his last 3 wickets before this match were also LBWs. So he's got 8 LBWs in a row.
Oh, start putting that in historical context.
Well, that's the problem.
Oh, here we go. I'm pairing.
Oh dear.
You've walked right into this one.
I know.
Short boundary, 1 man to beat and does so. Not sure if it was bat or thigh pad. It was thigh pad. So signalled by umpire Goff. So 4 runs that takes Warwickshire beyond 50.
Yeah, that's
waiting for the signal.
It's unfortunately not a standard query in the database. Consecutive bowling wickets. I've got a standard query for consecutive outs, but because bowling wickets also.
But it may not be. It may not be the sort of query that you normally put into there. But it's a database that you've literally constructed yourself. You can put in.
We can put it. The historical problem is we don't have who the batsmen were out at the fall of each wicket for most historical scorecards. So you can't necessarily say the order of the wickets for the bowler. But we can do it for recent times.
Well, let's.
Anyway.
Single to finish. Young keeps the strikers off the mark. Wicket taking over. Successful over for Surrey. It's 53 for 1. Can we also have, please, just for my own curiosity, most leg befores for a bowler in a match?
Yeah.
How's that go for your database?
Yeah, no, that we can do that.
He knows that anyway.
He just knows it,
Daniel Lawrence, good to see.
Yeah, bowling in the short sleeve jumper and the long sleeve shirt. He's only missing a pair of sunglasses and he's got the full off spinners kit. Someone get him a pair of sunnies out there stat.
I really don't mind this at all, not least as well because it means you can get through a few more. Freeze things up.
Yeah, it's deceptive, isn't it? It says on the board to bowl 55.
Minimum.
They ain't getting 55 in if they're playing 5 seamers and rotating through.
Yeah.
3 catching men, 2 on the leg side, round the wicket, his approach to Young. Pushing him back.
Did he get Will Young out at Edgbaston? Was it Will Young who he got out?
Why don't we find out? It'd be a great get from you if something that happened in April.
2022, I'm talking, in the New Zealand Test match.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant earlier this season.
No.
Oh, of course, Young didn't. Play for Warwickshire at that point of the season. Second single for him, 54 for 1. So it was
2021.
It was the second test in
Oh, he did. He did.
Good from you.
Thank you. Caught Pope, bowled Lawrence, 82. Will Young.
I feel like it was a close-in catch, like it was a
Little
like
pop
one
up.
of those.
Little pop up. Oh, I'm feeling good now, Adam.
I recall you being on fire that week. Full stop. I'll continue in a moment here. Well forward. We were sharing a room, so we were in each other's presence the whole way through that test. But I remember you on the long run when the test ended. England got result on what, fourth morning.
Yeah.
Sunday morning. It was all over far earlier than it probably should have been. And England were playing a Euros match at lunchtime. And the radio station that we were working for had us do a bit of fill. They said, go and fill for 40 minutes or an hour or whatever it was as the game came to an end. And I reckon I spoke for, I don't know, 3 or 4 sentences. You just went about the batting techniques in this country, about the suitability of this. It was you at your absolute best, if I'm honest. I love it when you get angry.
I was just a crazy kid chasing a dream, Adam.
Outside edge slides across him, gets a third single. That was the Wagner and Matt Henry who did the damage that week. What was the series that preceded the World Test final, wasn't it? That New Zealand went on to beat India in at Southampton.
That's it. Oh, that's what he's looking for.
Yeah, well played. Yates watched it all the way under his eye. Went back and had to commit to the defensive stroke. It was on target. 56 for 1. Yates has batted for a very long time in the 4th innings before going back to that summer again in 2021. Big chase against Essex on the final day when they hauled in 350 plus when Essex were the defending champions. It was a young Rob Yates who, I think that the line in Wisdom was that he had to, that night, having played a defining innings in his young career as the lights come on here at the Kia Oval, had to go home that night and write an essay about the mating habits of gorillas, wasn't it, for university. Law starts a new over. Young pushed out to cover.
You can learn about that just playing enough county cricket. Yeah, that rubbish behind us, Adam, does not look good.
No, we've got problems coming. I would like to see Matt Fisher get a go here. Five overs in the first innings. Bowled without luck as ever. Saw him bowling at lunchtime out here, getting limbered up, ready for the task.
Do you think a bowler can be so unlucky that it ceases to be bad luck? Something about the length they bowl, perhaps, or the angle at which it comes down. I'm not saying this applies to Matt Fisher at all, because I agree with you. I've seen him bowl lucklessly all year. But I wonder if sometimes it's a trick of the eye with certain bowlers.
I don't think... maybe what you're describing there are bowlers who bowl that pretty length and beat the bat all the time. Oh, that's not a pretty length. That's nice and full. And taken out through backward point, skewed out towards the long rope in front of the SSE Energy Solutions stand and dragged in. Fine piece of fielding. There's plenty of work to be done out there. They return for a third. It'll take Young to 659 for 1. 390 is the target.
Yeah,
I think that I have a recollection of Mohammed Shami playing a test out here in 2018, the Alistair Cook test that you and I might have spoken about earlier in the week, and there was so much made of how many times Shami had beaten the bat on one of the days here. There's that homing missile that Laws bowls, doesn't quite sneak it through. And at the time, there was some quite reasonable response to that, saying, well, yeah, okay, that's fine, but look at where he's pitching it. None of these balls are on a length that are going to hit the stumps. So, yep, it's moving prodigiously, but from far enough back that players can play the line a bit more, so it's a little bit deceptive. I don't think Fisher does that.
No, I don't
feel
think
like Fisher's fuller.
I agree, and it doesn't apply to him.
Yep. Very dark now. In fact, so dark that I'd be surprised if we haven't got a conversation had between the umpires any moment here. It's the end of Laws's over. It'll be rain or it'll be light, one or the other, and it might be spin from both ends. Sorry, one ball left, my apologies. To keep the game going in the short term. Occasionally we have conversations about bad light and where it's taken. There's no real dispute about where we're at here.
No.
This is genuinely dark. 4 runs from the over. Andrew Sampson got something.
Yeah, the LBW's most by a bowler in one match is 9.
9, okay.
Which has happened 4 times in first class cricket, 2 of which are in the county championship. Mark Eilert did it against Northampton.
Interesting. It's the left armour.
Yeah,
At
yeah.
Luton in 1995, yeah.
At Luton. How many first class
Luton.
games played at Luton? There you go.
Not many, but there have been some. And Ollie Robinson's the other one to do it in the championship. Looks like the covers are coming on. For
we're
Sussex,
done
Glamorgan, Cardiff in 2021.
2021 for Ollie Rob. Okay, noted. We might come back to that because we'll have a bit of time to
Yep.
fill here. So yeah, I'm afraid to say that this was the inevitable end of the last 10 or 15 minutes as the conditions have deteriorated. I don't think it's raining. My reference point, the blue Kia car, it's so dark I can't tell whether it's raining in front of it right now.
It is raining, Adam. Mine is the SSE black strip.
Oh, yeah,
over to the left, and
yeah.
it is raining.
That's right. Yeah, I'm with you now, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
There are drops coming down. So the Hessian first. The players will leave the field. To recap where we've been so far in the session, Warwickshire, who was set 390 after Surrey declared their second innings closed at 391 for 8. They bowled 5 overs before lunch, wicketless, and they've returned and added 53 runs in about 75 minutes of cricket or thereabouts. They lost their captain Davies about quarter of an hour ago, leg before wicket to Laws for 31. And since then, Yates remains on 18. Young's still there on 6. In theory, we have 53 overs remaining in the game. That'll remain 53 overs. We won't lose any overs in the short term, but a combination of the forecasts for rain later, maybe, although hopefully this is the worst of it, and the light at this time of year, I doubt they'll get anything close to 53. So the task is that much harder for Surrey to claim full points, Phil Walker.
Yeah, that's it. It's a shame as well. People will maybe say, well, the weather is turning, but it's only the second week of September. It's just, in a dry summer, we've caught a bad one. That's all it is, and it's taken too much out of this game, you feel, for a positive result. Surrey won't lose too much sleep over it, I fancy. We still move into next week with everything on the table. There will be, as far as we worked it out, a single point separating Notts and Surrey this time next week. What a game we have in store.
Phil, you can hear the rain. You can see it, not quite through the scorecard there, but you will in a moment. You can certainly hear it through the FX mic. It is tumbling down. They've come off at the right time. What we're going to do here through our delay, we're going to go to the interview that Daniel Norcross did before play today, pre-recorded. It was played out at lunch, but it was so good we're going to play it again.
Yeah.
With Ollie Slipper, who's the chair here at Surrey. And there's a lot in it. For those of you who are interested in the future of the county game in the short term, Ollie Slipper gives a pretty good eye to how they're seeing it here at the Kia Oval. And we'll do that with the score, unfortunately, and with rain falling here on the final day at the Oval, 60 for 1.
Hi, I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me is the chair of Surrey County Cricket Club, Ollie Slipper, and we're going to discuss the proposed changes or not to the county championship from next season. I want to have a little chat with you about the proposed restructuring of the county championship. It's been in the news a lot lately. There's a lot of uncertainty for members and some concerns as well about what the system's going to be next year and going forward. Can you just describe for us the options that are on the table?
Well, I think that the options on the table are either a vote for 13 matches in a new system where there will be 12 teams split into 2 pools of 6 in the top division, and then a 6-team bottom division, where you will play the teams in your pool, and then right at the end of the season there will be some form of playoff proposition where best plays best in a sort of a 13th game to decide who is the county championships, or effectively a no vote for that and continuation of 14 matches.
So just to understand, what's driving this? Because we've had a system in place that's worked pretty well now for quite a few years. Why are people pushing for a reduction from 14 to 13 games?
I think probably the biggest driving force has been the PCA, who did some form of vote over the winter where they had a majority of their members think that there is too much cricket generally, and that isn't just around county championship, that is around the entire domestic summer. So I think they've probably been the driving force, and then obviously there are certain counties that probably see the county championship as a loss leader, who believe there should be less of that form of cricket because it effectively costs them money. But that's certainly not, our case.
And so the drive for a 6-6 and another 6, I suppose, is attractive for some counties because that allows 12 sides to start each year with an opportunity to win the county championship. We currently only have 8, 10, sorry, in the top division and 8 in the second division. So I suppose that's another attractive prospect, but it then means that you've got 12 teams competing in what is in effect a split first division. And so you're not necessarily going to get best v best throughout that, are you?
No, and that's our major, concern with this 13-game proposition. We're strong believers in best v best. If you look at cricket as a whole, or the revenues generated from cricket, Test match cricket still generates, I think, something like 70% of the game's revenue. And we just feel this will be a dilution of quality. Our preference was to move to an 8-team top division where each side plays each other twice, so there's more symmetry in the season. You don't have situations like this year where we might play the team that will ultimately finish bottom probably only once in the season rather than twice. So, and actually, if you want to develop test cricketers, we feel that you should be playing best v best. And so going from 10 to 8 was our preference, but if it ends up sticking at 10, so be it. But going from 10 to 12, we feel will be a further dilution of, quality in the county championship.
So where are we at the moment with this? Because just so as our viewers understand, there needs to be a 2/3 majority for change. So in this case, that means 12 counties out of the 18.
Yeah.
Where are we at the moment with the negotiations?
I think it's probably in the balance, to be honest. I think, we certainly understand there's probably at least 6 counties that share our view that we should continue with a 14-game county championship season. We didn't get any real traction around an 8-team top tier amongst the other counties, but certainly we feel that there's at least 6, maybe 7 other counties that believe that we should continue with a 14-game county championship.
Well, if that's the case, then does that look to you as your feeling, therefore, that we're going to end up with the status quo effectively for next year?
I mean, who knows what's going on in the background, but that would certainly be our preference, the status quo.
The only concern then might be that this issue might rise up again, might it? Because presumably any change that does take place would then be locked in for a period of time. Are we able to sort of draw a line under these if the status quo continues next year, or is this going to be a debate that we're going to be revisiting?
We're very hopeful that, I think the game definitely doesn't want this sort of disruption every year. So I think whatever decisions are made now will probably be set in stone until 2031, which is where the current future tour programme with the ICC sits, so that there's sort of continuity until then at least.
Just to be clear, the views that you're expressing on behalf of Surrey, are those views that are reflected in membership as well as your own personal views?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I guess I've got 3 real stakeholders. I've got the players, the staff and the members, and there's a unanimous sort of majority that believe that the 14-game season is the right way to go. Certainly, we've had no members come to us saying, please reduce it. The only feedback we've had from our members and from the General Committee is, please try to keep this as a 14-game season. For us at Surrey, the County Championship is the blue-ribboned event of the season. It's the thing we care more about winning than anything else. Obviously, we've had some success over the last 3 years, and we've got an exciting month ahead as we play here today against Warwickshire, have what looks like a top of the table championship potential decider next week against Nottinghamshire. So, and it's not just us, it's the players. If you speak to any of the players, the thing they feel most proud about in their careers is winning a county championship. And for our membership, they love it as well, and we're seeing record crowds. I think we've already had over 70,000 people come through the gates this year. We're going to beat all of our records yet again. We're more than double we were 5 years ago. We've got behind it from a commercial perspective. We now have things like our Red Bull Festival. where we had 7,000 people come in. We have our schools day. Similarly, I think we had 6,000 school kids come and watch the county championship. So we're very proud of that product here. It's the thing that we care most deeply about, and that's why we want to keep it as a 14-game season.
So the counties that want change, they're presumably also being advised by their members, because most clubs are member clubs. Is it your sense that actually there are members out there from other counties who want a reduction? Because the obvious sort of feeling that I would get is that a member wants as much cricket as possible. They don't want to see their membership not devalued, but reducing the number of opportunities they've got. There's already issues that members have across the country for August, for example, where a lot of counties have very little cricket. It almost seems counterintuitive to think that there are members around the country who want a reduction.
Yeah, I mean, I can't talk for other membership groups. Certainly we know that our members are very favourable for a 14-game season. There are certainly some of the other counties that have had a degree of pressure from their members to continue at a 14-game season. But I guess if we look at our own membership and our audiences, we've doubled the size of our county championship audience in the last 5 years. I think this year will be more than double where we were in 2019. So I guess our members are voting with their feet. They enjoy coming here. We put on an amazing proposition. Our membership, we feel, is extremely good value, and what we don't want to have to do is reduce the amount of content that our members are getting.
And lastly, I guess the players themselves. You've canvassed their opinions as well, I guess. I know the PCA are interested in a reduction of matches across the season, but there's already 2 T20 Blast games that have gone.
Yeah.
And I know that only sounds like 2 days, but it isn't in effect, is it? It's the day of travel, it's the moving around, and that's part of the issue the PCA have got, is the fixtures coming thick and fast.
Yeah.
How do the players feel about a reduction? Are they? It wouldn't be surprising for people to want to have fewer work days. That would be an entirely natural thing for people to want to do. But is that the vibe you're getting from the players here as well?
No, I mean, we did a WhatsApp poll on our players' WhatsApp group, and we had a unanimous 31-0 to continue at 14 games. And that's even some of the white ball cricketers voting on behalf of their red ball colleagues. So, our view is, we don't want to reduce content. They certainly don't want to reduce content. I mean, there is a huge amount of money that is about to come into the game of cricket from the 100 proceeds. And I think certain PCA sort of membership groups, probably with smaller playing staff than us, might think that there is a huge amount of cricket for them because they're playing in every single game, all formats. But actually, the money that comes into the game will be allowed, the counties will be allowed to reinvest that into revenue generative sort of infrastructure stuff, which I think will improve the balance sheets, improve the P&Ls of all of the counties, the smaller ones in particular. And I think over time that will allow them to increase the size of their playing squads, have more potential sort of specialist red ball and white ball cricketers. So I think it's a sort of a moment in time where the game hasn't seen the sort of commercial benefits of the 100 proceeds, where people are taking a vote now. And what I don't want to do is, that vote shouldn't determine the future. So I'm hopeful that, we've got enough counties that share the same views as us, and we can continue with a 14-game season.
Richard Thompson of the ECB, and formerly of this parish, of course, felt that it wasn't so much a number of fixtures issue as a scheduling issue. I think he's been quoted as talking about the schedule, and I think that is an issue for members as well, is it not? Are you hopeful that there might be a way of altering the fixture list so that it becomes a little less chaotic? For a lot of people, it's quite tricky to move from one competition into another, then back round to another one. Do you see that as an issue that could be resolved?
I think there will be an improvement in the schedule next year. I mean, the situation we have currently, where you have sort of the blast in 2 early windows and then that big break and then the quarters and the finals day in September, that is going to be fixed as part of this. So I think that's the biggest issue with the schedule. So, we have a situation where, the last couple of years where we just haven't had the same squad of players in our quarterfinal or finals day that we've had during the group stages. So that will be a huge improvement. I mean, the biggest issue of all was the blast, and we've seen declining numbers across the game. So I think 20% down here at Surrey from the heights of the blast, and this sort of I guess, a smaller, improved, better blast, we think we can recover that and probably surpass the levels we were at the height. So I think that will be a really big benefit. I think there's a general consensus we're going to try and stop the amount of very long overnight travel for the players around the blast, which I know the PCA had major concerns with, as do we. So I think those improvements will certainly help fix the schedule.
And lastly, when do we think that a decision will be made? Because, you know, as we get to the end of the season now, fans get a little bit lachrymose at the prospect of the 6-7 months off. And the thing that keeps it going is what's going to happen next year.
It will be within the next week, yeah. I think there is a PGC, which is the Professional Game Committee meeting next week, and I think the decision will be made then.
Ollie, thanks ever so much.
Great, cheers, nice to see you.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the final session of this Rothesay County Championship encounter between Surrey and Warwickshire. After the heavy rain an hour or so ago, we are playing under bright blue sunshine in South London. Reminder, Warwickshire 60 for 1, supposedly chasing 390. Surrey 9 wickets away from what could be an extraordinary win that would alter the complexion of this title race. Nottinghamshire, their title rivals, won earlier in the day, beating Worcestershire by just 3 wickets at New Road. An incredibly nervy chase, chasing down 136. I'm Yaz Rana, alongside me, Adam Collins. I didn't think we'd be back, Colin.
No, I must say, to go behind the curtain, some bits and bobs might have been packed up. Some charges might have been placed in bags. We didn't. It was absolutely belting down with rain in such a way that, you know, the captains can kind of, you know, wink to each other that maybe leave the covers on a bit longer. But now blazing sunshine, and, you know, I know that forget about what it says in the book. It'll be 36 overs required to get through minimum. And if they can do it, well, we've seen Surrey bowl out teams in a session before, and that's the task. And if they're good enough to rattle through Warwickshire in a session, well, they will have earned their advantage in the wider competition. So this could be fun. Let's see how they go about it. They can be as aggressive as they want. The target's irrelevant.
Will be the main man, Gus Atkinson, to kick off proceedings. He's bowling to Rob Yates.
And Warwickshire have plenty to play for here too. Let's not forget that as we've set up through the course of the 4 days, they're still in the hunt. Somerset won't win, unlikely as it was, at Taunton. They're not going to take 20 wickets in a day, so both Somerset and, if this game's drawn, Warwickshire will remain theoretically in touch if results broke their way. So Warwickshire need to put a shift in here. They can't open the door to Surrey.
Yeah, a reminder of the playing conditions on the final day in the County Championship. It's not like the first 3 days, and it's also not like what you have on the final day of a test match. So you might be wondering why there are only 36 overs left, but we weren't actually off for that long. Well, on the final day in the Championship, as soon as you're off, you start losing overs. So we took the tea break pretty much as soon as we came off. So aside from those 20 minutes, every minute we were off meant that we were losing time. So only 36 overs remaining in the game. Well fielded at backward point. They scampered through for a single.
Yeah, that ball's remaining number, I'm not sure where that comes from. So you can disregard that. So yeah, as you say, it's 35.3 overs left in the game. And yes, that's the job for Warwickshire, to get to safe harbour. And 2 players who are temperamentally well suited to that. Will Young batted for a really long time in the first innings of this match. He was the 9th man out for 72, but was out there for 166 balls in challenging conditions, and batted for a long time to save a game here for Notts a couple of years ago as well.
Surrey on the attack. Obviously on the attack, 3 slips and a forward short leg in place. We start today with just about all 3 results being possible. A Warwickshire win was always going to be impossible, but not totally out of the realms of possibility, given that when we started play today, we actually anticipated a full day's play. They took a few early wickets after a positive start from Folkes and Lawrence. Good short ball by Atkinson, but Young is able to comfortably duck underneath it.
Yeah, unfortunately this time of year, with the way the schedule works with Monday through Thursday, we don't quite get the same crowds as we do early in the season, where those fixtures that start on Friday, they are rollicking here. But there are still a number of people using the facilities to work from home. I've run into quite a few. Went upstairs at lunch and went outside rather at lunch to the ground, and 4 or 5 people I know who are Surrey members who have taken to, they've got certain desks that they use every day up there to use as their work desk, which would have flown before before the pandemic, I suppose. But see up there, I don't think those with a pinter are working. But yes, behind the glass, behind the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion sign, there are a few tables there. There's some tables upstairs as well, and every bit of available workspace has been claimed today. I'm reliably informed, as people want to be here just in case something special happens, so they can work and have fun at the same time.
Good Wi-Fi on the ground.
Great Wi-Fi.
Great Wi-Fi.
Well, I guess this was your office for a long time as well, Yaz, on the other side of the ground.
Oh, full toss. Appeal for LBW. I wonder if there were two noises there.
It's a very Tom Laws kind of dismissal too. He's had 5 LBs in the match. I mean, that's obviously fuller than he's been, but still.
It's one of those where you almost perhaps don't appeal as much as you ought to because the delivery wasn't what was initially intended. But also one of those where sometimes the aesthetic of the delivery and the shot that is played can be off-putting for the umpire as well. I remember Graham Swan getting Chris Rogers' LBW in an Ashes test at Lords that I think everyone felt just looked out. Rogers doesn't review it, but then the replays show that actually that full toss was going well down the leg side.
And the sadness of that, where he'd encouraged Shane Watson to take a review only just before it.
Played along the floor by Rob Yates.
So there was the reputation of Shane Watson referring everything. And, you know, it was a well-earned reputation. Big front pad and so on. But on that occasion, it was Chris Rogers who'd said to him that he thought, I don't remember if it was an impact thing or a missing leg thing, but he said you should review that. And Watto, who was less keen on reviewing that particular decision, did, which meant there were no reviews for Rogers to use when the time came for him a couple of hours later. Kind of summed up the total misadventure for Australia at Lords in that test in 2013.
Flick down the leg side, just out of Ben Folkes' reach, but off the pad though. 4 leg buys added to the Warwickshire score. Question for you on the evolving lexicon of Australian cricket. So David Warner did a round of interviews before the 100. In it, he described Joe Root's front pad as being a surfboard that Josh Hazlewood would be targeting this winter. I'd never heard someone's front pad being described as a surfboard before, and it feels like every Ashes series there's a new phrase or set of phrases that the Aussies bring to the table that I've never heard before, but every year there's a new one.
It's good. I mean, it's on brand for Warner to be saying something that would ultimately end up in a headline. That's true. He's had the most fascinating life in the public eye, David Warner, hasn't he? You know, to go from the way he emerged so spectacularly from kind of nowhere, all the pieces that were written about him at the time from a commission house, which is essentially a council flat in British jargon, to the Australian team in the blink of an eye, to have such a productive time of it as a international cricketer. Then not long after that, getting into that brawl with Joe Root. You mentioned Joe Root and David Warner. Those two have priors, the belting him at the walkabout in Edgbaston, in Birmingham rather, in 2013. I know now that lots of people treat that as a pilgrimage, and I've been one of them. When in Birmingham, you got to go to the walkabout.
Is there a blue plaque there yet?
Well, I've pushed for things like this. One day. One day. And then he went through a period. I wrote a piece for the magazine for Wisden Cricket Monthly. I don't even know what year it was. It must have been. It was when Warner was turning 30. Phil Walko's with us this week. Got me to write a piece with Warner to mark the midpoint of his career. Ended up being quite an eventful interview for lots of different reasons around the Ashes being and the pay dispute at the time. But the strong through line was that Warner wanted people to realise that he had changed, that he wasn't the guy who had first emerged, that he was, as he said at the time, he was doing his meditation app every day, this app called Buddhify, I think it was, that he'd stopped drinking, that he was, he realised the errors of his ways previously, and he was on a different path. And as is the way with Warner, like it's hard not to believe him when he's in full flight, and I think he believed it. There's that great line from There's a great line from Breaking Bad from the lawyer Saul Goodman, who said that he once convinced a woman that he was Kevin Costner, and she believed it because he believed it. There's a little bit of that with Warner. Like, he believed what he was saying to be gospel truth, to use a political term. And that really was the Warner, if you like, with so many priors, so many things he'd said and done to that point of his career over about 5 years.
Well, Peel for LBW.
He got to 2017 as he was turning 30, and he's like, no, I'm a different guy. And he was, remember the Reverend bit when they were calling him the Reverend because he was making hundreds and talking into the handle of his bat like a preacher. All of this. It was real, and then it obviously wasn't real. Then Sandpaper happened, and then obviously lots of things happened. And there's mitigation around what happened with him in Sandpaper, which, you know, I don't want to get into because it's boring now. It's a long time ago, but there were circumstances around why he was so upset at the time, which led to the horrible, catastrophic debacle that was Cape Town. But I always felt that he got back from Sandpaper, and he's like, I just don't care what anyone thinks anymore. So in that period of time between turning 30, Sandpaper, and returning from it, he went from really caring and sincerely caring about his reputation and rehabilitating his reputation to coming back and going, I don't care what a single person thinks about anything I say or do. And that probably informs the type of David Warner that you now see, who, you know, he's a walking quote on anything because he's got so many opinions and they're so stridently held on everything.
He plays and leans into the villain persona in England,
Loves
at
it.
least.
Absolutely loves it.
Which in a way I think has endeared him to a portion of English cricket fans. Not in a hugely dissimilar way. Obviously very, very different characters, but not in a hugely dissimilar way to how Broad is viewed in Australia.
And Broad's big business now. I mean, Broad's out there doing telly and radio this summer in Australia, and he's, you know, he's a big global brand name as a commentator pundit in a pretty sort of short space of time when you consider that, well, he was playing Test cricket 2 summers ago. Nationally contracted player and all of that.
End of this Gus Atkinson over. Warwickshire 71 after 26. Yeah, I think Broad's very interesting on his nascent commentary career in that he takes it really seriously, in that he wants to actively learn from those around him. He did an interview, I think it was at the Telegraph recently, where he was reflecting on his first full summer in the job, and he was reflecting on Gus Atkinson's first Test wicket and acknowledged that maybe he didn't go big enough on commentary. So he's very self-reflective on his job as a commentator and as a pundit. And it comes across. He's been an excellent addition.
Yeah, I think there are commentators who finish playing who view their commentary as an extension of their cricket, and by that I mean they're ever so talented cricketers. They're brilliant. They've played for their country. Aren't they? You know, they've never had any opinion of theirs ever tested because they're good at cricket. That's the way it rolls, right? You're good at cricket. You can say pretty much anything, and no one will challenge you with what you say when you're a player. If you're a big enough personality, you can say practically anything. So that extends to their commentary. It's a good bit of bowling that from Laws to have it angling back and swinging back as well. So you can kind of get away and ride that wave for a while, I reckon. There's a way you can and play that character. Or there are those who treat it like they're starting a new career. Remember interviewing both Mike Atherton and Nasser Hussain sort of around pandemic times about various things, but about commentary. Simon Kadich is another. They're the ones who fill up their notebooks and who treat it, examples of those who treated it like it was a brand new career. I mean, Nasser said something to the effect of he knew that his shelf life as a former player was comparatively limited because at some point, yeah, you're a former player, but there's a whole bunch of former players that follow you and they're more relevant to the modern game and so on. So you've got to be brilliant at your prep and at your commentary and at what you do and your craft and become more important than that. That old thing about many, many people in Australia never knew that Richie Benaud played cricket. When they were growing up watching him as a kid, he was just the guy who was the voice narrating the game for years and years without realising that he's one of the great Test captains ever.
I think it's a really good
great
point
compliment
about how initially for a lot of ex-pros, almost whatever they say in the first 2, 3, 4 years after they retire from the game is really interesting because it's a perspective
Yeah.
from the periphery of the dressing room. But there becomes a point where they don't have that insight that comes from their own playing career. They have great insight into the life of a professional cricketer. That's where commentators like Atherton Hussain are so good. They've remained relevant decades beyond the end of their playing days.
And Sky obviously do a great job of that. They pick people who treat it with that respect, who don't view it as an extension of being a player. I think that's the risky bit, the people you get who... I think this is a huge part of it. If you're a good enough player, you are never challenged. Your opinions are taken as law because you're a good batter, you see. You batted nicely, therefore you must be brilliant. And they ultimately, that lasts for a while. That glow, that halo stays with you if you're a good enough cricketer for a period of time. But over time, people move on because there's the next batch. You know what I mean?
There's always a good indicator of how the game's panning out is how much we're talking about the game. And the fact that we're drifting in this way suggests that the game's not necessarily moving that quickly towards a definitive end point. 4 overs since the resumption. Very uneventful so far. A couple of LBW appeals, but...
Yeah. That's it. And this is the perfect forum to drift because there's no out at the end of the over. We can just keep going. County cricket is a very lovely type to commentate on.
Still high-class cricket in front of us. 2 international players. Gus Atkinson bowling at Will Young, who has one of the more curious international careers. As a reference in the first innings, yet to score 100 from his first 22 Test matches, but was player of the series in one of the great Test series wins of all time. New Zealand winning 3-0 in India last year.
Well, Young hasn't got a Test 100.
I think it's 11 half centuries from 22 Test matches. I think Samo will be able to correct me if I got that wrong.
Well, Samo did a thing yesterday on his excellent Substack, which is called the Notches...
The Notches Natter.
Notches Natter. I'm going to plug Samo's Substack. And he reached 50 posts. And it was the catalyst for him talking about conversion rates for those who have had exceptional... Well, Bradman is the outlier always on everything with his conversion rate 50 to 100. But those who had excellent reputations for that, Michael Clark, who we were referring to a moment ago, being one of those. I know I didn't mention him by name, did I? Whose century to 50 ratio is incredible. And Yunus Khan.
Yunus Khan's one.
But then others, Samo, you can pick it up here because it's in your post. Some people who had like horrifyingly bad conversion rates, like Tony Locke.
Tony Locke never got 100. He was the most runs in first-class cricket without scoring 100, Tony Locke. But Jeff Miller is the man.
Jeff Miller, yeah.
And England off-spinning all-rounder back in the 70s and 80s.
Clipped through the vacant leg side region for 4.
Very good player, Jeff Miller. He made 56 50s before he scored his first century in first-class cricket.
Wow.
Which is off the charts. The next highest was 33 for anyone before scoring their first century.
And there were big Test runs in there, wasn't there?
There weren't. Yeah, he got 2 98s in Test cricket. I think I pointed out he made one of them was not out when Bob Willis, having come in at number 11 at Lahore, stuck around for 96 minutes and then got out with Miller too short of what would have been his first-class 100. And it was another 7 or so years later before he finally got one in the county game.
I think the king of this is someone you mentioned the other day. Corbin Bosch, averaging 44 in first-class cricket. His recent 100 against Zimbabwe was the first 100 he'd scored in his life. So this is a guy who's 31 years old, averages nearly 45 in first-class cricket, yet only in his 31st year on this planet did he first score 100. That's ridiculous. That's totally absurd.
Completely, yeah. I've always found the kind of failing to convert from 50s to 100s interesting.
Samo, who was the Indian Open that opened with Gavaskar, who had the terrible conversion record?
Chetan
Chauhan. He's what, 13 Test 50s, no hundreds?
Yeah. Well, he was He was also for a long time the most test runs without 100 until Shane Warne came along. Chowan was just over 2,000. 2,084 rings a bell. Anyway, Warne got, about 3,300 in the end, because obviously playing quite a lot as the world's greatest leg spinner and being able to bat a bit. Got him that many runs.
In the 96 World Cup, he batted quite high up in the order. There's some great scorecards. I think in the quarter-final against West Indies, he batted 5 or something like that. Ooh, off the glove. Tom Laws. I remember on the topic of conversion rates, Stephen Fleming, who had a famously mediocre conversion rate, got it in front of me here. 946 half centuries from his 111 Test matches. He said that because of the state of New Zealand cricket when he was growing up, where there was a deficit of talent, really, young players who were good and had showed high potential, they were often promoted before their time. And not just in terms of winning a senior cap, but first playing under 19 regional stuff and then first playing for your domestic side every single step of the way. And he said he never learnt the art of actually compiling 100. And he said that was a skill in itself. As good as you are, that is a skill that you learn. I mean, you look at even Joe Root's career, right? Joe Root, in the first half of his Test career, the main blot on his copybook was his conversion rate. And that is something now that, even if you look at it on paper, seems absurd. Because he's now unbelievable at converting 50s into 100s. But that was something that took him almost a decade to get right.
I think it's where England cricketers structurally have an advantage over Australians, because in this country, when you're on the way up, when you're a youngster, early days of playing senior cricket, you simply play more games, and I'll explain why. Ooh. Out swinging Yorker there, kept out. So in Oz, the big advantage is you play 2-day cricket. You play 90 overs one Saturday, then 90 overs the next Saturday. That comes with big advantages, having to learn how to grind and grind and grind. But it can mean that if you're a bit unlucky with weather, you can go weeks without batting competitively. And there's really no such thing as Sunday cricket in Australia either. Not the culture of playing other cricket, friendlies, you know, or midweek cricket for that matter. Barely exists. You play Saturday, and most of it is 2-day cricket through a summer. So once you hit, a certain age, when you stop playing juniors and you're just playing seniors, you might bat generously 12 or 13 or 14 times in a season. Whereas here, the way that league cricket works, all played inside one day, often somewhere between 18 and 22 league games for in most competitions around the country. You throw on top of that any number of different types of cricket you can play. You just get the chance to make hundreds more, or play more fixtures generally. That is available to you.
Cuts to the man at backward point, but there was a bounce, so no run. It's the end of over number 29, Warwickshire 79 for 1.
And I'm not suggesting that every 100 is created equal. I'm not saying that if you plunder 100 in a Sunday friendly, it's the same thing. But the Corbin Bosch thing you said before, if Corbin Bosch had grown up in the UK and played cricket here, it's very likely he would have made lots of hundreds by dint of playing lots of cricket, and cricket that he was probably better than the standard of, as someone who's gone on to now play internationals.
And it's even beyond that. So if you go to changing the bowling attack, Matt Fisher,
finally
on from the pavilion end. Change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm. Fisher to bowl to Will Young. I think just to extend your point, it comes into the professional game here as well. We have 18 professional sides. In Australia there are only 6.
Yep.
So if you look at the opportunities for the best young players, I think in general English youngsters with the quality to eventually play international cricket, they tend to start their professional careers earlier, and there's a higher volume of cricket. There aren't the same schedule debates in other countries as we have here, where we have a 6-month-long season. We have 14 at the moment first-class games. We'll see how many we have next year. So I remember Phil remembered Dan Lawrence getting out Will Young
yeah.
4 years ago. But I remember Phil actually making a point comparing Dan Lawrence and Will Young during that Test match in terms of just the volume of cricket they've played.
Yep.
So Will Young is about to turn 33. Dan Lawrence has just turned 28. So pretty much 5 years between them. Will Young's played 134 first-class games. Dan Lawrence played 142. The volume of cricket that young English players play is genuinely higher than those in other countries. And actually, that's a point that's even more exaggerated now since the One Day Cup became what it is, played in the slipstream of the 100, with so many, especially at counties like Surrey and to an extent Warwickshire, who are missing so many first-team players. Their spots are filled by youngsters more often than not. So if you look around the country, there were loads of teenagers playing a significant volume of games in a way that probably wasn't quite the case even a decade ago.
Yeah, I think that's a feature, not a flaw. Oftentimes you'll hear a conversation around the sustainability of the 18 county system, and we usually run that conversation through the prism of the financial side of the game. And occasionally you'll hear about, concentration of talent. There's only 6 Shield teams. Only 6 teams in the Shield, and the Shield's the gold standard and so on. Like, England's just got more human beings who live here. Yeah, sure, maybe not as high a percentage that play cricket to start with as Australia, where everyone plays. But A, bigger population, and B, these structures, these first-class clubs that have done this for over 100 years. And that does come with it benefits, as does a longer season. 10 Shield games. And I understand the high-performance argument made by some, and the PCA have been talking about this recently too, about lessening the concentration of games. I get all these arguments, but I don't think a 14-game season with 18 teams is inherently a bad thing. I think there are some benefits, and one of them is what you're describing there.
Has there ever been serious calls in Australia to expand the first-class system to beyond 6 teams?
Well, it's expanded quite slowly over the years, really. It started with 3 teams, and then Western Australia and Queensland were added in the 30s and 40s. WA won in their first season, actually. And they were much shorter seasons. Like the Sheffield Shield would often be a few games played in the early days, in the early decades of it. And then Tasmania arrived in the mid-70s. So it's not ever had there's never been a huge push for more of it. There's a change of bowler.
Change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together.
But there would be a way of doing it. A clever way would be to include the 2 territories. That'd be accepting the fact that they've got smaller populations, but it doesn't really matter where players come from these days. Dan Worrell's an example of that. Most of his cricket was in SA, despite being a Victorian. Where you come from's a moot point. So they could have a team in Canberra and a team in Darwin. That would be one sort of clever way of having 8 teams. Or, I wrote a piece many, many years ago now saying that the Plunket Shield's got a similar problem. 6 teams in the Plunket Shield. Might there be an argument for a North Island and a South Island team that also play in the Shield, in addition to their season in New Zealand, and whether that might be a way of benefiting both countries? But these ideas go nowhere, don't they?
Is there the same culture in Australia where every time England lose 4 or 5-0, there's a discussion about, is our first-class system fit for purpose in England? Is there the same conversation after Australia draw 2-2 away from home that actually could we have more teams? I imagine, because you look at the Australian setup at the moment, and they've had Test matches in the last year where they haven't fielded anyone in their 20s. It's been Sam Constas and a load of old blokes. And you look at the list of players who are mooted as potential replacements for the established guard, who cannot have much longer left as international players. A lot of the players mooted as replacements are also quite old. So I can imagine with such a competitive first-class system where you only have 6 teams worth of players, it must be really, really difficult to break into that.
Yeah, I think that becoming a professional cricketer in Australia, that's very, very fancy footwork from Ollie Pope. 4 juggles, and Ryan Patel was keen to interfere, didn't quite get the boot in time. That's Where that has an effect is actually in a different sport. So, growing up culturally, if you're from one of the footy states, you play footy in winter and you play cricket in summer. And that's just the way it is. You play Aussie rules if you're not from Queensland, New South Wales, you play Aussie rules in the winter and you play footy and you play cricket in the summer. And the Australian Football League, the professional Aussie rules comp, have got 600 spots where you can be a pro. This is where cricket's in the past. It's a teammate of mine, Chris Watt, on screen there, where you are. The challenge they've had is not losing players to footy at that pivotal age when players have to make a call one way or the other. I mean, and that makes sense, doesn't it? If you've got the chance to be an Aussie rules player, if you've got no fidelity to one sport or the other, you just want to be a professional athlete. If there's 66 guys getting a run, and now of course there's more professional cricketers than that, but let's say about 150 spots as professional players in Australia to play cricket, or about, I think it's nearer to 700 now actually, Aussie rules players. Well, you do the math, right? That's the challenge they run into, not having the supply, if you like. But others would argue that's the secret of Australia's success, the concentration of the talent.
Warwick continue to run off the final ball of the over, just one run from it. Warwickshire 81 for 1. Is there, I think in England, one of the faults of the first class system is there's not a South Asian Cricket Academy aside, and the MCC Young Cricketers Programme, there's not a lot there as a safety net for players who aren't picked up age 18 to 21. In Australia, are there better routes for later bloomers or players who weren't able to crack professional cricket age 18 to 21 to get into the professional game?
Yeah, the talent ID challenge that we have here, where there's a pathway and you're talent ID'd and you're through a county structure and then you play county cricket, and if you're not, or if you fall out of the pathway, your kind of chances are dwindling. There's a similar issue with Australian cricket where they guys just stop playing. I take note of a game this week. The Minor Counties Championship game was played this week and Buckinghamshire won. And a chap by the name of Connor Haddo picked up 16 wickets for the match in the final, 9 for in the second dig. Left arm spinner. He spent a couple of years in the Northants system as a late teen and had a shoulder reconstruction after that, around that time, if I understand the storyline.
Oh, so Jaffa from Matt Fisher goes up. Will Young is unmoved. The umpire is unmoved. Fisher initially broke away in celebration, but Jack Shantry does not raise the finger. Possibly brushing the pad on the way through, the right thigh pad on the way through. Yeah, I was going to say, I think more likely pad, isn't it? You can sense the desperation for Fisher. It's just those. I'm not saying that's a 50-50 call. It's probably a very good bit of umpiring, actually. But, yeah, those are the ones that have not gone Fisher's way through the season, make no mistake. Played along the floor by Young. That'll run away to the deep third boundary. He moves to 17. So I mentioned, this left-arm spinner, Connor Haddo, right? Played some, I think he was on the Northants books when he was a teenager, like 18, 19, around that end of school time. Played some cricket at Cambridge as well, where he was able to play some first-class fixtures, I think, before they stopped having that status. Something like that. So he hadn't bashed it all down, had some injury issues. Now he's out of the system. What do we know about spinners over the years? Spinners get better the deeper they are in their 20s. It's very rare that a spinner is the finished product at 23 or 24. And this fella's case, he's turned 25 this summer. He's dominating club cricket. He's dominating minor counties cricket. Now, that Challengers team that started last year, which is the old minor counties, which is a bit more organised, who knows? He might vault into the county championship next year. I'm not sure. But there's an example to me, a very obvious one, of someone who, it's hard to mount the case that he wouldn't be able to cut it at this level. But are counties looking at 25-year-old club bowlers, or are they going, oh well, if he's not made it yet, maybe there's something awry.
it's a shortcoming in the system more widely.
Well, there's a separate conversation to be had about the pathway to spin bowlers, just in terms of, if you look around the 18 counties, there really aren't that many specialist spin bowlers in squads. A lot of the spinners who play regularly in the Championship are guys who also get in the team for their batting, so that's a problem in itself.
Well, that's a great point with the aforementioned bowler that I'm talking about here, who's a specialist spinner who's not an all-rounder as such. Oh, second time in the over, but the result's the same. You can tell that was a bit of protection equipment rather than inside edge, but genuine pace there from Fisher. Last ball taking off.
He's bowled really nicely, hasn't he? Really nicely. That wasn't the delivery that Adam was just talking about. But
yeah, but that thing about spinners about, oh, well, if you can't bat a bit, then I feel like fast bowlers aren't held to the same standard. Fast bowlers don't get sort of told that if they can't bat a bit, that they're going to be no use to a... I mean, Amir Verdi, when he was here, there was sort of a sense that he was obviously a very capable bowler, but what else did he do?
That'll be 4 more. A lot of runs through deep third. Surrey still on the attack, as you'd expect them to be. Just 27 overs remaining in the game for them to take these final 9 wickets. One example of a late bloomer as a spinner is Jake Lintard. He was lost from the professional game, then basically barged his way into the professional game based on how well he did outside the pro setup. He's done very well for Warwickshire. He's played in the 100, won the 100. The other thing with the Australian system is just how brutal it is. It doesn't take much for you to fall out of the setup. I saw a story this week about the Australian opener Bryce Street, who at one point was touted as a possible future Australia opener. After a couple of tough years, he's lost his state contract and he's playing second 11 cricket in England with his UK passport, so he qualifies a local and he's potentially going to go to Somerset, is what the reports are saying.
Good on him.
But it shows how quickly it can change. You can go from Australia prospect to someone who's outside the state system while still in your 20s. And it's not that different for English spinners. Appeal for LBW, but dismissed quite early by umpire Goff.
Yeah, and look, the Saka South Asian Cricket Academy has been one window into this about how quickly it can all kind of come and fall away for gifted cricketers. I think you're right about the Shield with how cutthroat it can be, but yeah, the professional game at this level, I mean, you're either looking one level up the ladder and thinking about international cricket, or you're falling off the ladder entirely. There's not much of a safety net if you stop getting looked after at first class level.
I'd almost go as far as saying with spinners in England, at the age of 23, if you're a specialist spinner in the Championship and you tend to bat 9 to 11, and you're a good white ball player, but not necessarily someone who's going to play for England as a white ball player or attract lots of franchise opportunities, you are as likely to be outside the professional game at 30 as you are to be playing for England almost. It is brutal. And it's just got worse and worse. And I think it's partly why England have had to think outside the box when it comes to selecting spin bowlers. So close to Yates' off stump.
And also the angle that he's operating on. He's as far across as you can be before you... almost getting back foot no balled, really. I mean, he's not that far over, but you know what I'm trying to say. He's bowling as wide on the crease as he can, trusting that he's going to get that natural arc back to Yates and keep the stumps in play. It's a good leave all told, but skillful bowling too. Keep an eye on that Connor Haddo character. I've been watching. He runs a really good Instagram account which relates to spin bowling strength. He's this convert about how you can spin the ball more to do with your shoulder back separation. I'm going to explain this badly, but the way your body gets through the crease has a direct relationship to the way how much you spin the ball. And he's a total convert of this to the point where he runs a business in it. Really interesting online Instagram business with spinners around the world who come to him to try and spin the ball more. He's only 25, so he's a clever guy.
Mm.
He's a capable fella more widely, but yeah, like he's giving it absolutely everything to be a professional, right? You can't do much more than take 16 for in the minor counties grand final, right? And his record across cricket the last couple of years has been exceptional with High Wycombe as well. But I do wonder, like, for all of that, will he be playing professional cricket next year? I have no idea, but I would suppose there's every chance that he won't, because there'll be a view, he's 25, is he? It doesn't quite, doesn't quite look right if you're 25 and you're not already there.
Yeah, I wish the professional game in this country is a little bit more open-minded. You look at someone in the Warwickshire team, right? Zed Malik, 27. Yep. He's one of the older Saka graduates. He's done really well in Division 1 this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's an excellent county cricketer. I mentioned Jake Lintert earlier. Another example, Ben Compton. Ben Compton basically did everything he possibly could have done to force his way into the professional game. He scored millions of runs in second 11 cricket, scored millions of runs in Premier Division club cricket. Yeah, and it wasn't until his late 20s that he gets to go a proper go in first class cricket, and he's instantly one of the best batters and best opening batters in Division 1.
And that was with the huge advantage of having the last name Compton.
Yes.
If it's even with that lineage. Which I suppose could have been a curse, as much of a blessing on the way through. But still, point stands. If you're not standing out with the runs you're making there, and
Surrey really giving this a good go. They've maintained their intensity since the resumption. 4 slips in place. Fisher's come close to picking up that second wicket a couple of times. And again, player miss from Yates. Cramp for room. That angle from Fisher coming from around the wicket. That ball honing in towards Yates. Time is running out though for the home side. 25.2 overs remaining.
I know we've banged on about it a bit through the match, but it just feels like he deserves to take something away from him here, Fisher. Surely he ends up with his name in the book. I know he's only bowled 7.4 overs. Barely got a look the first time around, but
this time getting the ball to swing into Yates. Left alone.
Such an important contribution on day one with the bat as well, adding crucial runs down the list with Ryan Patel, 58 of them, batting for a couple of hours at a time when Surrey were in strife.
Yeah, it does feel like we've been robbed by the weather. To lose so much of day 3 really has deprived us of a really good finish. Nearly chopped on again. Fisher so close in the last few overs, but still ultimately luckless and wicketless. Warwickshire 92 for 1 after 34 overs.
It's meant to level out. It's a bit like with bad decisions for umps when you're a batter, right? It's meant to level out. For every bad one, you get a good one. And some are more important than others and whatever, but
sometimes it levels out across seasons, though. You can have a luckless season and the year after you hoover up.
Yeah. Well, on that basis, I'm backing Fisher to have an absolute blinder in 2026 to pick up 55 Division 1 wickets or something like that.
Yeah. Worrell to continue from the Vauxhall end.
I mean, even Worrell's an interesting case study in all of this. It took him a long time to become a professional, change of states and that type of thing. Some medals in the crowd. I wonder what they've been successful in. What do you reckon? Sort of Britain's Got Talent, perhaps. Good pick up, Samo. We had the auditions all week downstairs. Do you get a medal when you get to the second round? Perhaps. Dan Worrell made a fairly crude call that he wasn't going to play for Australia, and that's fair enough. It was probably the right call. He was very disappointed when missing out on the Ashes squad in 2019. And he talked about the pandemic being a bit of a grind for him when the socialising is big, bit old school Worrell in that sense, when the socialising left cricket a bit around that time and realised he'd be better off over here. But it's not as though Worrell wasn't capable to put pressure on the internationals who were already playing for Australia. He just kind of went, the way up the ladder is so hard, so difficult in Oz.
Was he close to selection in 2019?
Yeah, he and Trent Copeland. So, yeah, he and Trent Copeland were the two. They were, and in the end, they went with Peter Siddle, which wasn't a terrible decision. But there was room. There was room in the end for one more bowler who could, cliched as it is, English conditions style.
Saw Peter Siddle hitting nearly 90 mph as a 40-year-old over the winter.
He's an unbelievable specimen, Siddle. He's going to play Big Bash this year.
He feels quicker now than he was 10 years ago.
He is.
How's he managed it?
I don't know. Siddle's amazing. Siddle's one of those guys who, I think if he wanted to keep playing four-day cricket, he probably could have for a number of years more. He's just sort of made the decision that that's enough for him as a Shield player. But the Vics love him. He went back to Victoria, played a season now. I think he's going to be on the books this year, but not playing. But yeah, Siddle's freak. He could have kept playing. Yeah.
Yeah, hitting 140 kph when you are 40 is some going.
Oi.
Really good carry. Ben Folkes taking that over his left shoulder. Still life left in this pitch. We've had nearly 12 overs since the resumption. Surrey still wicketless. 9 wickets to take in 24.1 overs. Left alone by Robbie Yates. 1 run from that Dan Worrell over. Warwickshire 93 for 1. That's everything from Adam Collins today. Coming into his chair to replace him, Phil Walker.
Thanks, Yaz. That was fun. Catch you next week. See you guys.
How do you see this one going, Phil?
They're effectively 19 for 7 at Chelmsford.
Are they back on?
My chosen website is not updating from the inspection at 4:20, so I don't know. I'm yet to see any movement. Perhaps
We haven't gone around the grounds for a while, actually. I believe, I've just seen a message, I believe Leicestershire have secured promotion. For the first
come
time
on then.
ever.
There we go. There's the story of the year, let alone the date. I went up to Leicester to interview Jimmy Taylor a couple of months ago. Part of the coaching staff there now, and he's having a great time of it. Said to me, as you well know, Yaz, he said Rayan Ahmed is, along with Ravi Bopara, the best two players talent-wise he's ever seen come out of English cricket with the bat. And what he's done, made 500s this year, Rayan Ahmed.
Yeah, 500s.
Yeah, from number 3. It's been a marvellous story for that club. They do a lot of things right. They're very good in the community as well, bringing new supporters through. It's a great story. They've done it with, 2 rounds to spare?
Yeah, just look now, 100% officially confirmed Leicestershire will be in Division 1 in 2026.
If there is one.
If there is one. For the first time since 2004. Samo, question for you. What was the Leicestershire side who were last in Division 1?
Oh, I thought you were going to say who won it. Who won?
Well, Leicester won it in, 98? 97, 98?
Phil Simmons' team.
Phil, could you name a few Leicestershire players from their last stint in Division 1, 2004?
No. Darren Maddy?
You're looking at the wrong man.
Trevor Ward, maybe slightly after his time.
Is De Freitas still going in 04? Would he have been done by then?
I want to say just no. Stuart Broad, perhaps?
It's a good shout, actually. He played for England in 2006, so that's not a ridiculous shout. Yeah, great story seeing Leicestershire
Vince Wells.
win promotion.
This is the good stuff now at 4:39 on day 4, as this game bubbles to a close. We were saying earlier, there's not been too many rip-snorting day 4s here. Combination of sometimes Surrey just being dominant, bit of weather at times, the odd pitch has keeled over. We think of that Hampshire game, which is probably on balance the best final day. That and the Essex final day were two decent games. Both ended in draws, which has been the story really.
We've been done by the weather a couple of times. It's not been a wet summer, but when the weather's come, it's been very annoyingly timed here. Samo, Leicestershire in 2004.
Well, it's actually 2003 was the last time
okay.
in the first division, but anyway. Darren Maddy, Paul Nixon,
of course,
Jeremy Snape,
Yeah.
Brad Hodge, Phil De Freitas was the leading wicket taker. Brad Hodge was the only one who scored
Devon Malcolm.
1,000 runs. Devon Malcolm he only played 3 games that season, but David Masters was the other main season.
Yes.
And of course, Charlie Dagnall played 10 games. Trevor Ward was there. Darren Stevens.
Oh, I
played
should have
11
got
games.
Stevens.
Took 1 wicket in 11 games, not in the 2003 version of Darren Stevens. Jeremy Snape played 15 of the games in the championship. Vasbert Drakes played a bit.
Change of bowler. Dan Lawrence into the attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. 3 men round the bat, leg slip, and a forward short leg.
And there was a chap called Virender Sehwag played a bit as well.
Oh,
6
class.
games.
There are some amazing scorecards from the Blast in 2003 when ultimately teams didn't really know what to do, and also I feel didn't, let's just say it wasn't prioritised in the same way as it is now.
Not at the Oval. Yeah. I remember Smokes, Hollyoak at the toss saying, well, none of us have got a clue, so we'll have a bat. Yeah, this is your happy place, isn't it? Scorecards from the early noughties.
Oh, it's amazing. Late 90s and early noughties scorecards are my favourite genre of scorecards.
I remember watching live the first ever game. The first ever game. I think it was Hampshire, Sussex. I'm going for.
Wazim played. I remember watching on TV.
Yeah, and Billy Taylor, the tree surgeon Billy Taylor.
So, for example, an example of just amazing scorecards from the first year of the Blast.
Before you go on, so were you watching that first game as well?
Yeah.
So you and I were conjoined even then. Isn't that nice, eh?
Pulled into Ryan Patel, who's worn that extremely well.
He doesn't need that job at this
Yes.
point in his life. does he?
Especially when there's an injury concern about one of their top order batters already. So sorry, just on. This is genuinely a random 2003 Blast scorecard that I found. Yorkshire versus Derbyshire. captain in Yorkshire, Matthew Wood.
Yep, naturally.
With him, Stephen Fleming, LBW Bowl Cork, first ball. 3, Yuvraj Singh.
Lovely.
4, Michael Yum.
Is this 03?
03. 5, Craig White.
This is a good side.
6, Richard Blakey. So Blakey would have played with Boycott and Yuvraj. Probably the only person who could say that. Tim Bresnan at 7.
Before you go on, and this is not to be promoted on air, check out the title of Richard Blakey's autobiography. After the show.
Okay.
After the show. Different times. Different times.
Tim Bresnan at 7. Chris Silverwood at 8. Ryan Sidebottom. And then Johannes Swanepoel. I've not heard of.
I better just take over for the moment as Yaz composes himself. Boy, he's been unlucky as Matt Fisher, hasn't he, Maestro?
Yeah, he has. I can give you some of the Leicestershire players who played in the championship years they won.
Yes, please,
96
sir.
and 98, because
Yes, please.
obviously some of them were still around in 03. Like,
So it's 96
like
and 98?
So 96 and 98.
Okay.
So I'll just say some of the ones who weren't in 03. Because Nixon and Maddie and those were still around. Vince Wells, as you mentioned,
Yep.
he was obviously before 03. Ben Smith, David
good
Milnes.
player. Good player. David Milnes.
Yeah,
Now, he was a quick.
He was quick, yeah.
One of those. Mad that he never got a cap. In that era, everyone got a cap.
Alan Mullally, Phil Simmons, of course.
And Simmons made 50 wickets and 1,000 runs, I think, in one of the years.
Yeah, I'll check that, but it's about right, yeah. James Whittaker was in that team. Gordon Parsons was in the 96 teams.
Here's a question for you, Maestro, that I actually know the answer to.
Oh, dear.
Top of your head. Phil Simmons did do that. 50 first-class wickets, or 50 championship wickets and 1,000 championship runs in one of those years.
Yep.
Who was the next player in county cricket to do so?
The next one to do
Yeah,
so.
close your laptop, don't cheat. Yes? I'll give you a clue. It's not a clue.
Yeah.
But Yaz might then know. He is he's in my family group. We're not related by blood, but we're related by marriages, relations, and so on. So he's in my family group. He is the husband of my second cousin.
I genuinely don't know this.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Graham Napier?
Why?
Essex.
Think Graham made 1,000 runs in?
Possible. He scored 158 or whatever it was in 25 minutes.
It's good, but it's not right. He is. He has a brother who was also a very good county cricketer. He did it in the 2nd division. He's never got an England cap. I think he may have played a Lions game, perhaps.
I'll have a go at, what was his name? Will Gidman?
Very good, Maestro.
You're related to Will Gidman.
My second cousin, Laura Tarm, is married to Will.
Okay. Yeah, he had a couple of really good years for in the championship.
I mean, one of the best years, Maestro. One of the best.
And then unfortunately, they got promoted.
Yeah, and then rather fell away.
Yeah.
Such is life.
He had,
Lucky
he had an amazing first-class record at one point. He averaged about 40 with the bat and low 20s with the ball. I remember having never watched a ball of him before, wondering, why isn't he playing for England?
Yep.
Very quickly, because this will get lost, the Derbyshire team that day in 2003, they opened with Michael DiVenito and Dominic Cork skippering opened himself. Their number 11 was the wicketkeeper Luke Sutton, and Mohammed Kaif at number 4. So
blimey. So keeping the Indian legend down at 4. Corky's opening up. Thanks very much.
The year after the NatWest final at Lords as well.
This actually, I have got the laptop out now and looked at 1,000 runs and 50 wickets in the championship season, and Gidman's the only one since Phil Simmons. So Gidman was in 2011.
You would have thought it would have been done a bit more. I guess Liam Dawson got close last year.
Yeah, Liam Dawson got close both of the last 2 years.
Yeah, 900 and something, and
I
think 50 plus
It's
wickets.
so difficult to do that nowadays. That very few bowlers get 50 wickets, and very few
Yeah.
batters score 1,000 runs.
I guess so. Still surprising though that you've had only one player in 30 odd years. Stay with us, folks.
Is anyone watching?
Surely.
Goes the aerial route.
And why not?
But it's only 4. Michael Goff had to cover his eyes to protect himself from the sun so he could see where the ball had gone. Gives 4. Samo.
Dawson was just 44 runs short last season, 956 runs and 54 wickets. But if you do an exercise of adding his last 2 seasons together, so 2023 and 2024, he got just under 1,800 runs at an average of just under 50, and 103 wickets at about 23, which would have been a very good season back in the old 28 games a season years. The good old days.
And they keep complaining that they play too much, eh?
I don't play anywhere near enough.
Absolutely. What's the highest number of wickets taken in a single championship year in history? As a one-off?
Well, in the first class season was Titch Freeman got 304.
Yeah, I thought it was 304. 304.
It's a pretty good career these
Sorry,
days.
304.
Yeah.
That's a good career haul.
Exactly. It's a decent career these days.
We have a change in the commentary box. I'm going to leave you guys to it. I've had great fun.
It's been a good 15.
Good.
You didn't know about Will Gibman and me?
I didn't. I genuinely.
You see,
that's
you're always
blown my
learning.
mind.
Even now, our relationship takes different depths, and layers. Oh,
handshake.
they've shaken hands.
That's the end of the game. That is the end of the game.
There we go. Daniel Norcross was primed. I'm glad that he's not got the go, because when there's nothing to talk about, that's when he's at his most dangerous.
No,
So
I'm going to hand over to Dan. Dan's ready to go.
They have shaken hands.
I'm staggered by that. I assumed that it would take another 4 overs because I thought we had to get to the last hour, but maybe there's different regulations when it's rained or something.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who indeed cares?
Well,
no, it's important.
It is.
It's just not important at the moment.
But I'm afraid this is a very familiar pattern now that's happening at the Oval. Let me send dear listeners back to 2 games this season. Hampshire and Durham, last days. 2 wickets fell in Hampshire's attempt to chase down the 370 odd they needed. 2 wickets fell on the last day. Durham, they were 200 odd for none. No wickets in that 4th innings. And here today, in 39 overs, Surrey have managed to just get the 1 wicket. And it's not a reflection on Surrey's bowling so much as the nature of this wicket, which is starting to become extremely predictable. It does mean, let me put everything into context for you, that the big game against Nottinghamshire next week, Surrey go into it with a slender lead of just 1 point. And you will think that they will actually now have a bit of pressure on them to try and force a victory, Phil, because their last game is going to be away at the Utilitar Bowl, where Hampshire have just signed Washington Sundar.
Yep.
I think that's a fairly good indicator of the type of wicket one might expect to see down there.
And Hampshire need a win. They need points. They are in the mix.
Nottinghamshire will be at home
Warwickshire.
against Warwickshire. As you see there, that was Surrey's attempt to try and make inroads today. The luckless Fisher notwithstanding, got just the 1 wicket from Tom Laws, that of Alex Davis, pinned LBW. Yates unbeaten on 34, Young unbeaten on 31. Surrey were just not able to force any kind of pressure at all. Today we take a quick look at the bowling figures. Many bowlers used, only 1 wicket taking, that of Laws, 1 for 25. Worrell, Atkinson, Clark, Lawrence, and just a word for Matt Fisher. I sincerely hope he spends eternity in paradise, because he's having an appalling time of it down here on earth. He's just, catches get dropped. He thinks he's got people out caught behind. It's never given. LBW appeals go unanswered.
A 2 in and over towards the end here as well.
Yeah, it's he's having a luckless time, especially he's bowling a darn sight better than those figures would suggest. But only 10 overs under his belt in this game, 5 overs in each innings. Looking positively, Worrell, Atkinson, Laws, Clark. They haven't had a particularly heavy workload in this match, having bowled Warwickshire out for 75 overs, then only bowled another 39, so that's 114 overs across the 4 days. So they should be pretty fresh come Monday, but you just think that toss is going to be so important. If Surrey are going to be able to force a victory, they're really going to want to bowl first against Nottinghamshire and hope that they can have a tremendous first day. It's been another one of those games at the Oval that starts so brightly, so full of narrative, sinuous narrative on the first couple of days, and then that narrative kind of loses all sinews really and starts to have a kind of grim predictability. As
like a Martin Amis novel.
Well, yeah, I suppose in a sense. Yes, entirely unlike an Emile Zola book that always suddenly ends with all the main characters dying in the last 4 pages.
Maestro's shaking his head now. I think he's ready to go.
Well, I think we're all ready to go, aren't we? The covers are coming on. There's the match summary. Surrey 246, Warwickshire 248. What halcyon days they were, those first two.
Weren't they just?
And then Dominic Sibley with that 100 that he picked up today, despite that slight soft tissue injury. We'll look to see if he's going to be fit for Notts on Monday. Warwickshire 105 for 1. The game petering out into a draw. Andrew, do you have any last comments to make?
Not really.
Well, there you go.
I did wonder. Sorry,
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say this on air, but I did have a question for you.
Oh yes.
You were wearing Ollie Slipper's jumper.
I was.
I was just wondering whether you'd prefer to wear Ollie Slipper's jumper or Ollie Jumper's slippers.
I saw it come in, and it's lovely.
I think.
Ponder.
I was very grateful for his jumper, but I don't feel it was entirely in my idiom.
I thought it conferred a kind of distinguished, august.
Agreed.
And that's not me, is it?
Supremacy. Oh, and class. I thought you looked good.
Which is not me.
I thought it was a very, very interesting interview indeed, and worth checking out on the Surrey website if you haven't already seen it.
Yes. Now next week, just a quick reminder, we are back, of course, but the game is going to be broadcast live on Sky Sports, so we're going to have a cast of luminaries. It always means former England captains, doesn't it?
And of course on the YouTube channel as well.
And of course on the new YouTube channel as well. You can find us all over the internet. It's going to be the big game. It's a showdown, but it's not a decider. Unless somehow Surrey win by 24 points, which would take some doing. You never know. We can but dream. But will you be back for that, Phil?
I'm doing the final day.
That's marvellous. Andrew will be back. Adam Collins will be back. And as I say, a cast of Sky Sports luminaries will be supplementing our humble commentary team. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm sorry we couldn't bring you more thrilling action on this last day in a game that has been ravaged by early autumnal weather. But we'll be back. Have a lovely weekend. There's finals day if you can bear to watch it without Surrey being in it. I'm forced to. And there's one last England T20 International before we get to the real meat, the last 2 county championship matches. But until then, from all of us here from Camp Ponsonby, Yaz Rana, Adam Collins, Phil Walker, Andrew Sampson, me, Daniel Norcross, Katya Whitney, who's been with us at various points, and to our magnificent producers, Mark, Jake, and I suppose to John Surtees as well, we should say.
Absolutely.